I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
We already launched this board Mutineers. Alright, today in this menu we have Paulehx, Hydra, Crimsix, and Kismet with a side of Taka or with a side of
sound the same, you stopped it.
with a side of Turtle.
Really, you're killing it.
Oh, that was maybe the worst intro I've ever heard.
Another big one. Another big one here.
Our game today, boys.
30 seconds.
30 seconds till it's our game, boys.
Oh, good shout.
Oh, back crackage?
Yeah, my back pops.
Can you put your mic closer?
Mine?
Yeah.
I wasn't even talking.
Like in general.
I mean, yeah.
What's up, Danny? That's better.
Yeah, I need to figure out a good like morning routine, bro.
I would love to start going to the gym in the morning, but like it's just so hard, bro.
Nah, you have to be able to wake up early. Like you have to wake up kind of like hella early to go to the gym early. I feel like.
Well, early for me is like 9:30. Man, if you wake up before the sun comes up, you are a psycho.
I don't know. I kind of want to tell him, yo, no capes.
Oh, he's rocking a cape?
He's got a cape and a skull in his face. I don't like that.
Will I get in trouble for that as well? Is it bad that I've been here for so long and I still don't have the internet?
Rainbox you are.
He's moving it. Watch out. What if Santa, right? So we're playing into Santa. Santa and his sleigh, his reindeers crash into the venue, right? And obviously electric goes. Is that a restart?
That's a good point. What if Santa comes in with an overclocked PC and places on stage?
Lost, that was a good one, Mark. I like that one.
It's the year of the dog.
Listen, only throw that in the listen in if we win.
You big weight, I'm bigger. I am bigger. I am bigger.
It's Crimsix. In the yeah, right? And I'm actually crying, bro.
Here we go.
Wait.
This is chaotic.
Wait.
Here we go. For New York Subliners, they had two huge chokes to get bumped out of the tournament at Major 3.
It's because of the point disparity, right? New York, they sit in that 11th seed, only 70 points to their name.
This is a must-win game for NYSL, and really in a scary position to even make the top 8.
And it's Paul again! It's Paul again!
They need every match win that they can possibly get.
They're on the outside looking in the champs.
Crim, this could be the first champ he's not even gonna be at. He's the GOAT of Call of Duty.
Don't say that, Jay. Don't say it. It feels like this game 1 is about to be theirs.
After all this struggle, and after all this pain, I'm just gonna keep on fighting. The world gon' know my name.
When the Royal Ravens really came out the gates and surprised so many people at the beginning of the season.
The question still remains, what about now? What about the future?
Well, it's time for Gizmo to really show us what he's made of.
The fans of this team are excited to see if he can kind of right this ship.
Gizmo, it's a two-piece!
A round 11 ace.
And the London Royal Ravens cause an upset.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now?
Nero is flying around the map like Prime Scump here. He's 12 and 4. Look at Nero, he's still going.
It's Nero the hero, over and over again.
It's a casual 49 and 33 from Nero. 5,500 damage. That man was running around shooting suns out of his MP40.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now? I can't stop, I won't stop until the top.
This is going to be the debut of our champion from Major 3 heading into Stage 4, the Seattle Surge. Every single one of these players, you could call them an MVP for what they bring and what they do on the map.
Fred's now set up for the kills. He's got himself an AR. He's got himself 2. Here comes a third.
What a shot from Simp!
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 3-0. Seattle Surge get the job done. Your major champions have not skipped a beat. They have not missed a step, and they have come right back in swinging.
Seattle, they're just flying high.
Here we go.
Wait.
This is chaotic.
Wait.
Finds one, the second, the damage is done.
He finds the first one, finds the second as well.
This is what he... Oh, no! It's glorious, it's beautiful.
You never know in a Call of Duty event what could happen.
Wait.
Attack by another 160.
He is finding all the kills. 5 in a row to walk away with the whole 4.
That is sensational stuff.
Oh my! What? And that will be it.
No, it's disgraceful again.
Let's get into the Call of
ceiling. Let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, you came to the right spot, and that's all that matters, right? My name is aBeZy, and I am the host of the Call of Duty League. Next to me, we have my man, the analyst. We got Nameless, the champion, and legend. You guys know the deal.
Thank you.
My question to you is, okay, we haven't spoken about this before the show. What's the numbers for?
You really want to know?
I really want.
It's the amount of days production, chat, me, everybody has had to see your chest hair live on broadcast since the beginning of the season, and it hasn't gotten thicker. I just had to point that out.
Listen, my second puberty is going to come. It's going to get a lot thicker. But you know what's even thicker than that? The points race that we have in the CDL. Let's take a look at it, because yesterday we had some interesting results, to say the least. Los Angeles Guerrillas were in 8th place with 125 points, but they got 10. Who did they go against? The Atlanta FaZe. Teams are hungrier than ever to make sure that they make it to champs.
Listen, man, that was a huge victory. We're having teams that aren't supposed to get these points versus these teams turn up in a big way. We had Boston beat Seattle. We had LAG go up against Atlanta FaZe. They beat the 2 top dogs that we have in the CDL. And, you know, you look at some of these teams like the Minnesota Røkkr, they need to get points. And the New York Subliners, they're 3-0 so far. That bubble is wild, Billy.
The bubble's great. I can't believe you got on my chest hair, man.
Yeah, why did you pull it back up?
I thought it was funny. Maybe one day I'll let you touch it. But hey, let's also take a look at the schedule that we got today, because the first game of the day is going to be a really fun one. Check this out. LAG, we really don't know where to gauge him at right now, right? They're facing off against Boston Breach, a team that is looking so fast and so good.
Yeah, I mean, my thing with this series is both of them had a big win, right? And they're sort of validifying their, roster change. But this match will tell us, like, who got the fluke win and who's the real deal, because they both looked absolutely incredible in their last series.
And speaking about their last match, right? Okay, so Los Angeles Guerrillas, they went against Atlanta FaZe. And I'm going to be honest, I thought it was going to be the quickest match ever. And it kind of turned out to be a fast match. But it wasn't FaZe that won. It was LAG. It caught me by surprise. And hey, shout out to Slasher, man.
Brother, who would have expected this? If anybody has any ideas as to how this happened besides the Vanguardian Levioso, please hit my mentions on the timeline, because these guys turned up in such a huge way. This was an LAG team that looked lost in their last 2 matches prior to this FaZe game. Like, the teamwork wasn't there, their breaks weren't there. What did we see yesterday? We saw them early on rotation getting control, and even when they did get broken, Belly, they were re-breaking the hill. That's like the hardest thing to do in Call of Duty, is to re-break that hill and get any sort of reasonable time, and they were able to do that versus Atlanta FaZe. And this is an LAG team that when they had their run, when they won their championship, they did it through the S&Ds. Like, they were stealing some Tuscan control, some Tuscan hard points here and there, but it was really the search and destroy. Completely flipped the script in yesterday's match. It was the Respawns versus the best Respawn team in the game. I could not believe what we saw at LAG, but I hope that it wasn't a one-off. I hope they can continue, because this is a team that if they are playing like that, that bubble gets so interesting.
And speaking of the bubble, look at who they got to go against. They got Boston today and London next time, right? But what if LAG are just trolling us all season long? What if they're sandbagging and they're like, hey, we'll win Major 2. We'll kind of suck everywhere else, but then check this out. The last push to make it to champs, would it be good again? They're doing exactly that, man. I really don't know what to expect, but I'm also another team that's pushing to make it to champs, New York. And hey, I'm gonna say it outright, man. We don't know how good this team is yet, and they're doing something incredible right now, okay? 11th place, they entered the stage with 90 points. They're way outside of champs contention. Now they're looking to go undefeated. They're beating the top teams in the game right now, and today they go against OpTic Texas.
I mean, well, let's sort of look at this from an overview, right? When we went into Major 3, like the top teams in the game, New York was certainly one of them that we were talking about, like as a possible contender. From Major 3, in Stage 4 qualifiers, they have looked like the team to beat. They're the team that has really made minimum 6. I mean, I guess besides London, who have also looked pretty good, New York, though, has just done it in such an impactful way, and everything that you would need to see out of a team to show that improvement, they've shown us, right? Like, we saw Crim step it up in their second game they had against LAG. The hard points were ridiculous. And then we saw Kismet go crazy in their last match, 27 non-traded kills on that first map. And then not only just like the stats, like the play to back it up, the impact kills, he won them that game 4. He's getting the big 2 pieces on rotation. And then a flawless search and destroy to top it off in a 6-1 fashion versus a tough search and destroy team with some highlight plays out of a guy like Hydra with that sneak diffuse. The teamwork is there, and you can see their stats right here, Belly. It's across the board. Unbelievable. And also, I'd like to point out that control record at that 1 and 2. They would be 2 and 1 if it wasn't for one small scenario on that control versus Seattle. Like, they look great.
And you know what? They're not choking at the end of games either. This team has killer instinct, baby. I love it. But also OpTic Texas, and we got to look at the boys are back in full. We got to look at iLLeY back with the roster. And even though they went against Paris Legion, and no diss to Paris at all, this was the type of game that we were honestly looking to see from Texas, right? It was iLLeY making good comms, iLLeY making good calls, but most importantly, iLLeY having impact plays. But even though that was beautiful to watch, it was what the other players did, the other core that were playing without iLLeY, what they did around him. We saw Shotzzy go absolutely nuclear on Boat Cage, man.
Absolutely. I mean, this whole team, they played solid. I mean, this was obviously like the easiest match you can have coming back. It was a great situation for them to be in with iLLeY returning. Yeah. I think what they needed to do was come out here, get a 3-1 victory, don't go to that game 5, get iLLeY a couple big moments, and that's exactly what happened. He had his big moments on that game 4 in the hard point to close it out, but it was tested. I mean, there were some close moments there, and that's what the community, they wanted iLLeY to come back, and they knew that it was going to be tough because they have so much catching up to do. This is uncharted territory. I don't remember, and I've been in Call of Duty since the start, I don't remember a player leaving for months and then returning and them like trying to be that championship contender team. Like, this has never happened before, so hopefully OpTic can get back on point. They're just trying to get to where they used to be. This is all practice for champs, and they're in the midst of it right now.
All right, and I gotta say it, man, OpTic Texas, you're looking at iLLeY's influence right now. Even though the numbers don't really jump out at you, I will say this, iLLeY is not the type of player to go in the lobby and have the flashiest and fanciest plays out there. iLLeY's gonna go out there and just make sure he secures the dub, baby. But also, there's a lot of possible outcomes that we know about right now when it comes to champs. There's 2 teams that clinched it so far. Is OpTic Texas, surprise, surprise, and also Atlanta FaZe, the most consistent team in the CDL.
Yeah, they're both just working on things. They've had such a great season overall between both of them. OpTic dealing with, a lot of adversity, and then also Atlanta FaZe dealing with adversity, getting second. So it'll be interesting, but they have clinched. We got a couple other teams that can clinch still here in Stage 4 qualifiers. Yeah. We have London, 2 more wins, I believe they'll clinch, and then Seattle Surge, 1 more win. They've had 2 opportunities, haven't been able to do it yet, but we expect both of them to be a champs as well.
They got this. Now, the teams that haven't made it to champs yet is going to be Paris Legion. But you know what? It's not going to be jokes about them right now, though. I'm looking at Paris Legion right now because I want these players to thrive. These are their last games of the year. Yep. You're not making it to champs. Play spoiler, please. We want to see it. But also, guys, make sure you buy your tickets to champs. It's going to be August 4th to the 7th at the Galen Center.
Yes.
This is my first champs that I will ever attend, period. Spectator, viewer, fan, someone that's working it. I'm just excited to go to Cali, baby.
Listen, man, champs is a crazy experience because it's truly the one tournament that just goes down the history books. People remember it. There's spectacular moments, and you could change your life at a tournament like this. So for the players, it's just a remarkable moment. And then the fans there, they're always just electric. It's crazy in that building because it's the last time you get to watch these teams go at it. So I cannot wait. And that is a couple weeks away, like a month away now. So it's exciting.
I gotta say, being in the Call of Duty scene has been just fantastic so far this year. But ladies and gentlemen, also make sure you whip out your phones, okay? Androids, iPhones, I don't really care. It all does the same thing, right? You're gonna want to get that QR code on the top right of your screen. Why? You will be just inserted in the CDL newsletter. You will get messages all the time that let you know all about your favorite teams and what's going on in your favorite league. And as a gift, we'll get you a calling card, gift form, baby. You could pop off. But also, we're about to pop off at the first match of the day. Before we get there, though, we have a break. When that happens, we'll see you guys on the other side. Get a drink, get some snacks, buckle in. It's gonna be a tough and fun day. We'll catch you on the other side to close out for week 2 of the Stage 4 online qualifiers. We'll see you then.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one, you're gonna have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I know to get in the vicinity.
Listen up, boys. We're new in town. So grab your zennies. We're breaking into Fenway. Once you're all inside with the precious cargo, it's time to blend in. We need to crack the Jumbotron code, figure out the cipher, and relay it to Nero. Once you have it all figured out, meet us down at the home dugout.
We're only gonna have one shot at this. Let's play.
Yo, didn't you hear? Champs are trying to get back to Cali.
Champs is going back to Cali.
See you there.
Hey, we interrupt this programming to bring you a very important message. Did you guys buy your tickets for Major 4 yet? Buy your tickets at nyxl.com/major, and you can come see me July 14th through 17th at the King's Theater. I swear to God, you better do that. You better do it. You better buy your tickets, all right? You ain't getting in if you don't have tickets, so what are you doing? Don't make me mad. Don't do that. Don't make me mad.
But maybe it's time to get a little bit messy, a little bit rowdy. Let's get it going! Let's go! The crowd fired up.
Here we go. This is going to be a spicy one indeed.
Oh my God! It does not get more intense than this, for God's sake. Oh my God! What is going on? How does he do it? Give it to him, he will take it. This is a heavyweight matchup.
I hit the ground running on the day I arrived. Now it's time to shift this whole thing into overdrive. Check the dash, tank full of gas. Everything's in place to dominate the race. In my mind's eye, I can see the finish line. Ain't no way in the world they gon' steal my shine. Walk how I walk, they can't do that. Talk how I talk, they can't do that. Move how I move, and they can't do that.
The 1v3 clutch. It is hard not to be a believer.
Do that. Come on, talk how I talk.
What a shot from Simp.
They can't do that.
Absolutely destroying. Here comes the glide. This is a special one. He's done it. What? And for the king, Arcitys gets Chris rocked. One way or another, it was inevitable. That is unbelievable. We got a squad, baby. Still looking like the best player in the world. That is disgusting. Ice in the veins indeed. It's done. It's done.
What's going on, all of you beautiful Call of Duty enthusiasts out there, baby? We got a good match on paper, definitely, especially when you count the last two series between these two teams, okay? We got the Los Angeles Guerrillas, the Major II champions, say it with your chest, right? Going off against the Boston Breach, and hopefully we see some fun SMG play between these two teams. But let's break it down. We got the maps and modes between both of these teams in this series right here. And Nameless, I want to hear your thoughts about where we're going, man. I heard we're going to Boat Cage first.
I love these maps and modes. It's the best maps and modes we could have possibly got for this series. Both these teams just beat our top two teams in the game, right? Our finalists, and they played these exact same respawns. Boat Cage, Tuscan, and Berlin. So, and they won them. They look great. The submachine guns went off. So this is truly a test of like who is the real deal or who got the fluke W. And honestly, I like Boston on Boat Cage a lot just because of their SMG play and like sort of where they're leaning with their roster. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of a toss-up for me with how both these guys performed. They were lights out in their last series.
Oh, big time. Now, let's break it down between both of the teams that are playing right now. And I want to talk about Boston first. We were giving a lot of love and credit to the SMG duo, right? And rightfully so. Nero and Vivid have been lights out ever since Vivid joined this roster from the Florida Mutineers. But me in this matchup right here, I got my eyes on the ARs, okay? TJ and Zenny have had great moments this year, but in this matchup, it's going to be a big test for them. They're facing off against Spartan Slash, came off of a big win, and I really want to see them take over again because when Zenny is lights out, this Boston team is magical. When you pair that with the SMGs, man, it's going to be even better.
Well, that's what Boston was able to do so well in their last series was shutting down players like Accuracy and Sib.
Yeah.
And that's how they were able to win that. But like Slasher looked ridiculous in their last series, like so comfortable. And then another thing about Slasher is his S&D play has been through the roof. I mean, despite losing a few of them, he's been going off in that game mode and picking up people on the flank. So I really think he's going to give players like Nero a really run for their money in the search and destroy as Nero tries to get pushed up. But let's jump into the Boston keys to victory to see what they have to do. Continue that hot form on Control. This is a team that's 3-7 in their last 10, but they're coming off of a big Control win, 70% round win rate during stage 4. They rank first overall throughout this stage, so that's fantastic. And rework your offensive A setups on Bocage S&D, 2-16 on their A offensive breakoffs this season. So obviously you're gonna have to play a bit better there. I think where teams go wrong sometimes at A is they play a little bit too aggressive and it's just obvious. So you gotta spread the map, try to make some action happen over towards B or by that mid fence, and then late round you can make plays through the doors, right? And oftentimes defense will even give you a kill. They'll peek out of those doors, they'll make some noise up top trying to get a kill onto that ravine area. So it's just free pickings if you spread the map.
Well, hopefully they learn from that, right? But LAG as well, this has been a team that's just been really fun to cover this year. I'll say that as well. The most interesting team I've ever covered in my career. I'll tell you that right now. But Røkkr right there, I saw things from him yesterday that I've been waiting to see consistently for a long time this year. And I'm going to let you know now, Røkkr and Neptune put on a show last time we saw them together. And if these two can really start to butter their bread with that chemistry that they got forming from that last win, this LAG team just might be terrifying. And also, they got a little bit of motivation behind them as well. The points are there for champs, and they do not want to lose that spot. But check this out, man. When it comes to the game field keys of victory, let's go ahead and lay it on them. Carson, what you give us today? They're going to have to carry North Carolina, that momentum from yesterday's win right there. Little typo. But yeah, they did beat FaZe 3-1, which is sexy. But the last one is Røkkr finding form with the new roster. 1.13 KD ranks 3rd amongst SMGs during stage 4. Hey, that's exactly what I was talking about. Røkkr walking out on that stage, you see that look on his face. The man is focused at all times.
Another thing is like, Slasher as well, he had a 1.4 in their series, and I think besides that, like, you could see the passion that was there. I mean, he's the in-game leader for this team now, having to step up into another role since Asim's not on the team. Yeah. So for Slasher, I mean, this is a really important time. He's the guy who has that champs experience, him and Røkkr, obviously, and he's got to lead these guys through it, so we'll see if they can get it done.
I'm looking at him as the emotional and just the all-around leader on this team. But also, ladies and gentlemen, we got Bryson trying to kick things off at this series, fellas. I don't know what to expect. How are you guys feeling about this series?
Well, if the last few days have taught us anything, is that anything can and will happen in the CDL. I'm not even going to lie. I don't know how to explain some of the results we've seen the last couple of weeks. All I do know is that it's getting very spicy in the bubble as we head into Major 4.
Honestly, I don't even know how to sort of analyze it at this point. It's like, if you see both the games that both these teams had last night, you're like, okay, well, if they both lose these, yes, it's fine. But the fact that they both win them, and both win this map against Seattle and FaZe, and then they challenge each other on it for first map on the series, I mean, it's setting it up so nicely. I'm very excited to get into it with what is a massively huge game. Boston could do with the win, absolutely, but it feels like LAG maybe need it that little bit more. Very curious how things are going to work out here on map number 1, but it should be a banger of a series.
At the moment, a lot of kills going the way of LAG, and you can see them just getting a bit of dominance here towards the middle of this map as they try to get a few points going through as well. TJ trying to deflect that pressure, but at the moment, not an awful lot on the board for Boston. They will be looking, though, to try and make some kills and then get this rotation into P2.
Looking to try and break the spawns that LAG do have a hold of currently. 7 of the 11 rotations against FaZe yesterday, they came out on top. It's obviously something they're going to be looking to keep going. And if Slasher can keep that KD that he had up yesterday going, then the team are going to be looking good here today. It's a 4-0 start for Austin. Let's see if we can keep things rolling. But just playing these sort of positions in and around the field side, if he can lock this down as best as he can, it will help his squad. Looking towards these rotations, it's looking like LAG are going to be the first ones there. They get the spawns in towards back tin, and mostly the kill feed in their favor as well. Good start from the side of LAG.
Oh, he's already pushing this one out. You can do this on P2 as long as your back is secured. They're going to have to be careful, though. At the moment, the teammates just being in the right position for it, but you can see Boston already trying to look for this flip, and that's the issue. If you're not going to get secure for the spawns, you can flip out as well. And now it's going to be LAG. They have to push through grannies. They have to try and get towards P2. It is a difficult prospect.
And Røkkr does the right thing there. It was just a bit of bad timing. The rest of the team had already pushed past grannies. It was kind of like ships in the night. It's a little bit unfortunate. Then the river spawn comes in for Boston, and it's a relatively easy break. An unexpected one for the side of LAG. Boston in and around it though, and Methodz is going to have a good game today, I would say. Based on how Slasher has been playing, you need to see that form that we've seen from Methodz in previous stages come to the forefront, but it really has been about the SMGs on these teams, especially when it does come down to Package. That's obviously very, very important. Our start time is going to go over towards the side of Boston Breach. This rotation, though, once again, LAG's favour, but the lead very much with Boston Breach.
At the moment, they are set up for this one as well. Spartans a very slow Chow actually coming through that door as TJ looks to line them up, but he's going to need reinforcements. Heavily damaged with just 12 health. Eventually, Neptune will take him down, but Vivid's going to come in for the trade as well. And it looks like Boston might have had an opportunity there to lock it down, but it's not going to work. Sparta and Hugh coming back, firing to flip those spawns, and they are in a good place for LAG.
Yeah, heads up play from Hook coming in there. Manages to find himself around holding a couple of kill cams, and all of a sudden, LAG just spawning there and then winning the gunfights inside the point on top of that. Nice and on the kick in that situation. Neptune inside the point, starting to live up to the hype we did expect of him, it has to be said, at the beginning of the year. There's another one under his belt. There's a third. It's all Neptune inside the point right now. Boston may well get in, but for only 15 seconds or so. It's another good rotation out of LAG, but this time they're getting the lead from it. Once again, those rotations looking like LAG's way, keeping an eye on Vivid heading over towards this next hill over towards Barney. Looking at Bryce C. He's going to manage to get a hold of the tin side. There's the spawns in. Well played from Vivid.
See, already pushing that. He knows somebody's going to try and hit his river. Neptune has been sitting here patient. Neptune doesn't really want to move until some of his teammates make a couple of kills, because he can get in here, but nobody's going to have his trade, and that's going to be the issue. Nero just waiting for him all the time in the world for it. Boston have this on lock, and LAG are going to need more firepower to break it in the end. You can see already it's actually going to go forward, but it's an easy cut down on Neptune eventually getting through into this one. And Vivid gets bad timing, as it will be LAG dominating the kill feed.
Yeah, they managed to dominate the kill feed, but Methodz over towards the back here. Game starting to just heat up a little bit. Players running into their strides, and there you go. Nero through the front door, finds a couple, and all of a sudden, that little bit of positivity for the side of LAG is completely rebutted against him. It's Boston inside the point. That's a really, really good time for Boston. Once again, LAG early on those rotations. They want to make sure they lock this in, but they need to do maybe just a little bit more with it, because right now Boston seems to be gunning after a bit of a slow start. It is their lead. It's a 30.1 at that, and we know on Bukaj it can be enough to turn the tide of the game in your favor.
Oh, Slasher trying to look the technique against Methodz. He's just trying to keep an eye on as the nades do rain in on him. And you can see Boston trying to squeeze this one. Hugo's got a lot of pressure coming towards his way, but he gets one as well, stays alive. His teammates desperately trying to reinforce him here on the point. And eventually, Slasher on that Overwatch position does do it, and Hugo's going round the houses looking for more players. This guy is firing on all cylinders, eventually taken down by Nero, but it has caused a little bit of a problem for Boston. They do not have the bodies where they want them. They are going to continue to push this issue eventually. And with that fight going down towards the back of the spawn, you can see it's TJ with 3. That means who's left on this hill is going to be going down very, very shortly.
It's all TJ towards the back, and he's the last one through the door to find the fourth as well. Fantastically well done for TJ. It was about 15, 16 seconds that they're going to pick up off the back of that. That 30-point lead they had has been decimated somewhat by LAG, but TJ saves their blushes and saves them from being behind heading into this second rotation. Keen to see how Vivid can pick things up here. We know how much of a game he can really have on this map. How good he was yesterday for the side of Boston. Needs to be there for the squad. And most of the time, it hasn't really been about the SMGs yet. It's been about these rotations, and it's been about the breaks that have potentially come through for Boston. TJ having a great game at 17 and 13. Let's see if we can keep it up here. Slasher slowed down after a hot start as well.
Yeah, he really got a lot of kills in that first kind of P1, P2 switch over, and since then, not been the best of story for him. But as we are on this second set of rotations, the game is close as it might as well be tied. They're just trying to hold down Grandies. It's not going to work for them. It's now going to be LAG looking to maybe push this pressure for it, but Nero is sitting there waiting for this play to come through. Somehow he almost wins it, staying alive. Reinforcements funding into attack as LAG. They managed to get kills going down for as well. Only Vivid can make the difference. Finds one, finds a second. Teammate still spawning in for P2. It's all good, and only Slasher can deflect this, but TJ's found him as well, and it's a great hold there from Boston in the end.
Yeah, Vivid does his job fantastically there. But I mean, look, the rest of the team do spawn behind him. They probably would have kept a hold of it, but it makes it easier when you're SMGs finding kills like that. LAG now in the back foot. Look how far Boston are pushed up. You got Vivid in a horrible little position for you to try and get past. You got Nero running around in Gromos. It's an absolute nightmare for LAG to try and get past. Slasher will deal with them both, and eventually the push will start to come on through, but that's 20 seconds uncontested for the Boston Breach here on P2.
They certainly are doing a great job, Tan. Let's find out how they're feeling in the comms. The Boston Breach, listen in.
Last guy's probably got it.
Staying down on time.
Yep.
It's out.
don't see him. That's not him. It's Austin. It's Austin. Okay. Got it. Nice. In the back. 10 I'm in the house. Just let it on, bro. Down on time. I need it front side time. I'm coming up behind him. I swung. Nice. Yo, the shooter. Dead. Nice. One man. Hole. I think I'm running down man. Go. Nice. Nice jump. Nice, good shit. Looking for support. Could be tunnel or some shit, like deep right? They could be each other. I'm going to the back. I'm going to the back. I'm top house right now. Angle to the left. Yo, shooter. I got one. Yo, deep. You sparked in deep back. I'll flick it. Back window, silo dead. I'm flicking tunnel. Play together. Yep. One shot down. Push the back. Push that time and back shot time weak. Push out front. Yeah, front doors and back side time. You saw him in the back? No, on the barrels. Kitchen, Jelly, back kitchen. Flying at you. Let's go in. Nice time. I'm one for him. Another kitchen. Nice. Silos. Get in your kitchen. You can be every left. I'm picking back window. Deep spot. Back window. One shot back window. Back right, Austin. They're gonna be pushing up on us. Get this time. They're not gonna know. I'm seeing your time. Watch out. Alright, make sure we get this time. I think front doors. Nothing straight. I'm on front doors. Looking kitchen. I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna actually. A plot. How are we gonna hit hold? I'm behind Eddie. I don't see him. Yo, what's in his hold? He's at kitchen or something. Oh no, Slasher, absolute. You went back river, I'm pretty sure. He was one shot though. One's gonna be red on us.
Well, you can see Boston Breach are going to be in the lead for this one. Some big plays coming out of TJHaly and Nero. And now, can they see and stay alive to this one? LAG have been loading up the kill feed recently, Ton, and they do have a firm grip on this barn.
LAG get maybe a little bit unfortunate over towards P3 during that listening. Managed to flip the spawns at pretty much the perfect time. They got a hold of barn control. They pushed out expecting Boston to be there. Boston spawned towards the back. And while this rotation for LAG, though, although they lost the last 20 points in the previous hill, they have locked down the first 30 here over towards P4. Those rotations so important yesterday. And once again, paying off for the side of LAG. Hook now feeling it skating around Bakaj once again. And Boston are really struggling to find a foothold here. They're getting one or two players through at a time, but it's not enough to break what good of a hold LAG have had on here. And that is going to be the majority, if not all of the time on P4 over towards the LA side.
Well, at the moment, this rotation could prove very, very critical. You already see Boston Breach trying to spread wide and hold every angle they possibly can for this. However, they've lost Granny's control. They are spawning out towards River. If they lose a couple more kills here, they are in a big danger. You can already see they've given up the hill time. They know they have to try and hold this. Slasher guns Methodz as well. And it's a little bit chaotic on the mini-map.
It's a big fight for Slasher to win. The rest of the team will then spawn in, but are Boston ready for it? The angle's being held by TJ. Spark does not care. One little bit. There's a second onto Vivid as well. And LAG break through phenomenally. It's that big kill from Slasher towards the back. We said he had a slow middle part of the game. Now starting to heat up on a 5 spree himself. The ARs for LAG getting the job done. Make it 6 in a row for Slasher. Can't quite find the 7th. And that would have been huge for the side LAG, who still do trail. ARs on both sides of the coin, though. Going well. 4 in a row now for Methodz. Make it 5, 6, and 7. We're lining it up, but LAG just can't quite break through. Both teams stepping up to the plate when it matters, but still Boston in the lead, Bryce.
It is, and they are both scrapping for this time over and over again as we go into our third set of rotations. Boston will be here first, but keep an eye. Hugh is sitting pretty in barn. He's going to try and make some magic happen by the look of it. He's been sitting there for quite a while, waiting for it to come through. There we go. Eventually, Hugh gets that first kill. Now he's diving out the back of barn. He's looking to try and flip this. They're all looking for him on Boston. They don't know where he's gone, and he finds a second one. And Hugh is still going. He's trying to flip these spawns by himself. Incredible patience to sit in the back here. And with the spawns now coming in River, he's almost done enough. He gets another kill towards the back, but Nero finds him in the end. 30 seconds of play, and unfortunately for Hugh, it's not going to pay out.
Yeah, it's just a little bit early to be trying to do that sort of thing. I mean, I absolutely appreciate the job he's trying to do there, but it's very, very difficult when there's that amount of time left to go. Boston trying their best just to keep LAG off it, but they've been taken away slowly. All that Hook was doing there yesterday may not have succeeded in flipping the spawns. He was causing issues, but has he caused enough? Is Boston through the front door now? It's about 15, 16 point lead, but look at the game clock as well. Bearing in mind 25 seconds to go. It's surely got to all end over towards P2.
Hughes there again. He's waiting patiently one more time, and there are many bodies here for LAG, but Boston also haven't. Spark managed to find 2, but it's not going to be enough. Players going by goddamn Methodz, running back towards the hill. He knows the player's
10 seconds.
Barn. He's
got to get in.
Trying to hold this unbelievable from both teams, just keeping them off with 7 seconds left to go. They have to go, and Hugh goes in, he finds the kill, stops that clock for a second, but it's not enough. 15 seconds away, Neptune has to dive.
Oh, that's huge.
Will win it on the timer, surely. Down it goes in the end. And it just didn't work out. Too much time had gone. LAG had to sprint at the hill, and Boston hold it. But it is a close, chaotic game all the way through Bocage.
TJ like a bouncer on the front door there. No ID, no entry, boys. Do not get past him at tank. Do not touch the hill. And that is it for LAG. They were so close all the way through, back and forth. Nobody really extended more than a 30-point lead. In the end, it will be Boston Breach who just about hold on. But what about that from Nero? 39-30. I mean, everybody had their moments there in that game. But 4,200 damage. Big game out of him. And just in the end, Boston able to break through quite a lot of these rotations that were won by LAG. Just a couple of good breaks from them, a couple of good holds. It was really hard to actually distinguish who was really holding the momentum. It never felt like any particular team were the ones doing most of the damage. It felt like maybe towards the end of that second rotation, that's when Boston felt the most in control. It was still the flip from LAG, but it was still the control from Boston Breach. It's now 3 games in a row on Bocage Hardpoint. Things are going very, very swimmingly for that side on this map in particular. The SMGs, the change up for them working out. For the side of LAG though, that's going to be a little bit of a disappointment. You had your heat up moments, but it's not quite enough to get the job done. Couldn't quite flip the spawns there for Hook as well over towards the beginning of that final hill. And the time just not on their side. It got fast and frantic, but as I said, TJ does a sensational job at holding them off towards the end. That could have made a huge difference if LG found a route through, Bryce.
Yeah, that's what they were hoping for. Like, the issue with letting a timer go down, and I've said this in many of these games so far, is realistically, that's not what a lot of teams play for. It seemed what Boston went for right at the very end, and that's with a few seconds left, but getting time is always kind of the way you ended up playing it. But the problem is always going to be, for LAG, it's a difficult hold if they got them from bad side. Boston were just in the zone over and over again, and that's probably the reason we saw Hugh make the plays he did. He was desperately trying to flip it so he could lock it down for themselves. It just never really paid off, and you have to give a little bit of props to that to Boston. They knew he was somewhere back there over and over again, and they made sure they didn't let him get it.
I mean, props to Boston for winning the gunfights in the middle of the map as well. Hook may well have been causing chaos, but nobody else from the side of LAG could get there to back that man up, and all of a sudden, spawns come in for Boston, and it's pretty much job done at that point of the game. And you know, they didn't commit to just picking up those points and extend that lead. They very much would just keep off it. Everybody stay away, so good communication out the Boston side. Very much making the assertive play there. Moving into the search and destroy though. Both teams sitting at 4 and 5 on this one. I completely agree with Nameless on the desk there before. This is literally the perfect map set for what should be a really, really entertaining game. I wouldn't say it necessarily favors one or the other, but it is going to be Boston to take over that Bocage Hardpoint to kick things up. S&D, as I said, it could be interesting. I'm curious about the SMGs and these first bloods that are potentially going to come on through. Lower numbers for both these SMGs, but we do know that both these teams are trying to kind of orientate their game style around them to try and move forward as a team, to try and get up into that top 8 playoff point. That's where you want to be. And it's very curious to see how these SMGs are going to play in this map. We have seen Boston recently lose at round 11 up against OpTic. Things could get a little bit messier. I don't know, Bryce. I feel like I'm waffling. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm very confused as to how it... But reassure me, please, mate, because I'm confused to which way this one's going to go.
First of all, you're always waffling, so let's just get that one out of the way. The second thing here is, and I can kind of understand your problem, it's the same issue I'm having. Coming into this split, Boston had one of the hardest schedules. This was actually the game I thought they probably would take going forward. Especially considering all the team changes that have gone on. It's the rest of the games I didn't really expect them to take, but also LAG and FaZe yesterday. Upsets are happening in the CDL, and the problem you have with that is the inconsistency of guessing where these teams benchmark and how you can actually figure out how well they're playing. Considering both these teams basically took down Atlanta and Seattle, like how do you figure out how the rest of this is going to go? What I will say is that with Boston basically doing their hardest schedule in this stage and looking like they could come out of it with a considerable amount of points, it's a very scary prospect for everybody else in the bubble. LAG with that upset last night gives them a little bit of a cushion, but they would love to have this one as well to try and draw a little bit further up that lead before we get to Major 4.
I mean, if Boston Breach come away with the win, yeah, they're not safe, but they're in such a good spot. Sitting at 160, and it kind of creates a bit of a gap there. If Boston managed to win this, of course, yes, they do bump themselves up to 5th position. But then from there, LAG are still going to be around 15 points off the next team, which is going to be Toronto Ultra. You would expect them to at least pick up a couple of results, although shaky series are across the board for them as well. I don't know. I think for Boston here, this win, it doesn't quite secure it for me in any sense of the imagination, but it puts them in such a good spot to be finishing in the top 8. LAG with this win, then claw Ultra and Breach right back into it as well. It's such an interesting game. It kind of makes the bubble either bigger or a lot smaller on one side of the coin.
I've got a whole new light on kind of Boston coming into this split. Realistically, I think Nero has been playing out of his mind. He's been probably Boston's best player for a while. TJ was having a great series just then, as well as Vivid. Methodz a little bit slow, but it is Bacard. It maybe doesn't suit him as well as it could. But hey, you do just enough to make sure your team get into the positions they need to be. Don't worry about the KD ratio for him. It has been a long time since we've seen him drop like a 36 and a 15 on Gavudu. But it doesn't matter if the rest of your team is making those kills that you can't make, then it doesn't matter as long as you're in the right position for it. And Boston Breach are benefiting from a surge upwards right at the end of the year. And that's scary for so many teams. It's more scary for the New York Subliners, who we've been talking about non-stop for weeks and weeks. They're trying to make a Cinderella run, and they need basically everybody in the bubble to lose. Otherwise, they might not even have a chance. They could go flawless this split and still have a terrible time.
I mean, look, NYSL would have been sick to their stomachs last night. To see LAG and Boston both beating FaZe and Seattle, it's just, they would have make our job a little bit easier. They are doing everything they can, and absolutely, it's their own fault for being where they are. But they're doing as much as they possibly can. They're winning every single game. But so all of these teams around the bubble, it's like, come on, give us guys a break. I mean, they've got a game against OpTic later on this evening as well, which is going to be a banger. I don't know. It's just heating up so nicely. I mean, we've got 2 weeks more of online games coming in here. Then it's all on from that. I'm just so excited for the end of this season. I think, you know, we haven't talked about the points as much up until the last 2 qualification stages, of course, and I'm really investing in it here because it's such a great story to see some of these teams just all over the place, Bryson. I have no idea how it's going to end up, to be honest with you. There is no prediction that could possibly be right at this stage.
No, there certainly isn't. My pick'em's a chance. But let's have a little look at our points. And the reason I want to kind of highlight this, you're going to hear us, all of the talent, harp on about this over and over again. The bubble is real. Right now, it has squeezed down a little bit. You would say Surge and the Ravens have kind of escaped that super danger zone. But with Ultra, Breach, LAG, Thieves, Røkkr, Mutineers, and the Subliners all sitting there, still fighting for these spots. Every single one of these games matters incredibly much. Obviously, Boston, they win this, they go up into 5th, 160 points. LAG, they close the gap a little bit. But when you've got people like Florida and Minnesota and Thieves all battling to try and just keep themselves above water, they certainly don't want to see any of these teams kind of win or gain points. So it's a really interesting prospect to kind of put such weight on the games at the end of the season for these points.
Yeah, it's massive. And I mean, look at Thieves in the second game coming up. That's a huge game against Paris. A one that they absolutely have to win, a one they'll be expected to win. But we spoke about this before. Paris could potentially be the Reapers. They haven't really shown me any reason that they can be so far in this bit. It has to be said. But at the same time, look, going up against Thieves, Thieves can be shaky. We know they can sometimes sometimes, you know, it's one of those situations. Let's see how they do. That's a crazy series that potentially could be coming up, obviously, in our second game of the evening. But this one has just started and it's going to start heating up. What game number 1 out of these 2 teams as we head into Bacage once again. Search and destroy on the cards this time. Curious to see how Boston are going to attack this one. Technically, you would say they're probably favorites heading into this one if we're looking at the stats from recently, at least anyway. LAG, though. Can they spoil the party once more?
Well, we will find out. Second map in, obviously, Bacage, and technically the statistics for this one all favor LAG. But I don't know, man. Statistics has been a weird thing in the CDL recently. They haven't meant an awful lot, ton.
No, I honestly don't know why I do the research every week. I don't know why I bother. Half the time it's just, hey, speak about these things, the opposite happens. By the way. Yeah, thank you. Well, exactly. I'm not going to take any of the credit. Let's be honest. Anyway, search and destroy. Off we go.
Just on board with Methodz and holding it down towards River. Wonder if we'll get a chow here from Slash when that first day comes through. No dice for him, and Neptune has found Vivid, but not able to kind of eat his dinner. Hugh gets that first blood, and that's huge for the LAG. There is now a small hole on the map. Where are they going?
It's going to be the play here for the side of LAG. Going to come in here, Slasher. On the tank is always a good position to be in, but not when Vivid is already watching where you are. Hook will find that kill onto Nero, who was maybe trying to get aggressive over towards that A side. Vivid tries to do the same, survives. No utility on his way yet. And I don't think they would expect Methodz to be here as well.
Sneaky, sneaky, crouchy Methodz. Looking for that first kill, and he gets it. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. With that bomb down, though, they're going to have to work in concert to try to crack this nut. Hugh watching as well. The bomb is basically not really planted for back or for front. And Hugh's sitting on it, going through Neptune, gets one though, and his Methodz left alone again, and Hugh is going to take him down. And what could have been a little bit of a clutch there for Boston hasn't worked out.
It's the neutral setup that comes in for LAG. 60% win rate when they kind of just sit back, wait for that first kill, they find it, and all of a sudden it's a transition over towards A. They just slow and steady, looking for the picks. Looking to catch Boston out as best as they can. Good job here from the side of LAG. They will find that first attack. I mean, last time around that we seen the Breach and OpTic go up against each other on this map specifically, it was very defense-oriented. Only seen attacking rounds coming in over the previous final couple of rounds, but this is something I want to speak of as well. 2 and 16 on their A pushes on Search and Destroy. It's looking like a little bit of a slower one, a bit more of a neutral setup, similar to what LAG did in that previous round, looking for a pick themselves.
Well, both teams actually playing this very passive and waiting for the information to come through. He's already making a noise, and he knows he's going to back off because somebody's going to wall bang that wall in a second. Now they make their move across. It is looking like Boston potentially want to take a bit of A control here. Vivid waiting. There's the wall bang. Open. He knows Neptune is there, and he does get the grenade in, I think. No, I think it fell out. Dangerous time. How on earth are both teams still got 4 players alive? Eventually, Slasher makes a pick. Spark makes a pick. And now a 2 versus 4 for Boston.
LAG, the kings of first blood, win percentages on Vakajan. Another round underneath their belts. Fantastically well done. And as soon as that first blood goes in, it's panic stations for Boston. They don't really know where to go from there. And it's almost like, okay, try trade it. Try go for the trade. See if we can set something up to go in our favor and LAG win the second one. And it's pretty much curtains from there for the side of Boston. Just to reiterate that, LAG first in first blood win percentage on this map across the CDL. And both 2 rounds that they found those first bloods, they managed to win, Bryce.
Yeah, they've got this locked in. The strategy book is fully out in play. They know exactly where they want to make this go through. And Slasher going towards back again. You can see Boston have gone for a B dominant here. Actually getting aggressive with it. Changing the momentum of this game. And back to back at this door. Slasher's found the first one. Nero doesn't know what's going on. Eventually Nero peeks out, but he hasn't found anyone. He's going to see 2. He's gone for Slasher. Decides not to hold it any longer. Finds Hugh, but he isn't able to finish that one either and will eventually go down. And now Vivid being aggressive one more time. Wobbly on Spark, but it works. And oh my goodness, the kills are coming through thick and fast, Hun.
How on earth have we ended up here? Why is Methodz back here on the defensive side of things? LAG are running through Boston at the moment. So many first bloods. It's just making it so difficult for Boston, who on occasion, especially on the attacks, look a little bit lost, where LAG are really... I want to say they're being the ones who are leading this dance in a certain way. They're being proactive. They're the ones forcing their way forward. They're the ones looking for these picks. Boston seem to be a little bit stuck in the mud for me. I'm not too sure if they want to maybe change up their game mode. I'm not too sure.
I don't know, man. They went aggressive there, but it was kind of like a B dominant push, and they didn't really have the space to maneuver, and the trades weren't going their way. After that first pick, I think the entire issue is Nero's going to go for it as well, but he loses the first blood, and the trades come in again. LAG, they get the first blood. Hugh's 5-0, eventually bringing it back to a 2 versus 2. This is a potentially good spot here for Boston. Finally bringing those numbers down just a little bit.
Neptune thanking the Lord for doors in that scenario. TJ just kind of a little peek there as LAG position themselves mostly over towards B, but Spot may well be left all alone. But it's an interesting position that he's managed to hold up. He should be able to find a kill here on the Methodz and will do so and will make it a 1v1, but does he know where TJ is? The answer is no. TJ will find the kill. And Boston Breach eventually find some sort of momentum in themselves. And in that situation there, Bryce, that was proactive on the attack, that's a little bit better from them. get those kills to make things maybe just a little bit more chaotic and go from there. Well played from the side of Boston.
Yeah, you got to say, obviously, Methodz bringing it back to 2 versus 2, very important, but it just almost didn't work out for him coming down to a 1v1, and Spark kind of had to try and pick his poison. He assumed the teammate would be closer than he actually was, but TJ was already and waiting for him, pre-aimed in. Back onto the attack with LAG. Nero's gone straight into barn here. I don't think they know he's here. He's found one. He's found a second as well. Nero explosive through the map, but it's now only going to be... Oh, never mind. It's done. It's dusted. Boston Breach, take it to them.
He's just gotten hook as well towards the end there. We'll see it in the final kill cam, I hope. But I think, honestly, what I was speaking about, I felt like Boston were maybe a little bit slow. Yeah, okay, in that defensive round that we've seen things kick off on the dim mid, like comment, they got, you know, aggressive over towards B. But it feels like they've just unleashed Nero and said, okay, well, things aren't working out. You just run at them and see what happens. I mean, it's kind of my tactic in Search and Destroy and round play. If things ain't working, I just run towards them. Most of the time, I die immediately. But Nero, not this time. Neptune and Spot. Hook followed. 3 kills for him. Boston Breach. Very, very quickly back into this.
Yeah, I'm really loving the adaptation that are coming through. They're being aggressive. They're not allowing LAG to play their positions and lock things down. They are putting the pressure on them. And that's maybe why LAG aren't reacting as quickly as they want, but that time they've run into it. The trade comes through, though. 3 versus 3. It's erupting again here on Bacage. Nero trying to do something, but isn't going to get through, and he finds players. It's a jump. It's a slide. It's a shoot. It's a runaway. It's still a 3 versus 3, though.
Everything being broken inside of Grandma. She won't be very happy. Oh my goodness me. Neptune Nelly around the corner onto Nero. It's a 2 versus 2. Things have exploded here on Bacage, and all of a sudden it's an LAG win. There is nothing slow about this Search and Destroy. Both teams just meeting in the middle here and swinging, Brycey. Oh, the UFC card ended last night. It's still ongoing. Just punching the hell out of each other.
I like it. I think Boston have realized that a higher tempo may pay out for them. It didn't on that round. That doesn't mean it won't again. I'm kind of expecting more pressure coming in from Boston, trying to see if they can get LAG to kind of fumble the ball. Are they going to go for it again, or will this be a slowdown? The slowdown kind of rounds haven't worked for them. Here we go. Oh no, Slashy gets the first blood. Slowdown for Boston has cost them again.
And the problem is with getting so aggressive is that the team that you're going up against are going to make that adaptation to counteract that. Of course, LAG, we've seen it in the previous round. Spot ready and waiting, literally, towards the back of Grandma's inside it, like towards the back P3 point. Ready for this push to come through. Look where Slasher is. Slasher ain't moving. He's the one that finds that first blood once again for the side of LAG. They have the advantage, and when they do find that advantage, very often they're converting it into a round here. Slowly but surely making their way over towards A. Methodz may see something over towards top Grandma's, if he over towards top barn, I should say, if he does have a little peek. He had the push, starting to come on through. What can Boston do about it?
At the moment, they're looking to try and get a little bit of dominance towards it. That is going down. They have the control here. They're looking to see if he can pick anybody when they do rain in, and he stays. Now Boston have to retake.
Who's it going to be on? Well, it's not going to be on Vivid because he's dead. Nero now. Up top, Grandma's. Does he get a bit of good timing? Yes, he does, but unfortunately, the rest of his team not there to help him. The rechild from Neptune. He'll be happy about that one as LAG go a round away from tying the series up. These first bloods have just been so crucial for both these squads. The rechild comes through from Neptune because of course it does. LAG in prime position here now, Bryce.
And I got to say, I think Boston go aggressive again. I've got a feeling.
Seems to be the only way.
Yeah. LAG seem just too kind of locked in whenever they have an opportunity to slow down. And here we go, Boston on the attack. It's an A dominant here from LAG. They've gone aggressive themselves. They've tried to counter whatever's coming their way. Neptune already through. Gonna jump in, but he is gonna lose the first blood this time. Nero finds it. There's another kill coming through now. Surely Vivid is going to find out wherever this player is, because he's lost him. He has lost him. That player has got away from him, but not Spark. Vivid is through. Hugh gets another trade coming forward, and both teams now erupting as all semblance of battle lines has fallen off of the map. And slashes into 1 versus 2, and down he goes, and Boston find it eventually. But that was just warfare all across Bacage.
I mean, sometimes it just feels like close your eyes, sprint, and see who you run into. It's just a wild, wild round. Vivid runs through Bomb Grandma's with an auto in his hand, gets all the way through kitchen.
Loses the player he was following.
I don't know how to explain that round. There's sometimes that I think I know what I'm talking about in Call of Duty, but I struggle to understand what happened there, Bryce, if I'm honest.
Well, you see, at this point in the map, obviously the tactical awareness to hit sprint at max speed and slide cancel at Mach 4 has worked out for them. But we are going back into this. LAG, obviously, we are expecting slow and steady and maybe a gentle glacial push towards A. But we'll see if they can find that first blood again. At the moment, nobody from Boston daring to peek that head above the parapet.
Very different than last round. Both two teams posturing, looking for that pick. This works out for LAG more often than not. But Boston ain't showing a goddamn thing here.
Now they're really far back as well.
Yeah, not grenading, Richard. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness me, yes it did. It felt like he held it for a long, long time, but coordinated well with the side. The slasher, there's that first blood. TJ's able to answer back with one of his own and gets away. Nero does not. 3v2.
TJ is watching that bomb like a hawk. He isn't expecting anybody to get across in there, but Methodz gets one back to a 2v2. Hugh gets one more, and now Methodz has to clutch. He does have time for it. He's going to slide around the corner. He's going to find nothing. Oh, LAG get it. And it's off the back of the first bloods over and over again. It was the difference maker for them, Ton.
A really, really entertaining search and destroy is what it is. But yeah, LAG, those first bloods just paying off nearly every single time. I'll be really interested to see how many they did get, but it felt like a lot. And Boston didn't really have too much of an answer to it. The statistics this time around are backing us up. There you go, 7 out of the 9 rounds go over towards LAG on the first blood front. They convert 6 of them. That is a very, very good conversion. It's a very good sign for LAG on the first blood front as well. It just gives you that automatic advantage. If you're those teams who are finding these pick and then especially converting them, it makes all of the difference in these search and destroys. In the end, a comfortable game for the side of LAG, and the only answer Boston had was kind of, well, screw it and send it down mid-map. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It did work for a couple of rounds, but LAG switched themselves on and tie this series up. And it's set up quite nicely for the next 3 maps here, Bryce, if I'm honest with you. What a first 2 maps this has been. Both 2 teams look to be firing. And I'm interested heading into Tuscan there, but that was a really good performance from LAG on the map that they would have come into and had a lot of hope with that first blood percentage very much working out in their favor.
Yeah, it certainly has, and that sets us up nicely for the rest of the series. Currently, Boston Breach and LAG are all tied up, but it cannot remain that way. Joining us after this break for more action, the Call of Duty League.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are in a game versus Boston Breach and LA Guerrillas. Currently 1-1 between these two teams. It's been double barrage so far. The hard point was close. The S&D was not. For the control, who knows, Tom?
Oh, God, honestly, who knows at this stage? See, we've had too many crazy results to go on to come up with any sort of semblance of normality here. But these two teams are very much on the precipice at this moment in time and need these wins. Arguably, as said, LAG maybe needed that a little bit more than Boston do. They've tied the series up after a mediocre start on map number 1. A very strong search and destroy out of them ties things up heading into Tuscan control. Both these two teams with, well, different fortunes on this map as of recent. Boston 2-0 in stage 4. They both beat... Right, hold on a second. Let me just regain before I say this. They beat both Seattle and OpTic 3-0. So the form book is on pretty good, Brycey. Has to be said, but LAG were on a 4-game losing streak before beating FaZe yesterday 3-1. So quite the resume of wins as of recent for both these two teams. But either way, it should be an interesting one. It just blows my mind out. I read those out and they're actually true.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens recently around these ways. It's all getting a bit crazy and a bit mixy before we go to Major 4. I don't think anybody is 100% certain who isn't making champs at this point, but one thing I do know is that this is going to matter. This game entirely is going to matter. For some people at home, they might not even be fans of these teams, but wanting them to lose one way or the other. If you're a New York fan, you probably want LAG to have a little bit more of a stumble. If you're anybody else in that bubble as well, maybe LAG is the one you're looking to take a dive. I mean, this is the kind of the crazy thing. But Florida, New York, Thieves, Minnesota, you all kind of want LAG to tumble, so you feel a bit safer going forward. Like, Florida have got a couple of points, Minnesota have got a couple of points. Everybody's getting more points than we would have expected. There's no team really at this stage throwing it in the bin.
No, and look, I mean, looking at it as well, I mean, if you're in New York, you would have been sat, you know, kind of ready to see where LAG was sitting. LAG were only 15 points ahead of the side of New York. They could be, what, 30 away at this stage when we get towards the end of this game. If they manage to win this, New York have then got less teams to try and catch. LAG could be very much out of their touch, if you like, and I don't know, things get a little bit more scary. I think if you're right, you are right, to be honest with you. If New York are looking at this one, they want to see Boston win it. I would like to see, for them, you want LAG to be within touching distance. They aren't if they win this. It gets a little bit more scary. This is going to be an interesting one. The defensive win percentage, I mean, they're both third. Is that exactly the same? I'm not too sure. Either way, the stats at this stage, let's see if they mean much as we head into Tuscan control. As said, both these teams recently looking very, very solid on this map in particular. Who's going to come out on top this time?
Methodz just waiting, and he's going to get that information. And already Neptune's got a very, very aggressive. Hugh's got one as well, but that nade from TJ is going to take down Hugh, and Neptune's going to get caught as well. What could have been a great start for LAG has been blown to bits. And oh my goodness, what a chow there from TJ.
It was correct, actually. LAG and Boston both tied for second in defensive win percentage. Exactly the same stats at 80%. It's both these two teams.
His legs.
I mean, yeah, they've just about got through. He's still going. So there you go. Air control is going to go over towards the side of LAG. It looks like they're not going to quite lock this one in because they got a little bit of purchase over towards B. So Smart is going to join the party. We leave A alone. And we go for the big prize that is B. They're on the point. They're getting a hold of some ticks here as well. But here comes the artillery. Well worked from Boston Breach.
They've got two here. TJ's going to try and push forward. I think he knows where Spot is as well. He's going to take him down, and he's ready for this one at the same time, but so is Hugh. And Hugh just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. They've got the tick onto B, but that's all they're going to get. Back towards A, stop the clock, and start to push it forward here. However, Vivid has got a bit rogue. He's looking for the player. They know he's here. He's been stunned as well. Still gets away with a kill. Surely not a second one. He is going to eventually go down. But Boston are fighting for this, and now they're going to have to give it up.
Have to be careful. Those lives not in their favor. It's a 5-life difference. It's not a lot. But bear that in mind as we start to make this push over towards B. Already one tick secured for the side of LAG. So a minor win, whatever happens in the rest of this round. 6-1 from a slasher. He's picking it up. Heading in towards champs. Of course, a former world champion as well. Yeah, he's really stepping it up. Look at this from LAG, though. Keep an eye on Methodz. He's the one that could be pushing around from behind. He's not the usual player that would be there, but with the auto, he will be a distraction. Oh. Okay, never mind. He had to be weak. Neptune's weak. He's got 1 HP.
He was weak. Some of these players really don't wait for their health to regen, and Neptune's a big case of that one. 1 health is going to be the difference. Still alive. Nade's raining onto his face, though. They know where he is as well. Just waiting for him. Eventually that health comes back and he goes for the chow. It's TJ versus Neptune. And neither of them able to finish that either, and goes through and eventually will go down. Boston try to lock this door against them. And it has been all the kills their way. Still a minute left on the board here for LAG, but it's still a hard break.
Look at the lives, though. Keep that in mind. These next couple of kills could be big for Boston. The fact that Vivid finds that, it's a bit of a swing in the opposite direction. You leave Hook inside of Radio and nobody else push forward for the side of Boston. It's a very different attacking scenario for the side of LAG. Now it's about trying to clear them out as best as he can. Does Vivid get traded? Yes, he does. Spot and Neptune combining well. Things getting scary for Boston, Bryce.
They're looking for as well. Spot's gonna be a level Nero with a huge 2-piece. Shuts down a lot of the pressure. Almost gets a third, but he distracts. Somehow just snapped. Got the kill there as well. But time is now ticking. Boston have 5 lives, but they have the advantage of this time in the pocket. Hugh throws one platform, knows Nero's going to be there, goes for the challenge.
Massive.
Methodz. Hugh's still alive, looks at TJ. TJ takes him down. Both teams swinging into action. That point is ticking through, but TJ finds 2. And Spar with the pre-fire still can't get him. Slash is going for this now. More reinforcements flooding into the point, and Boston hold on.
They've got to go. They've got to go. If you're LAG, you've got to move quickly. And Boston know that. They're ready and waiting. TJ will find one. 3v3.
Slasher gets it. Slasher gets it. Nero's going to go for the double chow. No.
No way.
Wins it. And Methodz gets another one. And it's just Spark
1v1
versus 1. Nero versus Spark. They know where each other must be as well. Gets it. Boston Breach. Hold by the narrowest margin you can do in control. What have we just seen?
I thought Sunday was supposed to be the Lord's Day. A nice calm one. What on earth is going on here? This series is mental. Nero went on a 6 spree to end the round. I didn't even clock onto that. I was just looking at numbers and everything was going on. Honestly,
it was 2 and 6 before that. Oh my goodness.
Anyway, Boston win the defense.
And it's an anticlimax because we're in the next round and we know it's going to slow down here, but Methodz picks up that player pushing P5. And LAG not really looking to put any sort of acceleration onto A at the moment. If they can win these kills around, it will cause issues for Boston. They're still being cautious. They're trying not to throw lives away, Tunt.
I've seen Boston maybe do that just a little bit much towards the end of their defensive hold over towards A. This time around, LAG not necessarily sacrificing too much themselves. The lives remain the same, as B is now what's on the cards for both these two teams. Kills coming in mid-map for Boston, so they'll be able to set themselves up here. Slasher, though, an important one out of Vivid. Stops that player maybe breaking that mid lane. You don't want to give up, and Slasher ain't giving anything up right now. 13 and 6 is going to be 14, not quite.
It's all quiet. Spark gets that blood here, and Neptune just trying to play his life as well. You can see it. Staying alive, and Methodz hits nothing but air, and Neptune's thinking, all right, I might have a go then. He is going to go for it. Methodz as well.
Oh, look at the back line, look at the back line. Vivid's already back there. Here we go. Boston, if he can find the second on a spot, that will be massive. Oh, doesn't quite hit the shots, but here come the rest of Boston, Bryce.
Looking for him. Keeps going up top. He's going to find the first one as well.
Oh my God.
Flame kicked him to the face.
This game is wild. Every single situation that we're having when these teams are going into these big gun fights, the ones that need to come up clutch seem to be doing so time and time again. It's happening either side of this matchup. Boston's still with an opportunity here. The line's just about in the favor of LAG. My goodness me, what is that challenge from Vivid?
I believe that's what is known as slide capturing someone's face off, just right round the corner and took them to bits. And Vivid is still going. He's looking for this one at the back here. He's going to see it, but he's going to catch both of them as well. Spark and Slasher combined to shut it down. Methodz is still here, and Spark's going to have a go at him in just a few seconds as soon as his life's back. So try and find this player. Hasn't found him yet.
And the thing is, here for LAG, they have nobody pushed up. They have nobody who can maybe make that flank. So it's just a batten down the hatches and let's see if we can hold on here. Methodz and Co. setting themselves up for a break that, well, needs to come quickly. There's only 30 seconds remaining. Methodz will find the first one that Slashen does. That just allow Boston Breach to burst into life. It does so. Vivid, can he find Neptune as well, who's done so well to survive and find a second? It might just slow down Boston.
Just when you think one team's got a bit of an advantage, Neptune steps into the fray. That's 3 for him on this defense. Boston felt pretty assured. They hit ramp, they had the kills. And now they aren't even going to get a tick here towards B. It's the last roll of the dice for them. One last jump, one last go into the fray, but no kills for Boston. Methodz gets 2, but it's a consolation kills. It goes back to 1-1, but it does not feel like it in this series. It feels like it should be 28-29 or something. It's ridiculous.
Kind of reminded me of some of those mid-rounds in Bacage. Both teams just sending it. We're seeing big moments from both squads. Everybody stepping up to the plate when needed. My goodness me, this has been a series so far, and we may well have another 2 maps after this one.
Does look like a bit of pressure coming towards A for LAG. It's not the B push here. You can see Boston Breach committed to it. Best thing about that, though, is it does allow them to kind of hit a pinch. Now they've got players through mid.
Gotta win the gunfights, though. You gotta win the gunfights. They are just traded 2 for 2. Now Nero can maybe get a little bit aggressive as A was being secured. Who, well, will survive. But for how long, I'm not too sure. Rest of the side of LAG now coming off the respawn. Who does survive? Who manages to push forward? Somehow slipped enemy lines. Finds another. All 4 dead. How on earth is Hook alive? Is now the attention has to turn over towards me. That was momentarily 4 dead. If you're Boston Breach, hold on to those nades. Wait for them to push. But LAG are in a good spot.
Looking for it's a huge shot coming out of Neptune. He dives for that one. They're looking for it all the way down low as well. As Methodz tries to go for a challenge, and Hugh runs out of ammo. Switches guns. He's continuing the pre-fire. It's not worked out for him, and down he goes. LAG threw everything but the kitchen sink at that one, and it still didn't get away with more than 1 tick. But it certainly rattled Boston.
And Boston had to win their gunfights there. It felt like the majority of the nades had come over and hit nothing but thin air. In the end, they do win those gunfights. They do manage to find a way back into the site. A has now been lost, but LAG still with an opportunity here. Neptune now pushing forward. What's that second kill on the Vivid? Tell me he was weak, please. As Nero will eventually trade it out. Everybody we're going on board with is just gunning. 6-tick advantage to the side of LAG. At this moment in time, of course, things may square up as we head in towards this next round. Boston still do have an opportunity to find an attack in the next one. But LAG now in the ascendancy. Can they find something here in round number 3?
Now, Boston have been able to hold this down last time. And right now, they have an awful lot of map control. LAG are going to prod and probe at this and try to figure out where they can get the wins. Hugh already finds 1. This may cause Boston to readjust, but they are still holding firm. Look at that. 3 players have dived through short ramp. And Methodz gets the first. That's a huge pick for him as well. Looking for the second. He's not going to be able to get it here as Boston try to collapse on it. And eventually they will. Only 1 player left, and it's Hugh. Hugh again staying alive. Eventually TJ takes him down. And just 1 small gap allowed LAG to break through there, but Boston collapsed in on them and prevented themselves from losing that round, Ton.
Yeah, they lose another tick, though. That's the thing. So LAG only need 1 tick from 1 push. They may just do what they did there, which was stack it very, very quickly. They got a hold of the tick, and that's what they need to do. Again, Vivid behind enemy lines. Is he going to find anything? No, he's not. Nero will come for the trade, but they will work in LAG's favor. And who gets on the point and stops the time? Just a little bit of pressure here from Boston. Oh my goodness, how have they held on?
Well, LAG are maybe overextending a little bit here. Hero plays are great, but they don't always work out, and with no kills coming off the back of that one and time running out, Boston will be looking to lock this one. You can see already P5 control desperately. Methodz trying to hold it. The nade hits him in the face.
Takes 1 push.
Bodies.
Just takes 1 push here, Brycey. That 1 tick. But the kills are coming through, and that may well be the final nail in the coffin of this round as Nero will find 2. Felt like LAG always had somebody there, but didn't quite ever have the backup. No, on occasions, I mean, I liked the play that when they pushed down ramp. I really did like that, to go for that tick. They got a hold of it, and well, yes, the grenades came in, they got cleared out, but as you mentioned, those hero plays don't often work out. And it had to be those hero players, though. There was nobody else around them to really gain that momentum from the push that came through from that single player on multiple occasions.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crazy thing, like being staggered in Call of Duty, especially on Vanguard, essentially making sure that team is not all spawning up at the same time so they can't hit anything as a unit. LAG didn't really want to kind of wait around, obviously time's ticking down, but they refused to try and make a play with all 4 players alive because they just wanted to make sure they got into it. And they did some good work, don't get me wrong, the plays were huge, but unfortunately, you're always going to be at a disadvantage. The trades basically mean you cannot end up winning this one. And speaking of trades at the moment, Boston have done it flawlessly so far this round. Neptune gets gunned by Nero. And Boston maybe looking to end this right here and right now. You can already see the stack coming through from them.
Yeah, they really do want to try and end it as quickly as they can because LAG will have defense confirmed in round number 5 if we do indeed get there. LAG do need to hold on to make sure of that, of course. This moment in time, though, as said, Boston getting a hold of A. They did have a little bit of flirt with the push over towards B, but that gets completely shut down by the side of LAG, and they regain control over towards the map side as well, so that's a benefit from them. Point A now secured for the side of Boston Breach. Can they make any sort of route over towards B that can work out in their favor? Good start from Nero, kill and slash it.
Oh, Nero's looking for Neptune. He knows where the flank is coming in. And he's going to find him as well, but it doesn't matter. Spark fortunately makes 2 because it could have gone bad there for LAG. And now Boston trying to stay alive. It's Nero. Just waiting for reinforcements from his teammates.
Oh, it's got to be annoying for Methodz. Neptune all the way over towards Church. Just shutting down any potential flanks here. Boston really taking their time, and they have the luxury to do so. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining here for the side of Boston to try and find this point. Keep an eye on Neptune, though. He's made his way all the way over from A side, all the way over towards B, but the kill's starting to come on through. Neptune still ran off behind. Hook at the front door. Neptune dealt with, though. And all of a sudden, Boston have got bodies here, Bryce.
They do. Methodz going on Overwatch. It's still just 1 player on, though. So a little bit of time for LAG to get through into this one. Methodz on Overwatch. Finds 2. That's huge for them as well. But Hugh gets one towards Plat, but Nero towards the back. It's all on Hugh. He needs to slow down Boston here at this point, and he's not going to be able to. Nero finds him as well. The nades come raining in. TJ's on Overwatch. Boston are winning in the kill feed ton.
It's not looking good for the side of LAG. They're going to find a break, and it might be from Spark. TJ gets gunned. But where are the rest of LAG here? Vivid pushes through the front door. Methodz still surviving. It's Nero on a 6 spree in and amongst it as well. Things might not work out for Boston, but a 7 spree here and a glide bomb secured for Nero could be huge. Methodz will find another, but the round could be even better here for the side of Boston. The kill comes through for Nero. That could be massive if we do go to her. I mean, he's called it. He's called it immediately.
He is, and the reason why is LAG only have 8 lives remaining. Make it 7. Make the pressure come through. TJ gets another one down. It may not even be time. They might even need it. They just need the kills, but Nero continues to run on a 9 streak. Looking for the 10. It doesn't need to have been stolen away from him, but the kills are going their way. Neptune, give him another kill. He's going for it, Nero. The hero has just put the dagger into LAG in this control. You thought they could hold it. They thought they had round 5 secured, but only Hugh remains, and down he goes to Nero. And Boston Breach blow them out of the water.
The ballsy call from Nero to bring it in. A safe man would say save it for the potential of round number 5 if we do go there, but they're in such a good position. He says, right, let's just take it into my own hands. It ends with 11 kills in a row. He was the hero of round number 1 for Boston as well. A seriously tippable performance from the side of Nero, 34 and 16. He was traded not once at all, basically. Only 5 of his kills were traded. 29 in that game from Nero. Insane.
Oh my goodness.
Collectively, he found 16 kills without dying towards the end of 2 different rounds that Boston then won. MVP level performances from Nero. That
I got a little stat to hit you with as well, Tan, and I'm probably going to be corrected if this is wrong. LAG had 8 kills remaining. I'm fairly certain Nero found 4 of them. That's unbelievable. Because obviously he got the 7th, that was his glide. That went down to 8. He got another one with the glide bomb. That would have put him onto 8 kills, and then he got 3 more. So 4 kills out of the remaining 8. He took them all down. And basically just made a difference. LAG were feeling secure. They had defense on that last round, and Nero said, all right, we ain't getting there, lads. Watch this.
It's just crazy. I mean, so many times we've seen both teams. Like, I want to. Like, it was Vivid, Nero, Neptune, Hook as well to a certain degree. Every single time we watch him from their POV, it was like somebody's getting gunned every single time. But Nero, I mean, what a way to step it up. He did have a very solid game across the board, but pick your moments, and he did so. That round number 1 was wild. In the end of that one, not quite as crazy, but we just about got there. The calling of the glide bomb for me, it just shows the confidence in that kind of player. Honestly, I didn't realize the lives has got so bad. At one stage I looked and they were pretty even. The next I looked and they just went. Nero went off in that final round. I mean, look here, sitting on 3, then he's sitting on 6, now he's got 8. Ends it on 11.
There's just not a lot you can do. Obviously, Nero not only was on a 6 streak there,
Try to kill him.
Basically put LAG on the back foot, but the pressure coming through for that glide bomb, you got to remember, he's just laying down plat, waiting for someone to pick their head up. I think it was Hugh. Eventually said hello. He did it. Instant glide bomb call. Didn't even hesitate. Straight in to reduce the numbers and put LAG back. That meant that LAG had at least 2 players coming off the respawn. Boston were flooding through P5. And then Nero went, all right, I'm not quite done yet. It's more kills. And he could have had even more on that time. You got to remember, there were players that got away from him.
Yeah, and even in that situation, you know, when you see how it went down, if he does not find that kill, it is such a different story. Finds that kill, can then secure another, as you say. They're coming in off the respawn. It's easy for the glide bomb to find something there. Then from that, he just continued to dominate. Absolutely wild players out of Nero to secure the map there for Boston and puts themselves in a fantastic position heading into Berlin at hard point as well. Oh man, I mean, that kind of performance is what we kind of know Nero for. Sometimes, you know, he's just kind of lingering around mediocrity, and then every now and then, no, listen, and then every now and then he pops off with a level of SMG play that we do not see often at all.
I'm gonna
no, he coasts most of the time, but then when he goes off, he goes off.
I think Nero's been Boston's best player for a while. I think
just in general,
we spoke about this, obviously, like outside of the kind of the start that Boston had, you know, when they went to that dip. I think Nero and TJ were holding this team down. Vivid seems to have rejuvenated Boston to an incredible degree, and I'm not that surprised. Nero has been fantastic for them over and over again, and I'm looking forward to see what the ceiling of this team is now.
He just has these games though every now and then that are just wild, and those are what make the difference though at the end of the day. As those kind of performances, fantastic from him. Mediocrity was maybe harsh, in fairness.
Yeah,
it's just the way that the time was there. Okay, you know,
mean.
but I wasn't meaning to be mean. I just mean that, you know, like, it feels like when he does go off, he goes serious, and when he finds those moments, I mean, it's very, very hard to stop him. 6 spree to secure round number 1, and 11 spree to secure round number 5. Oh, round number 4. Sorry. Now we're heading towards a Berlin hardpoint. Boston, they have struggled on occasion with their setups. 10th in hold percentage, but both teams effective at trying to find these breaks, 3rd and 4th respectively. So LAG, if they can find those kind of rotations that we talked about, they could be in a good spot. But if they cannot, Boston may walk away with this one, a 1.48 from Nero over this series.
Here's the kind of the crazy thing. I was looking back over the control just a second ago. Nero would have had the best KD on that team before the 11 streak. Like, he was doing work. I think he was like 23 and 16. And then obviously just went berserk all the way towards the end. The momentum now is firmly on Boston's side. And they'll be looking to end this right here. But can they? LAG obviously want redemption on the sticks. And Nero is already hitting this flank.
See if he can keep it up. Boston on the better side when it does come to locking down P1. Can they get some solid time here? Nero trying to push through, as we did see, but they have to lock this one down as best as they can. They've done a good job so far on the flank, though. It's going to be Hook. No surprise to see it. Boston will lock this one in, though. As mentioned, Boston have struggled in their setup. It's been a good start to it. 26 points and rising here. LAG not much to offer here towards P1.
Yeah, really good position actually for Boston. This is actually one of the maps that statistically heavily favours one side on the hard point. And it's basically all down to this P1. See a lot of points there as they go into the P2 rotation. LAG will be here first as Boston overextend through dock.
Both teams winning this map yesterday as well against their respective opponents. Just Seattle and FaZe, by the way. Neptune, though, trying to set himself up in a position to shut down this push. Comes in from Boston on the outside, but Boston are going to be here on numbers, find the kills as well. It's a lovely rotation. LAG being set up so well, and Nero just gun slasher like he's not even there. And all of a sudden, LAG going to have to scramble to get themselves in a better position. They do have these spawns towards the duck side. Boston inside the point, though. Want to try and keep a hold of these spawns, as we know. Heading over towards the next hill. Not too bad of a spot to try and do something here. TJ, Vivid, combining well inside the point. Done some decent time here. Boston in a good spot.
They're looking for a TJ, going around and around, looking for the players he knows is going to be around here. Eventually, Hugo will be taken down. Now, it has been Boston locking down P2. Eventually going to be getting that time. But as we go towards P3, LAG are throwing up the defenses. Oh, Vivid holds his gunfight. Is he going to slip through? Or is he going to try and take that? I don't know if he got seen. He did, definitely did, actually. It's been called out. Slasher guns him. Maybe a little bit too smart for his own good.
I like the play, though. Fortunately for him, Hook is just exactly watching for that kind of thing. Now, here we go, LAG. Can you lock this one down? As I said, those rotations starting to come through for them, but look at the break coming through from Boston. All of a sudden, LAG seem to be crumbling. That control just did not go their way. Taking over against Nero, and now it's Methodz' turn. 6 and 3 out of him. He's the one that leads the break here for the side of Boston. 80-40. That Money Hill break comes on through, and it just comes on through again for the side of LAG. Nero's left all on his own. He did it on his own in the previous game, and he may well be doing it here as well.
His interactions are so much higher.
Oh my God!
Else in this lobby.
Oh, what?
Goes to work again and again. 10 and 9. The interactions from him is basically 2 of his teammates combined at this point. He's upping the pressure on this map, and it cannot be understated how important pressure can be on Call of Duty. It doesn't reflect in the stat sheet a lot of the time, but it just causes teams to buckle. You can see Boston still in the lead, still with the rotation of train.
Do have that rotation, but LAG, we're talking about pressure, do have it yet. But towards these back spawns, good shots from Nero, giving him an MP40, and auto does not matter at this stage. Eventually, LAG do have the angles to try and force Boston off it. Keep an eye on that game time over towards the top, and keep an eye on the score as well. 100-53. Or some of the important numbers in their favor. Good shots from Neptune, though, as LAG gets some sort of control over towards P4. Got Boston kind of where they want them as well. Vivid has slipped the net, though, causing issue as best as he can. LAG not quite safe yet over towards this hill, and I'll lock down any time.
Maybe with a little bit of snap down to Neptune, trying to stay alive. Spark eventually does find him.
Oh, that's big. Spark keeps a hold of fire side here for the side of LAG, which will help them make this push over towards P5, and of course over towards P1 when we get there in 60 seconds.
Yeah, he's already looking for it. He's waiting. He knows somebody's going to be pushing us. Eventually, pushing a little bit up the map here. LAG have taken a bit of a back step, and coming through now is going to be Nero. Of course it is. It's towards P1, player coming through secret. Vivid's going to get him as well, and Boston are looking to flip this. It's only going to be Spark left alone in fire. Eventually goes down as well. Flasher trying to hold on here for LAG.
Had a good performance in this series, to be honest with you. It's felt like he has really been at the races for the squad. Can't quite get Vivid there. That would have been an important kill if he finds his route into P1. For all that you don't have spawns, if you can get control of Ticket, make the push through the hole, just hold it from the front, it can make a bit of a difference. But at this moment in time, Boston seemingly winning most of the gunfights as Slasher and Hook do answer back. Oh, keep an eye on it. Nero wins an important gunfight over towards Fire. Boston are going to have control over towards P1 when we get there in 10.
Nero just trying to put this off here as well, and somehow just gun Slasher. Slasher was pre-aimed in, he doesn't care. Nero staying alive, going to look for the long-range MP40. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That time it is not going to. It's ambitious, but he will respawn anyway, and at the moment it will be Boston again here with P1 control. I know a long time ago the stat was basically this is where they got the majority of their time on Berlin hardpoints. It looks like it might be the same way again.
They got a lot of time on the first rotation, but you can't lose those gunfights. You set up, the ARs are up, it does not matter. TJ escaped with a slither of health. Will the push be expected? I'd imagine so. Shots coming in. It's a lovely break from LAG. And out the side of Boston, you may well be on the more beneficial side to get there initially, but it's a hard break once LAG find a way through. Boston breach. Fumble that one just a little bit. They play for it so much over towards P5, and they get very little from it.
Wow, this game Really does. Reft on a night edge, and obviously if you're LAG, you really need this one to stay in it. So let's find out how they are feeling with a listen in.
Yeah, they're gonna be close already.
He's docked, Zinni dead.
Yo, one guy take a
One's
deep
getting to the left for sure. I hear you.
One guy's front door on you, I'm pretty sure.
Top door, Reese. One shot, top P5 dice. He's from warehouse, TJ dead.
Yo,
One shot.
wait,
Okay, they're gonna flip head.
Yeah, we're definitely
I'm getting docked, same time.
Okay.
Spawn P3, spawn P3.
Okay, I have time.
Okay.
Could be hitting back left. Could be hitting P1. Reese, he's on me. One shot, open steps.
P5 in it. I got one P5. Vinny's there too. Vinny's top
there, man.
Vinny's one shot.
He's one shot time. One shot time, Nero.
I'm taking the right route.
Okay,
Good
time.
We have the rotation.
I'm getting to the back.
He just catwalked. Going P5.
He might be in fire, bro. Yeah, I hear you. I didn't stun him in there.
One guy
fire tank. I hear you. Fire tank Nero. One guy's up. Fire tank. Then was close here. He got fire.
Okay.
Fire two. He jumped up from fire.
No, he's top three fire.
Fire tank.
Last guy dead. Last guy's an old.
P5.
Full health.
Yeah, I'm getting
one's
fire.
on hold.
On old, Reese. One shot old.
One guy's in fire, right?
Careful with the spawners. Yep.
Okay, I'm holding fire.
I think he's docked. No, you're good. I have your sheet. He's back left. One shot. Literally bullet.
Yeah, they're gonna work up the street.
He's on the street. Reese. One shot on the street.
Spawn out.
He pushed up on the blue truck.
I'm fired up.
You have 10 time front. Weak killer. Nice.
Nice in the back.
You see, not
in the back. Close back. One shot dead. There's shadow spawning there, Skyler.
Yeah.
One's in fire. One's in the back.
Turn up.
Fire cubby. I have time. And one guy got me in the back.
Fire cubby. I couldn't get in. He's still in the low stuff. Close up, Nero. One shot in the back. Nero. Absolute.
Dude, Methodz holding back too. He's holding back.
Absolute back. Nero.
Nice, good one.
In the back. Reese. One shot.
I got it.
Three.
Go. 3.
Perfect. He jumped in. I don't know where he's back. Dead. Triple window.
All good.
Triple window. Going to time. Don't see him. He's close right. Yeah, that crazy. You're there. Yo, we need to. I'm rotating.
Yeah, I'm going for fire.
We need to lock this down.
One guy bottom fire.
I'm gonna go. He's outer.
Nero's going statue.
One shot outer. We're gonna flip. No, we didn't flip. He's outer. Got five. I flipped. He's on me on hold.
He's inside lobby.
All dead.
Yeah, we got this show.
Yeah. Wait, one guy. Yo, water tank behind this guy.
Well, in the comms, LAG are trying to find their feet on the map. They are being taken off of them. You can already see Boston held it down into a perfect train rotation, and now the time is coming to a close. Can LAG find anything out of this turn?
It's quite simply a disastrous 60 or so seconds for the side of LAG. Broken a couple of times left and right. Eventually, Boston find control over towards P3. They have control of P4 and flip LAG back towards it when they just about need to. 20 seconds away for the side of Boston Bridge, who have not slowed down since that final round of control. LAG need a minor miracle here, Bryce.
Nero gets 2 more under the board, and Hugh is trying to get TJ off of this one as well, looking for it, but Nero actually ends up with a pistol, and it's blown out of the water again and again. Boston Breach bury the LA Guerrillas. They looked like they were having a good time, but it was not to last. Unbelievable pace setting there coming out of Boston Ton.
And it's pretty much a close game up until we get over towards P2 in that second rotation. Boston do well there. Rotation comes through from LAG. They do not hold. And from there, Boston just play perfect hard point. They flip them right back when they need to. And the streaks towards the end were lit up on the side of Boston Breach. Phenomenal performance. And one that puts them in such a good spot. They were looking so desperate for points. Their schedule looked horrible. This is one of them that you would have expected them to find some points from, and they do so, alongside finding ones that you wouldn't have expected them to do so. Setting themselves now at 160 points. They are 40 points away from that 9th spot now, Bryce, and that is a good position to be in.
It is, and I kind of got to highlight Nero here. It's not about the KD, it's about the unbelievable pressure he put on the map. Some ridiculous amount of interactions coming through in the end. You can see here, 54 interactions for Nero on that map. And the rest of his team aren't even close to that. He's got the most kills in the lobbies, but also the most deaths on his team.
I mean, just, it's relentless. I mean, this was wild. There was 1, there was 2. All right, okay, what? I broke the hill on my own, have I? Yeah, Slasher, we'll see you later. And Neptune gets, I mean, eviscerated.
Really?
I hope he was weak. I pray to the Call of Duty gods that he was. But nonetheless, I don't think it would have mattered at this stage. Neptune died in the blink of an eye. It just felt like Nero just could not miss bullets. Every single gunfight we've seen him in just had one of those games that he does very often have. Phenomenal performance from him over the series. I'd love to see that KD towards the end.
I mean, he had a pretty good one in the last one as well, so I don't think it's gone down. It's gone up a little bit. We'll have to find out. Unreal performance coming out of Boston, and while it was a great S&D from LAG in the end, that is not enough to win you everything. Boston setting pace as they go back up one more in the standings turn, and LAG will be looking to find points somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take. I think honestly the momentum that Boston have off that control really does swing into that fourth map. Expecting maybe a little bit more out of LAG there. That control though, that's what completely swings things here. It has to be said, you know, Boston hold on the 1v1 towards the end, where Nero comes out on top, of course, to win that defensive round. If LAG find that attack, it's such a different story. Nero towards the end of that round, of the control, wins it for them as well. The whole point, I said, it's a disappointing one, I think, from the side of LAG, but they look to bounce back. That it wasn't a terrible performance, just some of those moments here and there went the way of Boston, and that ultimately is what makes the difference.
Well, what a difference it did make, but we're going to hand it over to our desk now to figure out exactly what happened during that series.
Respawn is the name of the game, baby. And when it comes to Nero, he says, yo, hold my beer, man. Let me put some butter on your toast real quick. Once again, killed it in control. I want to see his stats. Carson, if you're watching right now, I need the stats. I think he has like a 2.0, man.
Bro, the guy went nuts. Yeah, he was going crazy in this series, the amount of pressure that they apply. I mean, it's not just him, though. It's the plays that the team is making in general. Like we saw where they really took hold of that game. It was, they got a ton of points on P2, and then they managed to break into P3 as well. We saw Vivid and Nero go through fire and side plat. They get one kill, they get taken out, but they redirect all the attention towards them. Zinni goes around the back and gets the spawns, and they get that time as well. Yeah. It's like the turning point of the game. It was nearly tied prior to that situation, and it's just their chemistry and their teamwork. It's gotten so much better, but it's on the back of the aggression out of the SMGs. Nero is making miracles happen on the map, and that control at the very end certainly was a miracle.
And speaking of Nero, listen, you ask and we give. We have Nero for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Yo, the Ohio native, what's going on?
Yeah.
Congrats on the win. Shout out to you, man. My question is, yo, how fun is it playing with Vivid, man? You've been crazy lately, dude.
It's so much fun. I mean, his comms are impeccable, so he literally just tells me to go rogue or to kill. But the last couple matches, he literally just said, yo, follow me up, and I follow him up, and you know how it ended.
Nero, man, congratulations on the win. You have become such a good player in our league, headed your way towards stardom. I want to ask you about control, because you guys have been one of the top control teams that we had throughout Stage 4, which isn't characteristic of the Boston Breach. So what's the difference in that game mode, or what have you guys realized?
Well, one is the player lives more, because before, well, especially for me, because I used to literally just throw away lives. I used to get 10 deaths around, and that's should not be, that's unacceptable. So it pretty much just base it around kills, and if you get kills, win by kills, and if you can't get kills, just stack the point.
Talk me through the final moments of that control as well, because you were pushed up into top radio, you had an AR in your hands, you're making plays, you're staying alive, your team dies, and you somehow get out to plat, finesse your life, and pick up the glide. So what was your plan there, or what were the comms like in that situation?
Well, the plan was for me to hold green and to push P5 and someone flank, and I pushed plat by myself and didn't even say a word and just got pieces. Honestly, I didn't even say anything.
You went rogue, man. That was nasty.
It was dope. It was dope. Yo, you killed it, man. Oh, make me a promise before we get off this interview. You're winning the next S&D, right?
It depends on what S&D. But yes, I promise.
All right, Nero, man. Congrats on the big win. Keep winning, and we'll talk to you later, all right?
Yep. See ya. Thanks for our Boston friends too.
Hey, there you go.
I remember this time.
I forgot all about that. Hey, shout out to the Boston fans. Nero didn't forget to give you guys love this time around. Any step you want to put at the end of that interview?
I mean, honestly, people got to start putting some respect on Nero's name. I know people have been big upping him at times, but he really is one of the best SMGs that we've had in our league. I mean, throughout Stage 3, he was also the guy that was taking over games, popping up and search and destroy. Like, it's not like some fluke these last couple games he's had. No, he's been consistently going crazy and applying that pressure. And you could see Boston Camp was right. Adding a player like Vivid and taking that extra pressure off of Nero has helped him tremendously, because he's even been playing better since then.
Shout out to the GM and the coaching staff. Boston been looking fantastic so far this stage. And this year, I love this latest addition to the CDL. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a Scump player of the game. Guess what? It's going to be the end of control. And guess who's the star of this one?
Yeah, we just talked to him about this play, man. It was crazy. Like, I mean, at the end of his control, like, he literally was going nuts. Like, prior to this, like I said, he was by himself. Like, and he pushes up, he stays alive, alive. He was alive for literally like a minute and a half at the end of this game. He picks up the glide bomb and just a ballsy play to immediately call it in and trust his teammates. TJ picks up another kill. Nero follows it up. And then at this point, LAG, they're scrambling. They know they have to get to the point as fast as possible before Boston stacks it. Nero's just picking up easy kills as they're focused on getting their util towards the hill. And, you know, they close it out here when, you know, Nero's just going nuts, man. He's on an 11 streak at this point by the time.
Yo, you saw the way he was chasing the kills, but the timing he was giving in between the gunfights, like he had people guessing. He was perfect. He wasn't just throwing bodies at the wall and hoping it sticks, right? He was
on the side of LAG though, like the communication must have been weird there because Nero was like shooting people in the back
and then running away.
They killed everybody and they knew Nero was the last one. They just couldn't find him and he was just laying down top plat. He wins the big 1v, but he still doesn't get isolated there. So weird situation on the side of LAG.
Oh, big time. Also, I want to say shout out to LAG, man. They didn't really look bad today. I see progression with this team. Hopefully they can pull out a big win next time to stay in that top 8 as well. But ladies and gentlemen, buy your tickets right now. Hey, look at the dates, man. The 8th through the 10th, it's coming up. It's right around the corner. You're gonna want to compete in a Call of Duty Challengers Open in Boston. You don't want to miss it. This is where just the passion and culture comes from Call of Duty. It's the best.
Absolutely, this is where we breed the next generation, and the next generation of Call of Duty players. I mean, they're freaks. They're just here coming in here, absolutely frying in these games. We've seen players like Scrappy making a name for himself. It's gonna be awesome.
I can't wait to see Scrappy here next year. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the first series of the day. But coming up next, okay, we got Paris Legion and the Los Angeles Thieves. I don't know what to make of this next series, but we are gonna break it down right here on the desk. Shout out to the Boston Breeze for just running crazy, and rightfully so, right? And running is the key where Nero and Vivid are on people's heads right now. Who's gonna stop him? We'll find out soon, but we'll catch you on the other side of the break for some more CDL action.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hate. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the.
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. Off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Ladies and gentlemen, my Call of Duty people, what's going on? And welcome back to the Call of Duty League. My name is Vela. You guys already know the deal. This is Nameless, right? And behind us, you're about to see the games that's about to be played. We got Paris Legion and also Los Angeles Thieves. And we actually have the maps and modes. Ready? You ready to take a look?
Do have the maps and modes. It's going to be a little interesting. Obviously, we're going to favor LA
really
Thieves
interesting
in this series. But on the first two maps they have in this series, these guys have not been great on a 5-game losing streak on that map number 1 on Tuscan, and then another 4-game losing streak on that map number 2. So it could get interesting early on in the series.
Oh, it can get really interesting. But let's talk about FaZe. LA at first. LA played against FaZe last time. They took the distance, but the thing was, even though the Thieves couldn't steal a search and destroy round at all,
they dropped the double
they dropped the donut. Okay,
Come on.
I like to talk trash about the Thieves, but let's say this though.
Go puff
it was
yourself
a
around.
very good game if you close your eyes during the search and destroy rounds, but still. LA, I'm looking for them to bounce back against Paris. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, point blank period. They're going up against Paris. This match, you need to come out and look good in search and destroy. We've seen them come with different looks, the fast pushes, the slow play. Nothing has worked. It all comes down to mid-round adjustments for this team. They have it in them. We saw it at the Major when they played against the Minnesota Røkkr. They can do it. Please come today prepared in search and destroy.
The question is, do they want to do it? We're going to find out very soon. But for the game field key, it's a victory. All right, follow me, right? They're going to have to rebound in search and destroy. 0-12 round count versus Atlanta last week, and Octane has a 0 to go along with that, right? But you're going to have to continue to lock down defensive rounds on Gavutu control. I will say this, though. LA Thieves are looking a lot more comfortable on Gavutu, and I will also say Kenny has been absolutely fine with the AR. Hopefully the team comes together and they get some really good wins coming up soon.
Yeah, I mean, looking at LA Thieves, like at some of the stats that Carson sent over, like they're 11th in 4v3 win percentage on that game 2 search and destroy. That's an easy fix. Like you get that first blood, you work together, and then you just play disrespectful. We've seen FaZe do it when they get that first blood. They just push together, they take sight, and they make you play the trading game, which more often than not, going up against talented players like you have in the LA Thieves, you will lose that, right? So you have to just communicate and get through these rounds.
What they're going to have to do, I'm going to see them pick their worst S&D maps against Paris Legion. Good practice, right? But also when it comes to Paris Legion, positives. They won Tuscan control against OpTic Texas, and other than that, Johnny had a good game. I'm kind of out.
Yeah, well, when we talk about them playing spoiler, this is like the biggest game where they can play spoiler. Because Thieves are still sitting like on that bubble. We saw a couple of the teams around them get some W's. So for Paris, Johnny had a crazy performance in their last series. And honestly, like both these teams are pretty dreadful in S&D, so it can be a toss-up in that game mode. If Johnny can get up close and personal, get those first bloods and fluster LA Thieves, they can have some success here, especially with how we've seen in control what Paris was able to do. Like yesterday in that control game mode, they look good. We saw them in that initial control that they had, and it wasn't too bad. So like even versus Seattle, it wasn't as bad. So let's get into the game field keys of victory for Paris Legion. They need Temp to get going here in stage 4, 0.88 KD. He just can't mail it in. This is their champs, right? We know how Temp can be. He gets frustrated. We see it visually. Like he has to focus up and be the leader for these guys.
I'm not mad at him.
And then he has to take advantage of reeling Thieves on map 1, Tuscan Hardpoint. Thieves are on a 5-game losing streak on that map, so some opportunity early on in this one.
Hands down, Paris Legion are going to have to play spoiler one way or another. They're going against the LA Thieves, the most up-and-down team that we've had in the CDL all year long. Let's take a look at the maps and modes that we're going to play on, of course. I think that if Paris really wants to cause that upset and shut everybody up, this is the time to do it, fellas. We're kicking things off on Teskin Hardpoint. We got Teskin, Gavutu for the first three. We're going to end it all on Desert Siege.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, there's some opportunity early on in this series for the Paris Legion. That Gavutu control heavily going to be in favor of the Los Angeles Thieves. And then when we get to that Game 5 Desert Siege, we've seen how Thieves have played that on that map before. They were good at it at the major, but recently they haven't been as great, especially on their fast beat. Like, they try it their most used strat, but it still has not been working for them.
Right.
So they have to switch it up.
We're going to switch it up. I have to ask you your predictions right now.
LA Thieves, period, 3-0.
LA Thieves, 3-0. 20 minutes. Hey, let's send this over to the caster cell for the second series of the day. I will say this, though. Let's see if Paris Legion can prove to be the Grim Reapers of the CDL in this matchup against the red-hot LA Thieves. Let's go ahead and get this game started.
Let's do it, guys. Hey, you got to give us a little bit more than that, man. Just a quick 3-0, that's it?
I'm
with you.
I'm with you. Point blank.
Come on. Not one map. They're not gonna
Lando, what's your prediction?
No, I mean, listen, I hope Paris can make a run, like win a couple games in loser bracket, but these guys have been buns for months, and they're going up against LA Thieves who need to make it into champs. Like
I saw the Guerrillas beat Atlanta FaZe yesterday. Anything is possible.
Guerrillas won an event. Paris ain't winning an event this year, man.
Listen.
I know.
I hope Paris can make something happen here, but I live in the real world here on planet Earth, and it's not happening.
All right, we're going to revisit this. We're going to revisit this after this series. If Paris do not win a map, I will happily eat my words. But Jay, I mean, what, man? Speaking of eating, LAT, they've been eating a lot of donuts lately. We're hoping they can cop a W today versus the Paris Legion. I know that you think this one's pretty clear-cut. I think for the most part, it probably will be. But like we said, man, Major 4, it is full of craziness.
Yeah, I just think that the Thieves, they're coming out here a team on a mission. Obviously, the last loss they took versus Atlanta FaZe all the way into Game 5. The fact that they got to a Game 5 by losing both Search and Destroys 6-0 is kind of insane. So they're playing with some extra fire today, going up against a Paris Legion roster who are still trying to do their best to really compete at Major 4. They haven't really showed us yet anything throughout this stage. Johnny has had some good moments, but you're going up against the LA Thieves roster who are on the rebound. So this is going to be very scary for them. They need to come out and answer early in this map, number 1.
Yeah, both teams, obviously, as we mentioned, trying to get that early Game 1 out of the way. Because as we know, Jay, the Search Destroys have not been pretty for either of these rosters. It feels like a toss-up. It feels like a coin flip as we fly in for Tuscan to kick this one off. We're looking through the eyes, really, of everybody. Now, as we take a look at the outside perspective, shout out to the Hot Hands Lounge, letting us know exactly how this one is going through, and apparently it is a ton of nades, Jay.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Thieves with early control, even when spawning on the bad side. This is statistically the Thieves' #1 hardpoint. They are the best hardpoint team in the game at this hill specifically at 67% win rate. They're winning their rotations multiple times. They outscore opponents by 20 points. And you can already see it here. They have mid-map control. They're cutting off backside tree. Now with 25 seconds left, even if they get broken here, when you're starting on bad side, when you get this much time, you're going to be able to take it. Now you're fully set up off the rotation.
Yeah, obviously, if you're Thieves, you are a little bit frustrated that happens, but at the end of the day, as you said, you've got that spawn now and ready prepared for P2. Temp will try to lead the way. It was kind of one of the more interesting statistics so far about Major 4. Jay's got a 0.88 KD through their very first 2 matches. We've seen some improvement from Gravity. We've seen Johnny really be electric. It feels like if Temp can start to get things going, that could be the piece that Paris need to try to get a little bit of consistency as Envoy cuts down a few from the flank. LAT take the lead.
LAT, they hold strong, at least winning those gunfights towards the front side of that hill. A lot of pressure from Paris, though. At least able to find 3 kills in the feed. Spawns do flip. Pressure's going to be here. Temp does get taken down, but now Spawns now in favor of Paris Legion. They can get themselves and take the lead from this game as long as they can hold this down to the T. And I'm pretty sure between both of these teams, when you look at the Thieves on this map, they do have an overall record of 9-7, but they are last in rotation win percentage, and you can see how it showed right there. They get broke immediately. You cannot allow that to happen.
Yeah, you also cannot allow for team nades to come through as well. That will spoil the party in the last 15 seconds of P2. The rotation is about to be inbound. Paris with a slight advantage. But as we said, LAT with those spawns toward their back. One player trying to sneak his way through. His name is Jimbo, and he'll remain in fire, trying to wait for a few of the forces to come off the spawn. Eventually dealt with. Okay, it's just another nade. It's a stun. The Johnny, the Jimbo combination.
Well, it does sound great lyrically, not working great, at least when it comes down to the utility, but it doesn't matter. Despite the team kill, they just come through and wipe everybody out.
Yeah, Paris Legion get it done. All 4 down, are able to flip the spawns. Now all of LA Thieves continuously spawning at field. And when you look at both of these teams specifically on this map, they're a 10th and 11th back-to-back in-hole percentage. You see the struggle right there for the Thieves. Paris Legion able to capitalize on that. Big plays from them to at least get some time off of that P3. Not allowing LA Thieves to get a full uncontested 60. It makes their rotation a little bit easier. Now they're going to be able, even though the lead is going to get stripped away from them, as this final 10 is going to go in favor of the Thieves. But so far, Paris, they're playing good. And Temp, a guy that's a .88 so far throughout stage 4. He's not mailing it in on a 4 spree.
He is not indeed, and that's what we talked about for Paris. They started off 0-2. They've definitely been humbled in their last few matches, especially the opening one versus Seattle. But there's still an opportunity, like we said, to be the Reapers. Ant talked about that on the desk coming into this series, about how this is arguably their best chance yet, a team that sits in the top 8. And as we said, with all kinds of craziness going on, anything is possible. Paris, the first wave down, as LAT very carefully made their way to the middle side of the map. They found the necessary picks. We'll see if they can only continue to grab them. A few plants eliminated in the process, but ultimately it is Paris locking things down and remaining somewhat tight in regards to the setup. Really lose the lead, but they will hold on to it for now. A narrow one at that, Jay.
Now LA Thieves with 20 seconds left. They know that this is great junk time. You do not want to give this up, knowing that you're going to that P5 hill where it's going to be an absolute tack fest. Nades, stuns, a lot of things going to go down at that next hill. You're going to at least try to fight for this, not allow Paris Legion to get away with this game by growing this lead. So 15-point game now going into our P5. It's going to be early rotation for Paris Legion. Johnny going to be the first line of defense, so at least hold the line. If they're trying to attack this from top plat. But you're paying attention to the mini map. Look at the route that Envoy's trying to make. He's going to have a huge one-on-one. Gravity reads it. Now the pinch gets shut down. And that's a great hold once again from Paris Legion.
That's a great hold, man. That's 4 down again. Jimbo quickly trying to read the spawns, get a few players peppered as they look to make their way in for another attack. A great start for Paris in these first set of rotations, and more specifically over at this P5, not for 1, but for 2. The baby face assassin comes to play again. Unfortunately, though, the rest of his teammates are following it, in part because of another teammate. Mark that up. I think that's the 3rd one that we've seen so far in this game. The first set of rotations look to come to a close. It is LAT just behind in that rear view mirror, but looking to make things that much more comfortable as we reset and head back toward P1.
Now this is where LA Thieves can get themselves right back into this game. Just have to find these kills off the rotation. You see #1 team on Tuscan P1 this season. 67% win rate on this hard point, but early gunfights going in favor of Johnny. He's able to find that 2P, secure the spawns for his team. The pitch is going to be in though. Octane, the player going on the route through back vines. He at least finds one. Last player on the point is going to be Johnny. Runs out of bullets. Doesn't matter. His teammates there for the assistance. And LA Thieves successfully break.
Do indeed. Great little retake opportunity. And one thing too, Jay, that we had to talk about coming into this series, it was like, okay, they're getting ready to play Tuscan. We saw the records for Thieves historically good on this map, but going back to the Pro-Am, the Thieves have not won a hardpoint not named Berlin or Gavutu. As we said, since the Pro-Am. Like, they've been losing a lot of these SMG maps. A W today would surely put a little bit more confidence in the back of the minds of a team that desperately needs some. Desperately going to need to have a little bit of consistency when it comes down to the hard points, especially if those search destroys are not going to be as well intact. A very back and forth game. So we head back toward P2. It is Paris with the spawns, and also we're going to check in and see how the comms are sounding with the boys as well.
I have my short. Two there. Yeah, Crypt on me. Crypt, Sam dead. We win. This kid was weak on you. I got 2. One on grass. I'm making him push. I have time. Stun my cross. Stun it. Hold me top. He's on me back nerd. I'm running. I'm watching his cross. T. Down T. They're still back there. I got naded too. Oh. Guys, one shot back hill. You have nades. They're gonna push back. Backside hill. Octane backside hill. He's gonna be back on me. Close TT. Envoy. Hitting T. I don't want to nade on time. One shot. T hill. Hold on. I gotta reload. Nading over. Hold grass. I'll hold the grass. I'm holding top. Backside hill. Envoy dead. Push out. Okay, yeah. Roz, let's get radio to hill. Nice. I'm trying to get this. I'm floating out. They're in the back. Yeah. That's good find though. No, top radio, bro. He's weak cold. Shoot him. Use a bullet, bro. Going on new. Octane in 3. We're still on me. By yourself. You're by yourself. 2 on new. I stun one. Alright, one's middle cut.
You
You could cut you top church.
Yeah,
I got him top church.
Nice.
I'm looking fire. I'm trying to go left.
I'm about to push. I'm trying to get top. Fire one shot, guys. Alright, shit. I'm gonna push to our side.
Work the hill.
Team on the back. On time, anyone's grass.
I'm blocking the roof. Oh, grass. We're blocking the spawn.
I'm
blocking the roof.
Fine. Come middle. Come middle, jump me up tire. Got him.
I'm just hiding in the back. I need a hill. We got him.
One shot time. Need him. And one fire. One shot time. And one time. I got needed. 1 second. I'll go. Fire.
Back dead. Got him.
Alright, fire.
They're gonna be grass.
One shot. Weak mid alley.
One shot.
Alright, I'm looking fire. Watch your fire.
Fire on you. Fire one shot.
Rotate for that. One shot top. I'm rotating. Alright, make sure we cut off left. I'm gonna go deep.
Arch, bro.
We're good. I'm going left. Okay.
On and new. Could be out left. That means one's grass, right? Yeah, grass.
Yeah, I'm only deep left. I'm one deep left, guys. I'll see him grass.
We're radio right now. One more on radio. Ronk, you just go hill.
It feels like no matter who has got the rotation to start things off here on Tuscan, the opposing team has had the ability to break every single time, whether it's LAT breaking or Paris. It just goes to show how neck and neck the start of this game has been. Paris currently with those spawns, but Gravity caught off guard. By the way, another team kill. Jimbo takes down Temp. I hope you're keeping track because I know that I am. Another lead change inbound as Paris have got the slight advantage over the double century mark. But as we said, Jay, break after break after break. And by the way, another team kill.
Another break, another lead change. LA Thieves take right control of this game. They flip those spawns, take control of the back, and now with this final 20, if you're Paris Legion, you can't give this up. You know you're going to this P5. It's going to be an absolute contest fest. You have to not allow LADs to have this remaining time. A huge gunfight going to go on. Drazah is able to win it. So final 10 in favor of the Thieves. Now it's going to be on Kenny, the route man. Is going to potentially set up this pinch. Lets one player slip right on by. Gets right by Temp. So he's going to be the player to watch, even though his teammates are winning a couple engagements in towards point. Kenny. Eventually, it's time for him to attack. He finds that kill onto Gravity. The second one onto Jimbo. Cannot allow to get that one, but at least flips the spawn for his teammates. They have the man advantage and should be able to close it out here.
It looks good for the Thieves. Within 10. However, Paris still knocking on the door, but they've got to get inside P5. They're winning some fights on the outside, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter unless they can get their foot inside of the hill. Temp able to do so for a minute. Pulls out the pistol and at least delays for the moment the definition of an uphill battle, all things considered. Thieves just need 3 more seconds as another team kill comes through. Paris are not out of this one just yet, and Thieves, they are not out either. This game is by no means theirs. Tip's starting to go on a spree. Glide bomb does get ended. Thieves hop in for a moment, and they get the final second that they had to. Paris fight toward the end, but my goodness, what a chaotic beginning. Team kill after team kill. I mean, what, break after break? Chaos on Tuscan, but it's Thieves that have got their hand held high after our first.
Yeah, I think the biggest turning point of this game was definitely the end of that P2 where Octane is able to find that 2-piece on junk time, get that time, and then you see Johnny, he was the only player on Paris Legion all the rotation towards P3. He does find one, but he's immediately traded, and that's where the Thieves are able to chain both of those hard points and take the lead right on back. They execute a great break on towards P4, and even right there towards the P5. They knew it was a final couple seconds. All they need is 3. They sent Envoy on a pinch to go from plat side. They have Octane play real slow from top roofs, and eventually they find both of those kills to close out those final seconds. A very close hard point, but if you're the Thieves, you'll take it when you can get it. You haven't been able to win this map since that Pro-Am Classic. Finally, they shut down that loss spree. Shut down, do not allow it to get to that 6th spree, and now go up 1-0 in the series. Now they have to go into a search and destroy where hopefully they can show me something.
Well, that'll be the question, right? It feels like the series realistically starts here for the Thieves. Like, you almost predicted to win the game 1 hard point every time, but in regards to the S&Ds, who knows? Maybe that could be a moment for Paris to strike. You could argue maybe a bigger W for Thieves than for Paris, at least when it comes down to the recent performances. But yeah, man, you saw, like, I mean, off the rip, Paris looking solid. They looked like they were having some great moments. We were talking about Temp. He really turns up throughout the entirety of the game, but I don't know, man. It doesn't feel like the slang difference was all that dramatic. I know Johnny does not have a great performance when it comes down to the opening HP. Did not actually look good in either of the hard points versus, what was it, OpTic Texas, yesterday. So something to keep in mind. Search, destroy, and control are his strengths. But, I mean, if you're coming down to it, if you are the Legion, you just cannot afford to give away games like this one. You got to have that team consistency, as we like to say. Consistency, it's the name of the game. Down 0-1 once more, the Legion. We'll see if they can rebound. Now coming in to search destroy.
That's just what happens when you're the 10th and the 11th team in hold percentage on this map. Every single squad was breaking every single hill whenever they needed to. The only ounce of success where LA Thieves were actually dominant on was that P1, which is their money hill. Both rotation, they outscore their opponent. That is what allows them to eventually close out the game the way that they did. Now you're going into a Tuscan Search and Destroy where statistically it's not really been strong for LA Thieves. They're also on a 4-game L spree on this map. On the opposite side for Paris Legion, they're on a 3-game loss streak. But when you were watching Paris Legion yesterday versus OpTic, the biggest thing that I took away was that even though Johnny had himself one hell of a start to that game, he gets an ace, closes out the game with like 9 kills. They lose 6-2 because simply their game plan was not executed properly. They let Shotzzy run around the map, pick up a 2-piece whenever he wanted. Even when he earned the glide bomb, they gained that information. They don't even strap the cold-blooded on. So Paris Legion, they just need to reset the vibes. That's the most important thing for me. They sound a little bit frustrated in that listening. They need to come in here, calm, cool, collected, play with nothing to lose.
Yeah, and Temp, he seemed a little tilted. I don't know. We were looking at the cameras.
Yeah, he definitely was.
Game. He was looking at the scorecard like, wait, I went like nearly double positive and we somehow managed to lose this? Okay, who went off? Who didn't look very good? It was a rough beginning for Paris, but like we said, see if they can start to improve a little bit. And when it comes to the search destroy, you just never really know what to expect when it comes down to the Thieves. We'll see, man, if Octane can get a kill. That really is going to be my focus. I honestly, I don't want to watch any person's perspective outside of Octane until he gets that first kill on the board. If it happens,
I'm not worried about it. 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 Octane knows, like, that's a one-in-a-lifetime chance. Like, the fact that happened to him. 0-12 in round count. 0-12 for him when it came to him getting kills on the map. Just simply nothing was going his way. I'm pretty sure even on map number 2, he had the highest damage on his team. Just simply couldn't finish a kill.
Yeah.
Octane knows today is the day we break that streak. We do not allow it to go deeper in and make it more of a joke. He is a phenomenal player, and he's going to turn up today in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and we saw the tweet that come out from, on the Bluebird from him after the series was over. He tweeted out, like, I'm so disappointed in myself. I've been hitting form all week in practice, and then I come out and look like that. We'll see if, and I'm coming to think of it, too. Octane was like an excellent Search Destroy player back in Cold War. Like, he was, like, up there and I think, like, the top 10 in overall KD. So it's not as if, Sam LaRue cannot get down and dirty when it comes down to the Search Destroys. But as of late, it hasn't looked all that good. We'll go and take a look at the numbers for both teams on Tuscan Search Destroy throughout the season. Not necessarily amazing from either side. I think the one thing that stands out is really the offense and defense percentage for both of these rosters, Jay.
Yeah, they're both sitting at 11. Not gonna be easy. If you're on LA Thieves, you find a lot more success on their attacking rounds, where they're sitting at 45% win rate. If you're Paris Legion, at 42% win rate on their attacking rounds. So this is gonna be just an all-out battle between both of these teams. Really a struggle for both of these teams.
Yeah, and one thing that you mentioned too, that I'm glad you called out, was that we actually got to see Paris, you and I casted over Paris, on this very map and mode yesterday versus OpTic. And, it was really the story of the first bloods that you talked about it. Scump and Shotzzy basically left the roam in the middle side of the map. Also, one thing too, like we're talking about Temp, can he get some help? Johnny's really going to need some help in the Search Destroy as well. Like, they were getting first blood, they were getting caught off guard. As you said, the glide bomb comes in with basically 0 awareness over at that A site. They're going to need some help. Like, Johnny went like, what was it, like 9-6?
Yeah.
And the rest of the team went a combined 3-20. As we said, consistency. It must be a thing for Paris.
It has to be a thing. But the thing that really scares me the most is that, believe it or not, this is a crazy stat. The Thieves on neutral retakes in 4v4 situations, 3v3 does not matter. When they have the same exact numbers on the opposite side for the other team, they usually find a lot of success winning it, specifically on their map. They're second overall in that situation. But for some reason, on this map, when they find themselves in a 4v3 situation on Tuscan, they are 11th in win rate percentage. That's insane. You get first blood, and for some reason you're losing a round. You don't get first blood, and you for some reason have a lot more success at winning it. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Thieves needs to make those adjustments.
Wait, what?
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, I just, when it comes to, like, I don't know, at this point in the season, Jay, there's just so many like interesting numbers that you just get tossed out there, and you're like, how does that make sense? How does that work? I really don't know. Folks, I know you did see the quick little fly through on Tuscan. We are having a quick little lobby reset, and we'll obviously get to the game here momentarily. But Jay, if you are looking out for a specific player, really on either team, I feel like the easy answer is Octane. So I'm gonna give you You can't use Octane, a different player for Thieves, and who is the guy you're looking out for Paris?
I'm definitely going to look at Kenny. Kenny, he really doesn't have the best map, number one, right there. Every time we watch this team play SMG maps, for some reason, he's not putting up the same numbers that he does when he plays Berlin or when he plays Gavutsu. And for a player like Kenny, this is a guy who can take you above and beyond for this team. If you can get him to MVP form, where he's just dominant with both of those guns, you can just think back to even his World War II days. The guy was an absolute beast when it came to playing any single role in the game. Obviously struggling with that SMG in hand, but now you're going into a Tuscan Search and Destroy where you're gonna have to be focusing on the SMGs on the other side. You know what Johnny is capable. You and Envoy needs to be able to shut that player down.
Yeah, absolutely have got to do so. We'll see if Paris can manage to do it. Shut down the X Factor, possibly in Kenny. At the same time, as you mentioned, you gotta be aware of Johnny's performance as well. Here we are, into the Search Destroy. For game number 2, LAT kicking things off at the defensive end. A few extra shots piled up, really on the outside of his own teammate. Envoy looks to strike for the first blood, but quickly answered outside of Donnie Temp. A quick 3 versus 3. Great shots once more come in from Temp, and Johnny will come through with the third. Johnny be good. Octane kill on the board. There it is. The streak has ended, but can the Thieves get the round of the board, though? That's the question.
Now Octane in a 1v2. There's a lot of time to work with, but the bomb is going to get rotated over towards that B site. Octane has read this play wrong. So now he has 45 seconds to work with. Temp is in a great position to at least watch that from the opposite side of the spawn. Now if you're Octane, you just have to take your time. No dead silence to work with. At least have to get some information of where these players are going to potentially be playing at. There's 30 seconds to work with. He's going to decide to approach towards that flank. Should have a gunfight here.
Should have indeed. Great early beginning to this, what would be 1 versus 3. Oh, incredibly close. Tom Gravity able to hold on to it. You saw Octane at the top left of your screen. He felt like he had it. A near 1v3 in the bag. And I know statistically this season, Gravity not been the greatest in 1v1. So we're talking about confidence. Octane gets it on the board, and who knows, maybe for the rookie as well, he's able to get that in those clutching situations. Let's go and take a look back at the start of this round, Jay.
Yeah, this is the replay. Envoy does get the first blood, and what do you know? LA Thieves with the first blood, they lose the 4v3 because they allowed Temp to get a 2-piece. Great first round from Paris Lee to secure that attacking ground. Now, if you're Temp, kind of feeling yourself after that first one, gonna pull out the boomstick in the sniper. Envoy just gonna jump right out to fire, find that first blood onto Envoy, and then immediately turns into a 3v3, make it a 3v2. Oh my God, it's so fast.
We're just getting into it. We're just getting into it here on Tuscan. Kenny with an opportunity to shut down Gravity does so, but Temp still alive. Sniper in hand is allowed for 2 shots to fly already. So position's going to be known. We'll see if he can try to clutch on up, but I believe it was Octane who comes through from the church, locks him down. 2 very interesting and aggressive rounds off the rip, and we're tied 1 apiece.
Yeah, right there, the Thieves, they just took it to him in the middle of the map. Envoy just jumps out, finds that first bullet onto Johnny. They put up a lot of pressure over towards that A site as well. Kenny eventually turns it into a 2v1. And then he throws perfect shoulders right there to get the information to Octane to set up that flank coming in towards bottom church. LA Thieves respond 1-1.
Paris, another look at the attack. Jimbo, bomb in hand. We'll see if the aggression will only look to continue. It's too strong for the Thieves. Go rushing right into the well. And it will work out for them. Johnny erased. But Jimbo does even the numbers up. And really a very free field right now for Paris. They've got a lot of room to spread out. And maybe even flex their wings a little bit. Sniper could be an option for Temp. Watches 1 and sees the second. Gives the call out to the teammates. So he does not hit the shot. And while fire is open, does give them once more that freedom to lock down the objective. Up to Thieves on the retake.
And right now, Envoy, he's still thinking that Temp is on this side of the map. So he's trying to play it slow. But Temp already hits that rotation. Already finds himself in towards church. They have 2 players that are trying to locate where Temp is. He's already out of the play. 25 seconds to work with. Paris have completely flipped the map. They took mid-map control. Gravity finds that first. Jimbo with the second. Oh man, great shots coming in from Jimbo to find that final kill onto Kenny. They just wasted a lot of time right there if you're the Thieves trying to find that player in Temp with that sniper. Once they realize that he just rotates all the way on the opposite side of the map, just wastes too much time to allow Paris Legion to take those one-on-one gunfights, eventually put themselves in a man advantage and close out the round. Another first blood, by the way, by the Thieves.
That's right, man. Another first blood, but how about the shots out of Jimbo at the end, giving you know, Kenny's in a very difficult spot, but still, early confidence for Paris. They've got the 2-1 advantage. We'll see if they can add on to it. Envoy spotted early. Does have that bomb in hand as Thieves. Very typical when it comes to Tuscan, making that early A hit and trying to get that bomb down already off the start. But given a few of these players' positions, Envoy still yet to feel all that comfortable. Gravity comes through and strikes to start us off. Temp still with that sniper, looking to linger. Thieves got to get that objective down or at least find a pick.
You're gonna decide to put this bomb down. Now in the 3v4. Pretty sure Temp was able to at least spot one player in Kenny, but they're all gonna collapse onto Kenny. Kenny at least finds one before he does get traded. So now in the 3v2, make it a 2v2. Drazah with great shots onto Jimbo. Full control of field side. He's just gonna instant hop the bomb. This might work out. Someone has to check.
Oh, this is a great call. This is a great call. And as Johnny comes around the corner, he's gonna drop. Did he get it? Did he get it in time? No, he does not. How close was he? I thought he had it for sure, Jay.
I thought he had that. Like, I think if you're Johnny,
bar was full.
You challenged that in the perfect time. Like, if you're Johnny, you read that play beautifully. You're like 2 seconds out from this defuse. And then even when Johnny drops, you see it's a little bit of a hesitation to see the guy on bomb. Thought it was going to give him enough time to secure that one, but Thieves clutch up. Envoy goes big to at least find that 2-piece onto bomb to make it 2-2.
A very interesting call for Paris. I mean, what, that nearly works out. I mean, 0.1 arguably away from securing that round and going up 3-1. However, a 2-2 score line. A few players starting to spot each other nice and early. Speaking of spotting, Octane gonna give the call outs to the roster, letting them know it is a full-on B hit. Our first look here, at least to start off a round on that site. Paris lock it down. They've got the numbers. They've got the bomb. We'll see if they can hold it down again.
They have great positions right now. Kenny, he was in that spot towards top church. Had a great spot, but he gets sniffed out. Drazah at least makes it a 3v3. Now all of Paris Legion backing up towards B5. And this can work out beautifully if you're the LA Thieves. Someone just commit towards this bomb.
But Envoy does get picked. Their source of information falls. Johnny is also going to get picked apart as well. And how about the retake coming in from Thieves? Paris, they put down the bomb at B. Gravity gets picked, and from there, as you said, Jay, the rest of the team backs up all the way to Plat. They go to P5. And really from there, nobody in the play. Once they try to make their way back into the objective, Thieves are ready and waiting.
Yeah, that was not a good call right there from Paris Legion. You find that first blood, you get the bomb down for free, and you basically live up all map control once the numbers are evened out to a 3v3. You cannot all back up to B5, rely on one player to hit that late flank to potentially take that player off bomb. They just gave the Thieves everything that they wanted. That's why you see the smiles on their faces. They can't believe that they just backed up by getting full B-site control. But the Thieves secure the round, now up 3-2.
Yeah, and how often do we see like a retake as well over at that B side on Tuscan? Not very often. So somewhat of an anomaly when it comes down to the stats already being displayed. Nice nades already off the rip. LAT known as one of the better nading teams that we've got in Vanguard, and putting that on full display. Do secure the first. Gravity does hit the deck. And with that, Johnny has got a full plate. Quite a few of LA Thieves players ready to run right into his perspective.
Okay.
Able to find the first, but right now, take a look at those arrows from Paris. They've got to get a move on.
Yeah, I was thinking the Thieves right there were going to be a little bit late on that trade. Potentially, Johnny could have found that second kill. Great shots coming from Envoy to at least give them the numbers advantage. Now in the 3v2, they get the information that both Paris players have rotated back. Free A bomb plant. That's all about the setup. You do not want to allow 1v1 gunfights.
Oh, and Jibba does get picked apart from the back. Nice little spot from Octane. Another kill for him. Another notch onto the belt. This Temp 1v3. A difficult spot. A predicament indeed. Nice shots onto Drazah, but ultimately stays alive because of the cover at fire, and another round going toward the LA Thieves. Mark it 3 in a row.
That was just great patience right there from the Thieves. Once they turn it into a 3v2, you see how slow they play it towards that P5, thinking that a player is going to commit towards a flank, or they're at least going to gain the information of these players wrapping back on the side of Paris Legion. Once Temp gives up his position towards back truck, you see immediately, no hesitation, and wrap towards A, get that bomb down. Everyone plays a corner. They take down the first, and then in 3v1, they collapse onto Temp towards top church. 3 straight rounds, like I said, from the Thieves, now up 4-2.
Here comes the swing round. And already off the start, it is back-to-back headshots, make it all 3. And Envoy has got a lot of action inbound, has the teammate support, and within 15 seconds, it is Timp again. Left in a 1 versus 3. The white, or rather 1v2, excuse me. White flag potentially out. Gets the unfortunate timing. LA Thieves just strike back again with aggression, and it works out in their favor once more. Not just 3, but now 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, right there, the Thieves know that they struggle on their attacking rounds. If we take mid-map control, take it to them, they find that first blood once again and then just keep control of the mid-map. Envoy does a great job of at least finding that first kill, assisting onto the second before it's all on to Temp in the 1v2. Then you play the buddy system, you wrap behind them right in towards top fire. Easy round for the Thieves, now at game point.
Just a very difficult hole the Paris find themselves in. Their S&D man so far in their first 2 series, not having the greatest of games. 3-7 out of Johnny. And the Thieves, without a doubt, have erased all of those issues that they suffered versus the Atlanta FaZe. Confident as ever, up 5 rounds to 2. The plat will be the target, and Johnny's got to be careful of his position. I was going to say, those double nades could be problematic. He falls, but thankfully Jimbo answers back with one of his own. It is a head-butt type of fight over toward the field. And Legion come out on top. Numbers in their favor for now.
But Kenny slips through. Kenny slips through right at the right time. So at least make this a 2v2. Temp off the rotation back towards that field side. At least able to make it now a 2v1 left up to Drazah. 30 seconds to work with. Bomb down towards the safe site. Buddy system going to be here from Gravity and Temp. Great play from Paris Legion right there. And especially Jimbo to shut down that early A attack. Once the Thieves find that first blood onto Johnny towards B, you see that the play. They had Octane already sitting back fountain in the depths of their spawn. Once they find that first blood, he tries to push up on A. Jimbo takes him down, but then Jimbo also takes down the second, which was the bomb carrier. Slows down the pressure from the Thieves, and Paris Legion stay alive a little longer.
Yeah, a sweat off the brow type of situation if you are Paris. Thankfully, Jimbo is there to save the day. Can Legion keep this going? Can they keep this going? This attack would really say a lot. If they were able to come out on top, Kenny, the sole man at this B site, could have his hands full, depending on what the Legion elect to do. You gotta imagine Paris in these moments, trying to stay alive. Nobody wants to get picked. Working out the strategies.
Yeah, tough situation right now for Paris, especially with Thieves taking full map control of that A site. They also have mid-map control as well. So if you're Kenny, all you have to do at this P5 area is just play for the information, back down. At least stay alive for your team. But Octane with that first blood onto Johnny. Johnny, unfortunately, is not having himself a great search and destroy. Multiple rounds where he's getting first blooded, but Jimbo at least evens up the number before the trade comes in from Drazah. Bomb down on A in the 3v2.
Yeah, weird opportunity to go for the plant. They just have nobody at field. Dead to rights over at that A site, but here comes Gravity, runs right into Drazah, right into the jaws of Drazah. A mouthful indeed. Timp now in a 1 versus 3. That feels like that has been the name of the game so far in LAT. In their search and destroy woes. Struggled mightily versus the Atlanta FaZe, but come out swinging here on Tuscan, now up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, they did their homework. They definitely watched that series where OpTic Texas played Paris Legion yesterday. They saw what OpTic did well, and that was just take full map control every single time they were on defense. Force Paris Legion to play really slow, really try to sit in their base and develop a play that they want to attack, without having any information. No one's peeking mid because no one wants to get first blooded. So they're not going to be aggressive there. And then when they're playing stationary in their base, they're trying to at least cause some noise at P5, but LA Thieves, they did not fall for it. Octane was ready and waiting in towards top church to find that first blood. And like I said, they take full map control of A. When they try to transition over to that A plant, Jimbo gets taken down and Drazah puts himself in a great position to at least keep himself into the play. Closes out the round with all 3 kills for the Thieves to now go up 2-0 in the series. Looking real comfortable for them now that they know that they have that control on their back pocket.
Yeah, that's the scariest thing, right? We head back to the maps and modes. I'm like, oh yeah, what's the control going to be? And it's like, oh my gosh, now it's going to be a Gavutu. LAT, I think they've yet to lose a Gavutu respawn just in general, right? So far throughout our Major IV qualifiers. At the same time, Paris, I think it's like their only positive, if not even control map that we've got in Vanguard. It's going to be an interesting battle, but as we said, LAT pretty comfortable throughout our first two. Is it going to be a nice little 3-0 sweep for the Thieves, or can Paris, as we said, be the Reapers? This is their chance. This is their opportunity. We'll see if, unfortunately, they allow for it to slip. Folks, make sure to stay with us when we come back after the break. As we said, it's Gavutu. Stay with us.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Alrighty, friends, welcome back. LA Thieves taking on the Paris Legion. LAT 1 victory away from the 3-0 sweep. Paris one loss away from making me have to apologize to Ant and Veli. So I'm really hoping that that is not at all going to be the case. But Jay, up next is Gavutsu Control, a map that really, as of late, well, it's been like historic throughout Vanguard of LAT. Amazing on it. They have that, you know, brief spree where it's not looking the greatest, but they've been returning to form on this very map and mode quite nicely lately.
Yeah, LATs are 8-4 compared to 6-6 on the side of Paris Legion, but you see the stats. Second overall on this map on the defensive side are the Thieves, and 11th for Paris Legion on their attacking side. That is abysmal. 1-15 out of the 16 attacking rounds that they have played is the only ounce of success that they've had. They have a 6% win rate on their attacking round. Believe it or not, it's not the worst though. Seattle, for some reason, have a little bit worse than them by a couple points, but they're sitting in 12th. Obviously, Paris Legion have not found a lot of success. And the biggest thing for me that really stands out is that Kenny on this map, whenever you're allowing Kenny to run an AR, he's going to be a man on a mission. A 1.18 that leads the team right now for the Thieves on this control. On the opposite side, it's going to be Temp with a 1.23. So looking at that, young man, to really shut down Kenny.
Yeah, it feels like Kenny's almost gonna like kind of power up when it comes down to Gavutsu. We'll put that 6% attacking win rate to the test for Paris as they will look to force their way mightily inside of the bottom of the boat. Currently successful at that. And Temp, well, he gets a freebie there onto Kenny. As we said, the battle between the two. And so far, it is Temp doing a great job at really just eliminating Thieves every single time from the base. Multiple ARs out. However, it is Drazah on the outside doing great work, not for one, but for two. Spoils the push.
That's great patience right there. Great trigger discipline coming in from Drazah. So he could have had that first kill with ease, but he was thinking big picture. I also got to take this guy off point. Do not let a second tick to come in. But while Drazah's doing all this in their spawn, the opposing team on Paris Legion, they were controlling green down to the T. Now they have a little bit of progression working towards B. Octane gonna have a huge one-on-one versus Jimbo. He's able to win it. Now that frees up that pressure towards that A-point. Second segment complete.
Decent attempt there for Paris. Keep things in mind, Temp is on that 5 spree. Also somehow spots Octane through the smoke. Does not earn the glide in the end, but a valuable or valued attempt at the very least. What could have been a valuable streak. Unfortunately, will go by the wayside. Point captured, another minute on the clock, and Jimbo's trying to keep up this hot spree. Where are they coming in from? The point is contested, and really he has nobody on Overwatch currently at that B zone. Temp, the only man to get here. And a lot of time to work with still if you are Legion, but Jay, as we know, this team has struggled mightily on this side. We'll see if they can finally get the gap, get the opportunity. Temp having a wonderful start in this first round does eventually drop. We'll see if the rest of the team can pick up where he leaves off.
Big two-piece coming in from Temp. At least gives the positioning of Drazah. So now Paris Legion have control of top P1. LAD's basically trapped in their base. Now they also have to worry about their flank because Johnny is causing problems in their base. He does get sniffed out, and LA Thieves, they do what they do best. They hold strong with those ARs in hand, find every single kill in the feed. Unfortunately, Envoy has not found one of his own, but he's about to with his positioning right now. Should be able to catch a couple players trying to overextend through cliff.
Okay.
Or not.
Maybe not. Maybe not. That'll wait for another day. As Thieves look to slow things down. Great awareness from Jimbo to check that corner. Those Drazah drops that will allow for Paris to very carefully make their way in toward that B zone. A capture would be huge. Jimbo gives away his position, and from there it works out once more in the LA Thieves' favor. They are down to 7 lives, but I'm not so sure the Paris are going to be able to make that really all that much of a factor. Kenny finds his 5th kill in a row, and then is straight red inside of the feed. 3 players hit the deck. Farthest pushed up player is going to be Johnny. He gets erased as well. All sunny skies right now for the Thieves to lock down this defense, Jay.
Yeah, if you're the Thieves, you do exactly what you need to do. Stay strong on the defensive side. And if you're Kenny, you want to at least stay alive and continue to play for that glide bump, because that could be so impactful for the end of this game as they hold strong and on a 12-team spree to close out this round number 1. 2 players left from Paris Legion, not even going to try to contest this. They know that there's no chance in hell they're going to be able to touch that B point with the map control that LADs have. And LADs, even though they get early into that round by getting outslayed, they bounce back, hold strong on that B point, outslay, and do not allow Paris Legion to complete 1 segment.
Yeah, no real chance. And that round, honestly, at times felt like hell. Like, it just felt like they were not ever going to have an opportunity. And honestly, man, like, there were some good moments. Like, Temp was making plays. He was hitting routes, and it just felt like Paris not really all that connected. It felt very disconnected when it came down to trying to get that B zone, something they're gonna have to work on. But as we said, look at that streak. You called it out, and it's only gonna continue to rain. Multiple players in glide bomb territory. We'll see if somebody will be able to secure it. That could be honestly what just Thieves look to play for. And don't even try to go for the objective, rather just play for streaks. Kenny will remain on his. Same thing for Octane. Can't say the same about Drazah, however.
You didn't see him. Doesn't spot top boat. But Kenny at least picks up that kill to earn himself a glide bomb. Octane also does get shut down, so he doesn't earn one for himself. But if you're the Thieves, now you have that to work with on future attacking rounds, just in case this game starts to get really close. A lot of pressure towards this A point. One player left towards top boat. Gonna be the last player up. Gravity's just gonna push himself right on through to that cliff side, and this should be able to catch the Thieves off guard.
Definitely should. We'll see if Gravity can make a little bit of magic happen. Does spot one, spots the second. Octane still trying to lock things down inside of this A zone. Ferris down, but still not out. Trying to hold valiantly for as long as possible here on the defensive side of Gavutu. Let's step aside and go to a listening with the LA Thieves.
Johnny was green boxes. Tank Johnny dead.
It's that guy down. Probably top one. Yeah, B. Top side. I'm gonna worry about that.
I'm green.
Outer circle.
I'm green balk right now.
I have the circle subs.
I'll say anything there, side. Top radio on the heady, top radio, Jimbo.
I push there.
Circle steps.
Oh my god. Nice job. I'm going up circle.
One's top radio on me.
Circle subs.
He was right side radio heady.
I'm playing my life.
Can't work. Somebody was Jimbo.
I'm gonna come to you left. I'm low. I went low beach, guys. They could be circle. Top radio, Timbo.
He's top radio. I left him. I don't see him. Can he? He's still there. Can I'm pretty sure.
One point. I'm gonna go. Let me. One's on CS. I'm in circle. One in. He beat green. Nice. Could be green. Hey, I can't play top radio. That's first guy. Top radio. Jimbo. Look for radio. I spawn deep.
I'm getting nated. Deep cut. Donnie. He's on the outside. I'm double nated. On time center side of me.
Time slid. I'm getting
another circle yet? I get it. Wow. I'm here. Just hold. Team kill.
That was close.
17-10, boys.
Wait, under. In there, low beach done. Alright. One guy had to grab him. I hit him once. Nah, you got me. Jimbo, he's on you both.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, he's under me steps.
Come right
in between.
Yeah, we should get him. I'm here. I'll look you right. Watch out.
Cliff.
He could be right. Yeah, I'm going left. Johnny or something, bro. Yeah, Johnny or Gravity. I can't tell. I'm playing through Zach. I'm playing.
Yeah. I don't see.
Got me. P5. I'm about to use Zach. That's all you.
Well, a great little check-in with the LA Thieves. They do invest the streak, but unfortunately, Jay, it has not turned out to anything in regards to that B zone. Lives are becoming low, however, for Paris, so it has been really chipping away for as long as possible. If you're the Thieves, Octane slides and dives onto Johnny and has got some words for his teammate Gravity as well. 2 more lives left. It is all on the temp. It is all left on to Jimbo. Donnie, last man alive. He hits the deck, and that will be the Thieves walking away with the attack up 2-0 in this control. And it's looking good, Jay. It is looking good for the sweep.
Yeah, the Thieves, they just had the numbers advantage. 17-10 in lives remaining. They have one player commit towards the flank, breaks the setup on the side of Paris Legion, and once you have no more respawns, even though they were doing a great job of breaking in every single time, not allowing the LA Thieves try to complete any of those segments. But after Johnny gets that 2-piece, after Gravity gets that 2-piece, LA Thieves, they flood on in, they get the kills, and they close out the round. So now up 2-0, sitting comfortably, going into this defensive round. Paris Legion need to do something that they barely have done all year, and that's win an attacking round.
Yeah, they've got to improve. They've got to try and improve, at least get something, get some magic going. But if you're Thieves, you got to be filled with all the confidence in the world. You're up 2-0. You just want an attack. You got glide bombs after glide bombs, possibly on deck as well. Oh, man. LAT are smiling from ear to ear. But they've got this one locked up. Going to put Paris really in the full court press. Eventually, Octane drops, and that could really establish a lane now for Temp. Is he and Jimbo, at least for the moment, we're trying to stay alive. Trade still favoring Paris. Somebody's going to hop on this objective and stop the time.
And they have 40 seconds to work with. They're just worried about keeping map control right now. They have a couple players on towards this 8 point. Main focus is completing this, extending time by a minute. And then trying to rotate over towards B. I felt like in their first attacking round, when they found that 2-piece towards lower beach, and Temp was looking for Kenny in towards bottom bow. If he would have just rotated towards top ring, he potentially just cuts off all those players and probably get some segments done. But you see the Thieves, they do a great job of just body stacking towards that A site, winning all their one-on-one engagements, coming out on top in those. And that is only 25 seconds for the Paris Legion to get out of their base.
Not a whole lot of time to work with. Gravity says, hey, you know, I've actually found myself to the back of enemy lines. Can we do anything with it, though? The rest of the teammates just trying to get out of the base. Feels like Paris are bound for the gallows, but Gravity doing the best that he possibly can to keep his head on straight. A few nades tagging him up, making him weak. Goes for the pre-fire, but it's Drazah with the pistol that ultimately will take him down. Legion still over at that A site. They've got a little bit of magic possibly to work with, but Envoy is there to destroy it all. A 3 spree for him. Octane sits on 4. Now make it 5. 10 more seconds, and Paris, they're getting erased. They're getting evaporated, decapitated in the back of the base. This one looks to be over, and it will be. LAT take back that 7 seed from the LA Guerrillas. The mini battle of LA seems to be on, but the Thieves feeling good about the W and avoid what could have been despair versus the Legion.
Yeah, this is just one of those matches. You can see the vibes right there for the Thieves. Clean 3-0, exactly what they were expecting going into this one. When you're going up against a team like Paris Legion, who haven't really found a lot of success all year long. We're talking about 2-9 in their last 11 hard points, 1-10 in their last 10 search and destroys. And in Control, even though statistically this was their best map for them, they just went up against a better team in the Thieves. Thieves get the clean 3-0. Nice, easy series for them to gain those extra 10 points going in towards champs. Like you said, since LAG lost this morning to Boston, LA Thieves now put themselves up to that 7th spot, provide a little bit more of a cushion from those bubble teams. And exactly what you wanted to do if you're the Thieves. Clean 3-0, bounce back into search and destroy, respawns, at least in that map number 1, not as clean as you wanted it to be, but a 3-0 nonetheless, exactly what you want if you're the Thieves. Gain that momentum, not going into these next 2 matches for them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we want to talk about, right? Is the fact of the forward progress for this Thieves roster. They're feeling good. Obviously, a nice 3-0 win versus Paris is going to make you feel quite nice. But as we said, it was just trying to get through this series. Don't allow for any funny business to happen. And as we said, don't allow for the Reapers to come out and surprise you, right? Don't allow for those soul suckers to come in and start to spoil the comms. As we said, Thieves do avoid that struggle, and ultimately, man, it just felt like a clean series. I mean, outside of the Tuscan, which was back and forth, I mean, Gavutsu was not a struggle, and like we said, they just felt a lot more comfortable in those Tuscans. But moving forward, Jake, what are you looking out for the Thieves? I know it's a nice W here versus Paris, but what are you most hoping to see them improve on going into week 3?
They have to expand their map pool and hardpoint. The fact that you told me the only 2 hardpoints that they've been consistently winning since Pro-Am Classic have been Gavutsu and Berlin. They need to expand that, get better at Tuscan, or get back into their form on Tuscan. Probably play a little bouquets. It's been their auto veto all year long. We're probably not going to see that from them, but they need to show a little bit better performance on that Tuscan hardpoint. And then you go to a search and destroy. You're going up against a Paris Legion roster who haven't seen a lot of success in this game mode. A 6-3 victory is a victory indeed, but still a couple rounds where they need to clean up. Once you get that first blood, you can't give up the numbers advantage that quickly the way that they were doing. Once they find that first kill, like 2 seconds later, it's immediately a 3v3. You have to slow down the game when you get to those crucial moments, because that's when the better teams are going to be able to attack you and take you out in some of those rounds. 4v3s can't turn into 3v3s. 4v4s, you are really good at clutching those, but when you have the man advantage, you have to secure those, especially against the better squads.
You're right, Jay. You're absolutely right. Fortunately for me, I was wrong. I thought Paris was going to take a map, and I apologize. I'm sorry, Ant. I'm sorry, Veli. It's all on me. Straight in the forehead. Guys, let's bring it back. I thought they had a chance.
I told you. Lando, what?
I know.
I'm sorry. Lando, what did I say? I said 3-0. These guys are going to get cooked. People are literally... They're blasted on the timeline.
If Paris got a chance, then shoot. What's up, Pokemon? Yo, that was rough. Had a chance?
No, I mean, that was really, really, really rough. And I've seen people saying, like, Paris are going to come in and spoil and stuff like that, like, trying to play spoiler. Like, they're not going to come in and beat a team like LA Thieves.
No.
LA Thieves, I mean, Paris has just been too bad over the course of the last few months. And LA Thieves is a team that's been great on LAN, and in this stage, they've been figuring it out online for the most part. Like, even though they did get 12-0'd in S&D by the Atlanta FaZe, like, the respawns were still fairly good.
Good game.
Yeah, so it was honestly frustrating me seeing people predict Paris over the Thieves. But either way, in this series, great search and destroy improvement on the side of the LA Thieves. We saw some, them going towards B, getting kills, wrapping back towards A. The mid-round adjustments that we were talking about with this team that had to come through. We saw it in this match. It's really the only map where I'm going to take anything away from these guys. Because obviously Paris is a really easy team to beat when it comes to those respawns. But either way, solid performance.
Yeah, big time. We actually have a Scump play of the game. It's Search and Destroy round 6. Nameless, man. LA Thieves. They
looking better. I mean, look, they get first blooded. The insta trade comes in. They push up over towards the B bomb site. Then the wrap starts to come from the Paris Legion, just basically baiting them out. It's the waiting game, trying to play for information at this point. Then you see the classic play where you make the adjustment, communication comes through. You wrap back to make the round easier for yourself. You get that bomb down that's Envoy planning, and then you can see Octane puts himself in a good position to pick up kills. This is a guy who's been struggling in S&D. Got to make it easier on yourself. You get pushed up in that mid corner, you get a free kill, and then basically the round is done from here. So it's just a high percentage play by the LA Thieves, definitely learning from their mistakes and taking advantage in these situations where they have numbers.
Paris needs help. I just want to say, man, to close out this season, I would really love to see Paris just try something new. Coach, DM, somebody do something, man. I'm really loving what I'm seeing from Johnny. Tim's cool. It's a tough spot. I just want to see something just different.
Yeah, I feel bad for the players on the team.
I feel terrible.
Especially, like, you can see it after games, like the frustration coming out of players like Temp. Like, he really put on a huge performance on that map one. Like, he was popping off. I just don't think the team's in the right mental spot to make a run. Like, we've seen the tweets. They're getting on. They're losing games every single day. It's a tough spot to be in. It's really frustrating as a competitor, especially when your career is on the line. So I wish nothing but the best to these players, and hopefully they can make something special happen from the losers bracket.
Give your players the attention and resources needed to win. We actually have a Game Fuel victory spotlight with Envoy from the LA Thieves. Envoy, man, put a smile on. You guys got a big win, and you're looking really good this stage. But when it comes to points, you guys are doing well. You guys are looking very strong since the last major. Your next opponent is Florida. We've seen the new Florida. So my question to you is, have you guys started game planning to play against them yet? And if so, what's one thing you're worried about? I just kind of want to know behind the scenes with you guys.
Yeah, for right now, I mean, we're just taking it one match at a time. I feel like the biggest thing for us in matches is like winning the searches. Obviously, won the search today, picked up a nice 3-0. We lost the 2 searches versus FaZe, so really just working on strengthening that and our map pool overall, because that's going to help the most for the end of the year.
Yes, sir.
Envoy, like, I have a lot of respect for you when it comes to the search and destroy game mode. I think you play it a very unique way. You're great at that over the course of your career. And I want to ask you, this has to be really frustrating for you to be on a team that is struggling in said game mode. When you guys come into a series versus a team like Atlanta FaZe and you guys don't win a round, how do you fix things going forward? Like, what is the practice like in that week where you're trying to figure out what you did wrong?
So it's a lot of just, well, at the beginning of the season, it was a lot of just like losing our man-up situations, which is like really hard to fix because, that's just super in the moment. But I mean, FaZe, they outclassed us. We didn't win a round. So this week, I mean, it's more or less just trying to steal other people's strats or take away things that they did that we can implement into our game. And yeah, that's just what we've been doing to, change up our respawn and S&D game.
Has anything changed in the discussion mid-round? Because we saw some plays, like we just watched Scump play the game where you guys wrap back from B over towards A, where at times we'd see you guys maybe overcommit or a player make a hero play. Has anything changed in those moments? Is there somebody like calling out, calm down, and let's do this?
Oh, for sure. It's really just like taking our time and not getting too antsy or, overzealous where we're trying to take a chow that we don't need to. Obviously, like in that play right there, we figured they'd be wrapping, so we just took the, the free bomb site that we could get. And played it pretty perfectly afterwards. So just I think it's like taking less risk and playing the the higher percentage play.
Nicely done.
Yeah, Envoy, I do want to say this, man. You guys have been one of my favorite teams to watch this stage. I love watching you guys the last major. Keep crushing it, and I'll talk to you next time, all right?
Appreciate it, Belly. Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Good one.
You as well. All right, so that was pretty much it, man. So Paris, a lot of woes. I'm hoping to get a lot of support and help from their organization soon, hopefully. LA Thieves, I do want to say, even though they got bummed out against Atlanta and S&Ds, it was a great series overall. I'm really loving what I'm seeing from this team, this stage. The question is, moving forward, I feel like Florida and NY, NY possibly now. I feel like LA can win that, but Florida, this is a game I expect LA to really pop off with.
It's their most important game.
It's their most important
It's that
one.
bubble game, you know, trying to knock them down. I mean, LA's currently in the top 8, right? So if they can win that series versus Florida Mutineers and widen that gap, it gives them a lot of grace going into a major where traditionally, like, LA has played way better on land. Like, online, this is like the first time we've seen LA Thieves play well online. It's nice to see. So imagine what's going to happen on land now.
I can't wait to see Kenny bring it, baby. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series on the day. Oh, it's a good one. Speaking about points and bubble games, coming up next, we have OpTic Texas with Ilya, of course. You guys know the deal. But who are they facing off against? The New York Subliners, the hungriest team in the league right now, and rightfully so. They're looking to rack up as many points as possible, and so far they are undefeated in the online qualifiers. But the question is, can they be another Titan in the scene? We'll see if the streak continues. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break to close out this amazing day. See you there.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Hey, we interrupt this programming to bring you a very important message. Did you guys buy your tickets for Major IV yet? Buy your tickets at nyxl.com/major, and you can come see me July 14th through 17th at the King's Theater. I swear to God, you better do that. You better do it. You better buy your tickets, all right? You ain't getting in if you don't have tickets, so what are you doing? Don't make me mad. Don't do that. Don't make me mad.
Still looking for more. My people, they got a sore. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore. Just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little. My God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live.
Scump finds 2 on the point, flushes him out. Now protects a few players on one, but Shotzzy, it feels like he cannot miss. He cannot miss. Lead, not able to get away. To 1 versus 1 we go. Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, and yes, we're at the end of this week as well. We got one more game left to go, and this is going to be a good one, okay? For the simple fact that Paris, pay attention, okay? New York Subliners made a lot of team changes when they struggled, and now look at them, one of the best teams in the game. Now they're facing off against OpTic Texas, but nameless, we have Maps and Mo's, man. I want to hear your thoughts about this.
Let's check them out. I mean, looking at this, the hard points, I think New York made it out pretty good. You look at that Berlin, OpTic struggled to break on that map. They're 10th in break percentage on Berlin. It's been a map that they've lost a decent amount of the season. Then Bocage hardpoint, we know how good OpTic has been on that map, but New York has won 9 of their last 10 Bocage hardpoints. So it's looking good there. Obviously, in the control, OpTic has the advantage. You see New York, last time they played, they lost to Tuscan, so they go ahead and they get rid of Tuscan control in this one, which forces them to play a Berlin that they're 1-1 on. So not exactly comfortable on that map. So the respawn's going to be interesting for sure.
Holy Bocage. Bocage between New York and OpTic. Listen, we're in for a treat today, but also, ladies and gentlemen, we're in for an even better treat because this is the second game in the stage. We see Illy play with his squad and head into Bocage. Oh, they're going to have a good time there. Shotzzy and the rest of the boys are ready to jump in that lobby, and I'm going to have to say, from the last game we saw with OpTic Texas, they did go against Paris Legion. It was a good warm-up. We saw good things, but now it's going to need to be even gooder than that. They're going against one of the best teams and the most streakiest team this stage right now. This ain't going to be easy.
Yeah, last time they played New York, they actually lost 1-3. Obviously, wasn't this roster. They did not have Illy. So, yeah, exactly. They lost in the qualifying at Major 3 qualifying stage, excuse me. But going into this one, yeah, they're going to have to shut down Crim. Crim actually had a really good series against them. He played with the fire. Obviously, when he goes up against Scump, he's bringing that added fire, and he definitely has the fire now as they're trying to go flawless here in this qualifying stage. For OpTic, this is a big test. A lot of pressure is going to be on the other side of this match coming from New York.
Right, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, nameless, I got you, man. This is going to be a good benchmark series with Illy back. I mean, there's not much to say about that, right? We don't have a huge sample size other than the game against Paris, and how well do we know, what really went down from that from watching it. But the last one is they're going to have to execute offensively on Bocage, S&D. They're actually 10th in offensive win percentage on Bocage at 38%. Carson, shout out to you for that context right there, but also the featured player. This is gonna be an easy one, man. This is Dashy. Dashy is that guy.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's stats are crazy. I mean, he's sitting at 1.21 hardpoint, 1.2 S&D KD, 1.3 control KD. The guy is just nuts, man. He wins his gunnies. He's always going to be playing aggressive in that flex role. It's why you love to see him there. Dashy's just an unbelievable player, man. And AR, he's picking up kills at any moment. This guy can take over games, and he's extremely confident.
Well, speaking of confidence, New York is full of it right now, right? Let's talk about this team. Kismet popped off. He went crazy. We've been talking about that this whole time. But also looking at the Mandu featured player right now, which is Dashy. And also we have iLLeY back. I can't stop but thinking about how well Paulehx has been this stage and also how well Crim has been, especially as a leader as well.
Yeah, Crim's been great. Paulehx as well, both of them. This team gels really well. They're a high-action, fast-paced team. They've gotten better in their pressure situations. We've seen them win a couple round 11s. Last time they played against OpTic, they shut down Shotzzy. He did not have a good performance.
Yes.
And Hydra popped off. We were hyping up that matchup between Hydra and Shotzzy, and Hydra certainly won that one. With the level of play that we're seeing out of the SMGs, though, New York, they're looking to actually favor them in this series. I mean, we saw Kismet. He looked super comfortable. Since they picked him up, he's been making plays that's just helped them win games in the final moments. But yesterday, he was a different breed.
I'm praying to the Vanguard gods right now. Let New York go undefeated and run rampant in their major. But before we even get to that point, they're going to have to stay undefeated, and that's by beating OpTic Texas. What are the keys, though? Continue to bring in elite teamwork, baby. Number 1 in non-traded kill percentage, and 2nd in traded death percentage. I mean, shout out to Hydra for that one especially. But last one is stay informed on map 1, Bocage Hardpoint. They've won 9 of their last 10, and as a hardpoint team, New York is just dominant. There's nothing else to say about it. It's not a debate.
Definitely not. And we're going to learn that in this series. New York, they've been playing like they have in the last couple matches. I mean, we really don't know what to expect at OpTic Texas. They had a close game versus Paris Legion. They're still trying to get comfortable. This is honestly an extremely tough matchup. And like we said in the keys, it's a benchmark game for them.
All right, real quick, because I got to throw it. Who you got winning?
I got New York winning.
All right, New York as well. All right, let's do this over to Bryson Town. Fellas, this is fun. The bubble's here. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much. Interesting. Our desk all going for New York. OpTic fans very much looking forward to the return of iLLeY. And this certainly, like the desk said, going to be a benchmark game. Where they sit, Paris is one thing. New York, quite another ton.
Yes, 2 beautiful cities and 1 really good team. Look, I think if you look at it, this is really the one we're looking at for OpTic. What can they do here against such a hot-firing NYSL? As you mentioned, it's hard to benchmark it when they're going up against Paris. iLLeY look good. Can he do it here, though? It's a very, very different story, especially when you're going into a Bocage hardpoint. That NYSL, 9-1 out of their last 10. Let's see if they get the job done here up against the green wall.
Well, if we ever know anything about Bocage and OpTic, it means not an awful lot of hill time. It'll probably come down to time at the end. But starting off at the moment, Hydra just doing Hydra things, somehow staying alive with 6 health in this position, and a little bit of a touch on the sides, but not an awful lot of points for either team.
Having a look at some of the stats as well of OpTic. This rotational game that we so often do play on hardpoint is so important for them when we do go into Bocage. First in hold percentage. If they can get there, if they can lock these hills in, they will find a good time. But finding hills and finding rotations are going to be very difficult when Hydra is flying at you, as he so often does. The French phenom having a good start at 4-1. NYSL transitioning now over towards the field side. OpTic here, ready and wet, Bryce.
Yeah, Paul needs to stay alive here, and they hit him squarely in the head, and he's going to wait for reinforcements to come through. At the moment, you can see the back Dashy trying to hold down Crimsix, but doesn't end up getting that kill, and will be taken out because of it. New York have done a wonder here and flipped this spawn.
It's a hellish kill from Shotzzy in the second one, but yep, as you said, NYSL have done the hard work. Really trying to find a way through. No time right now for the side of New York, which is fine for them, though. They do have control of the spawns. If we can clear them out there, they're looking good, but our Mountain Dew feature player, Dashy, 2 kills inside a barn, give OpTic just a little bit of a toehold to try and get some control, make that a 3rd now for Dashy. The rest of OpTic following up. And even though they do get flipped here, OpTic, it really hasn't hurt them too much. Yes, okay, the points would have been great, but they haven't allowed many to leak over towards NYSL either.
Yeah, they did a great job of recovering, and speaking of recovering, the kill feed lights up for them. And they're going to come away from P2 in the lead. You can see New York desperately trying to go for the rotation. Shotzzy trying to shut it down.
He's trying to shut it down. He had a read on the spawns there. Well predicted from the side of Shotzzy. Paul should be dead. Lovely rotation from OpTic. But can they hold it down? Plenty of NYSL players in and around here. Shotzzy does have Dashy alongside of him. Dashy holding down the spawns towards the back, but NYSL will just come through the front door, just try and control it as best they can. Shotzzy with a big gunfight win towards the back. Spawns still going to be there for NYSL. It's an absolute bloodbath inside of P3 at the moment.
Walking away with it, only iLLeY going to try and slow this one down, and he get 2, but not going to get the 3rd. And Crimsix will dive in. New York going to take the lead here with 40 seconds left to go on this hill. And Scump is waiting for the reinforcements to fly through. He's going to find Kismet, surely. Easy read there in the end for Scump. And now they flood back in. This entire game is still as tight as it can be.
So back and forth, nobody able to really get any sort of decent control over any of these hills. It's back and forth. Left and right, New York Subliners still spawning towards the back. You're going to be thinking about P4 in a second if you are OpTic. But Scump is finding the roots. There's number 4. Number 5 was potentially lined up for him. Is he going to get away with it? Staying alive. Let's see if we can make this into a 7 for a glide bomb. That will be massive for the side of OpTic.
Well, Scump now going to hit the rotation. Hasn't seen one in a while. Looking for players over crosses, but nobody is finding the king at the moment. Eventually does take down Hydra. That's 5. Looking for number 6. The pre-fire comes in. Scump is weak. He's dodging. He's diving. He is eventually going down. And now OpTic, while they are in the lead, they will not have that glide bomb.
They won't, and Kismet just went straight through the front door. Good work by NYSL. For all that, they had that rotation over towards P3. They seem to be breaking in nicely, but OpTic are not allowing them any easy points here, and that's why the game's pretty close. It kind of feels like Subliners are making these breaks and seemingly have control. The scoreline does not show that. Now imagine the breakthrough here in towards Barn again. An opportunity for points here. 5 points in the lead. That's going to extend OpTic towards the back. It's a tough break from here.
They're looking for it. They're trying to make the kills here, but you can see Hydra's ready to set up. He knows somebody's coming through this direction.
Rotation.
At the moment, nobody's actually gone for it. They're still fighting over Barn, and Hydra gets 2. And Hydra on a 5 streak here, eventually just spinning every single direction. And he's going to go down the rotation, though. It does look like it could fall on the Kismet.
Can he hold anything down through the middle? Not quite. Shotzzy. Not who you want to see there. Ellie backing it up. Lovely break coming in from OpTic. Still going to be a spawns here for NYSL. But those kills coming on through just at the right time. They know exactly where NYSL are. And can OpTic hold this down? Dashy in the river gets gunned by Crimsix, and all of a sudden it bursts into life once again. A yellow kill feed, though. There's New York break on through very, very easily. Both teams being broken so simply either side. It's nothing too complicated. It's through the front door. The gunfights are being won by the aggressors nonetheless. So back and forth. Nobody able to get a real stronghold on this game so far, Brycey.
Well, you can see the kill feed going through. Eventually, it is going to be New York to clean this one up. And bearing in mind how often we see Baccards come down to time, especially when OpTic are playing, it could be swinging that sweet victory all over again. But right now, we go back to P1, and it'll basically be touch it for a second and run away.
Just about this rotation over towards P2. OpTic trying to lock this in, and some good time over on P1 as well. They've got a lovely setup here. At least staying alive is crucial, but well, so is their 2 players in the middle. Kismet finding 2 on Shotzzy and Scump. Not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. That allows New York to spread their vines out and across the map. Hydra, oh, that's a good fight. You've got to win. Shotzzy, my goodness. And that shuts down the push. It shuts down the rotation. That was looking so good for NYSL. All of a sudden, OpTic in control of the map once more. Points on the board here over towards P1. They've got the rotation if they need it, but it's so back and forth. Things are changing so fast.
It is currently OpTic just trying to hold this one down. Kismet with a huge kill towards the back, though. New York are trying to squeeze. Scump going to be up top. He is stunned, but he is gunned. And Hydra ends up taking that one away. OpTic still on the back foot, trying to hold on to these spawns under New York aggression. There's 11 seconds left to go before this switches. Obviously, nobody touches the time because they never do.
This rotation is so important for OpTic. Found themselves lagging behind just a little bit, but the man back off the bench, so to speak, Illy. After his injury, having a good game so far, needs to continue it. Shots inside the barn. He's the one that kind of started what is looking like something good in the second half of this game. With the side of OpTic, those couple of kills inside the barn really did set them up beautifully, heading over towards P2. But again, this game just feels like one team has control of a hill, and all of a sudden they do not. OpTic just about holding on. It's going to be Hydra towards the back, who finds 2. My goodness, the 3rd! He's done it on his own! The French Phenom's at it again!
Just unbelievable break coming in there from New York, and all off the back of Hydra. Let's find out how they're doing in the comms.
Nice, good shit.
Yo, get kitch for me. I'll do all that.
I'm team shouting with you. Nice. I'm watching over here.
Helmet. I'm watching over Paul. They could be short, okay?
He got me. Oh, yo, he's tunnel, Shotzzy. He's going up to camo, I think. On me, gate. Play life.
Seth is gate. Yeah.
I'm camo, hold the camera. We play tight for kills here. Let them fuck up. I'm going back window. Yo, he's on our tank. Yeah, he went tower. Time, Shotzzy.
Top house set.
Jump pitching, bro. He's back. Nice job. One more ant. Top.
Low enemy. Top. Go right, bullet. Back step. Top low right.
Shot me. One shot. He's one shot close corner. One shot close.
He's gonna be camo or something. Dashy.
I don't see him. One short. Nice.
He's not here.
He's in kitchen. We killed Dashy.
2 kills. I got one more. On time, dead.
Nice shot. One here. Yo, top gate. Don't shout him. He's on the goddamn.
Weak. Nice. I'll find this time.
I'm coming to help you. He can be kitch.
He can be top as well.
I'm stunning kitch. Yeah, I stun him kitch. I stun him kitch.
He's Røkkr.
One's mid. I have your kitchen. I'm watching
right now. I'm Tim.
P2 ender. P2 ender. He's going on front kitchen. Front kitchen zig.
Okay, front kitchen. Watch out.
Yeah. I'm throwing a deep nade over mid. Yo, are we going right here? Yo, look over me. Marco.
I'm seeing front kitchen. Yo, top in tree down.
Okay, I'm going top. Yo, he's on in 10 on the back.
New York still leading so far in this game, and OpTic feeling the pressure. Let's find out how they feel in this listening.
Try getting time.
I just want to
Yo, kitchen step one more. God tank still. Where's he on time? I'll get him on time. Sit down.
He's on time. Under steps.
One's A plat. Big door dead. A plat, front left. Hydra dead. I'm staying down.
Let's get
A plat. Here.
I'm picking up left.
Yeah, one guy's on me on time. Front door Paul dead. Nice one there. Crim dead. Good shit. Yo, small. Dead. Good shit. Soak all this 30. Be hard kills.
Yo, nothing left.
Yo, we small door again. Where'd he go?
You went there, I think. I have left, so. Left kid,
nice, start right time. Try to help you.
Got take.
Absolute Paul.
Got take.
Keep looking at time. Yo, front door Hydra, absolute. Right here.
This guy got time for that.
And one's under me. Yo, Hydra on door.
Rebel mind.
That's 4.
Push it, I'll get time.
Play for spawn door here.
Let me back on my side.
Are you? I'm here with you. Top house. First guy. Can you get him? I'm waiting for you. He's cutting. Dead. Good shit.
I'm trying to get the house. Hydra. Dead.
Nice. Two. Back castle. Wait, one more.
Back on. Crims P1.
We're missing someone. Dead. Let's go. Where do you go?
Back on. Let's go.
Mid-street kids. Last guy mid-street. Jump right here. He's on time. Someone on time. Kids. He's close behind.
Well, there's OpTic, and you can hear an awful lot of Hilly in those comms. At the moment, Kismet somehow staying alive under this, even though they lost the spawns. Right now, it's still New York in the lead. OpTic are going to try and close this gap here onto River, but they are not having the most fun time of it.
Yeah, they're going to really try and bring it by. My God, Paul. Hilly might be trying to orchestrate things here as best as he can for his squad, but Paulehx, it's a hell of a big kill, and that's going to allow a lot of time to go over towards NYSL. Hilly gets a better run this time, and eventually, it's going to be a break for OpTic. And maybe we'll get a few points here, Bressy, but that lead, it's not insurmountable, but it's such a solid one for the side of NYSL. They're looking to set up over towards Bond. They want to keep those rotations over towards P2 if we do indeed get there. In a good spot to close this game out, but OpTic are not that far away.
Well, here's the big thing as well. Bearing in mind we are coming towards the end of this game, not that quickly. There is 1 minute and 3 left on that clock as well. As we know with P1 coming up, teams tend not to play around it as much as they could. So we could be seeing this game end early as we kind of expected.
Not long on that game time, is there? OpTic have broke through. They may well try and find as much time as possible here, which would obviously make sense. Paul finds 2. OpTic need to just set up and find something, but for every single second that passes us by, it works out for the side of New York Subliners. If they can just keep OpTic off this every single second, is in their advantage.
Hydra managed to find another 2, but with 18 seconds ticking down, it's still New York into the lead here. They still do have the spawns. OpTic Gaming are looking to break through at some point, but to do that, they have to find the kills. 6 seconds left to go. Push down River. You can already see Illy trying to make a move. They're going to try and hunt him down. They know exactly where it's Kismet and Illy. Illy wins another gunfight. And that time is ticking. We thought it might. OpTic have to just kind of jump in here, and you can see already Hydra finds 1. He's looking for the second again. It's Hydra with a 2-piece. Over and over as they start gunning here against OpTic. And Kismet finds 1, finds the second. And OpTic are now spawning out considerably.
They can't get anywhere near it. NYSL are causing absolute chaos inside of barn. Hydra and Kismet are having their way at the moment. 19 seconds remaining on this timer. NYSL having to soak up more and more of that time. Inside the point, the pressure there from OpTic is just not close enough. They're 10 seconds away from going up in the series.
And OpTic have to go. They have to try and find something. Scump finds the first. The rest of OpTic are trying to pile in, but the gunfire from New York is too strong. And that game did not end on the time clock as we thought it might, but it was close. New York decided to just hold down P2 completely. And OpTic kept having to fly, but 2 pieces out of Paulehx, Kismet, and Hydra. Hydra, by the way, was in his zone.
He was skating around, wasn't he? That kind of game, this kind of map. For Hydra, he lives and breathes it. 28 non-traded kills. An insane game from Hydra. Putting up really big numbers. And how many times did we see those big breaks off the back of his kills? That one specifically over towards P2 on that second rotation. 3 kills on his own. Door wide open for the rest of his team to get on through. Fantastic work from Hydra. The tip of the spear for the side of New York Subliners. Gets them into such a good position in this series. But I think OpTic would have known going into this one that Priestahh is going to be a very, very difficult game. It's hard win, of course, Illy has been out and about, but an impressive performance from Subliners there. And I want to say relatively comfortable. I know I was saying halfway through it, it felt like it was hard to ascertain who was really in control, but it felt like NYSL were the ones finding the breaks. They didn't just necessarily find the points in the first half, but when they started to get these breaks in the second rotation, it felt like they capitalized just a little bit more off the back of big plays from people like Hydra. Kismet had a good game. Everybody from Subliners solid on the stats sheet. And take a lead here up against OpTic, and that will give them so much confidence heading into the rest of the series.
Yeah, really will. They're all big plays out of both sides. You're right. I just felt like maybe the difference was just what Hydra was doing. He's just incredibly irritating to deal with. And I feel like we talk about Shotzzy like that, but with Priestahh, Hydra was just finding a difference. Here's that 3-piece. We see a Breaker on his own. He's like, all right, I'll find all 3 of them. I'll just run through over and over again. And yeah, kind of a crazy one out of New York in the end. And considering we thought it was going to end on the time clock, New York went, all right, we're going to hold P2. We're just going to hold it. You're not getting anywhere near it. We saw Paulehx playing his life. And it was just furious the entire way, Ton.
I mean, imagine it just trying to play up against players like Hydra and Shotzzy. It's so difficult, but for Hydra to do it up against a player like Shotzzy as well. I mean, for how long have we been talking about this man being one of the best SMGs in the game? He is very much up there in that conversation at the moment for the Subliners. 250 to 171. A relatively comfortable map number 1 for the side of New York in that miracle run. It's feeling a lot more likely as time goes on. I'm honestly struggling to figure out a team that's going to be able to beat them at the moment. They just look so good, and when this man is firing like that, it is very, very difficult to come up with a game plan of how to beat this squad.
Yeah, and they've got to continue this momentum on. If there's one thing you don't want to do against OpTic is give them away back into this series. I'm convinced OpTic, as soon as they get a little bit of momentum under their wings, will be firing back on full force. And yeah, I'm not gonna even look into this series too far off that first map, and I don't think anyone really should. It's a long way to go before I think we find the victor of this game.
We say that, I just feel though that looking at Priestahh Search and Destroy, it doesn't necessarily favor OpTic at all as well. So I mean, it's difficult. It's always hard to predict when we do go into these games, but looking at the map set, I'm kind of siding with Ant on a couple of these points that this does suit NYSL. A building control does not. I will say that. OpTic will be looking at that one as a map they should absolutely win. Of course, we've only seen NYSL play it twice. It's not necessarily a massive ban for them, but it just hasn't been picked that often. Very, very even split when it does come down to control. So we'll maybe talk about that a little bit more when we get there. But when it comes down to Priestahh Search and Destroy, Paul has been phenomenal on this map as of recent. He's going to need to be at his best once again here up against OpTic. A close victory for them last time out. Very close games across the board, actually. Both these two teams, the last 3 games they played on Priestahh Search and Destroy, Bryce. Guess where it's went?
Well,
both of them.
I think the interesting point for me is what's at stake with this game. New York want this game more. Like, they have to. They are sitting there. They know that the hole they have put themselves in needs to be dug out. If they get this, they will be 4-0. If OpTic, obviously the biggest thing they can take away from this is they're trying not to go into the losers bracket for Major 4. But we all know they're trying to rebuild. They've got Illy back. They are looking sights set on the Major and then champs beyond it. This isn't the biggest dagger in the side for them if they lose it. They've already locked champs a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, so I think realistically New York are just fully locked in. The pressure they must be feeling every time they load into a map is unbelievable.
Have a look at the stats here for OpTic Texas. Priestahh Search and Destroy. Their favorite thing to do when the attack is go neutral. And it's also their least successful tactic when it does come down towards those attacks. So let's keep an eye on how things are going to break on down. As mentioned, Paul, a 1.7 KD in 4 games of Priestahh Search and Destroy. It's quite something to keep up on a map like Priestahh, isn't it? Let's see if you can do it here up against OpTic, who are on the attacking. Looking like they're heading over towards A.
Yeah, sneaky Kismet. Just going to wait this one out. The only issue for Kismet will be that there is nobody available to trade him. Eventually, Crimsix comes over to back tank just to have a little look out. But OpTic right now have no idea where New York are. And New York are waiting to absorb whatever pressure comes down. You can see the call's been made. They're about to make a river play. Paulehx going to find one. Almost finds the second as well. Hydra going for a chow. It's a little bit of a bait and switch coming out of New York. And Hydra tries to stay alive. Scump eventually takes him down.
Oh, Scumpy on his own after Dashy kills iLLeY on the cross. That's a disastrous gunfight that comes on through because I think they both went for the challenge. One of them got killed by their teammate and then the other one got gunned by the player they were challenging. But 3 kills there for Paul. Really good hold by NYSL. The problem is for OpTic there, they just didn't have enough time. They had to move quickly. As soon as they lose that first gunfight, they're in trouble.
Yeah, the call was going to be made. We're going to see this again.
Yep.
Paulehx gets Shotzzy. Dashy almost goes down. And Hydra goes for a little bit of a bait. Now, keep an eye on the mini-map. I was going to say, keep an eye on the map for the team kill, but it doesn't matter. We know it happened regardless. Not a great round for OpTic, but they can regain. Kismet already jumping over. Dashy going to be on the back tank. He's going to see him as well. He's in a little bit of trouble. It's aggressive, it's ambitious, but ultimately it's not very good.
Oh, Dashy comes from a peek on the Crimsix. How dare you, Scump now with a challenge. Hydra should be there for the trade and absolutely does get it. He's going to go for this plan quickly. I don't think OpTic would have realized that, but they are actually going to go check it. Hydra will fall. And Paulehx not in a position to help him.
Yeah, went straight for it. Paulehx is now going to try and figure out, because he knows wherever he goes on this map, someone from OpTic will be waiting. And they've set up really well here. There is no blind area for him. Shotzzy will probably just try and shoulder this or keep away from it. No information either there for Paulehx.
Information gained though. The sign of OpTic. You know, good idea where that came from. Across now back over towards the bomb. Did iLLeY spot him?
I don't think he did. That angle hasn't allowed it.
Nope.
Paulehx might try and grab this and get out. Shotzzy's going to make a move. You're going to see it on the bomb. Paulehx is actually going for the plant. This is incredibly ambitious. The nade isn't even going to hit him, and he's out.
This is now a double for the side of Paulehx. 3 streak of both players from OpTic onto the site. This is such a risky one because if Shotzzy loses this gunfight, iLLeY is all of a sudden in trouble. But that bomb defusal is coming on up. They're coming on up quickly. And there you go. The defuse comes in, as does the kill from iLLeY. Well played from OpTic. Very heads-up play. They knew that Paul would have had to get himself out quickly. They jump on it immediately themselves.
Yeah, fully taking advantage of where that bomb was planted. Obviously, Paulehx had to plant it safe. Problem is, safe for one is safe for the other, and OpTic went, all right, bet.
Nicely done. Those are the kind of plays when you do have that numbers advantage. Slight risk, of course, if Paul has put himself in a fantastic angle and he gets the first, then all of a sudden the player defusing the bomb is a sitting duck. In that scenario, really good cover. Nice heads-up play from OpTic. They get themselves on the board, 1-1. Now looking like it is a sided hit. It's typically everywhere. Or every time, I should say, that with players going in any direction is over towards a Hydra. And the Henry Chinny Chin Chin will just about get out. NYSL survive.
Oh, Kismet's going to be found. He moves at the wrong time, and Shotzzy says thank you very much. Hydra's trying to do some work. It's not going to work out for Paulehx. Has everybody jumping through, and he gets 2, but not the 3rd. And Texas go 2-1 up now in the Bacage S&D.
Offensive win percentage hasn't necessarily been there for the side of OpTic, but they do get one on the board. Can NYSL match it themselves in the next? That was much better from OpTic, and that is that neutral setup that we like to see from them. Players get caught out, though, and all of a sudden it's an easy push from the rest of OpTic. 2nd 2 out, Paulehx will not stop New York going 2-1 down. The rest of the team yet to really get on the board yet. My goodness. How was he killed him there? That's literally just a straight spray through and Dashy falls.
Scump's gone out. Scump's gone and got that kill as well on the Kismet. They're trying to trade him out, but they can't. Crimsix eventually finds iLLeY. Shots. Oh my goodness, Scump! Hydra just got evaporated. And Paulehx is going to go down as well as Shotzzy. There is a lot of dancing going on from Scump and Shotzzy in this S&D. And now Crimsix is left all alone to try and figure out this Rubik's Cube of where on earth are these players gone.
Stopping around Bacage with Shotzzy and Scump on your tail. Crimsix is in a tough position here. Imagine they have sounded him out. Bomb's going to be picked up now. Get a good idea of what's going on. What's the play here for Crim? It's such a difficult call to make. Let's take a twist. You see Shotzzy. And here comes Scump. This is such a difficult 1v2.
Looking for him as well, and that's going to just be a perfect bait and switch. All the bait there, shot by Shotzzy. Shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. And Crimsix just didn't have anywhere to go.
First blood's coming in and helping OpTic out in that scenario. New York just seemed a little bit flat here. Came out firing Paul, lining them up in Røkkr in that very first round. Other than that, though, they've had nothing to write home about. Scump and Co having a very, very good game here, 3-1, and I really do feel like this would be a big win for them if they can find it in the search and destroy, and they're halfway there to doing so at the moment.
Well, stick it on the shoulders of this man. Scump on a 5 streak. One thing I don't actually want to see OpTic do is probably play around this streak, because I feel like it might throw them off their game plan. Crimsix gets first blood.
That's big.
Scump's being aggressive.
Scump is being aggressive, so they're not playing around it too much. And how many times do we see teams fall into that trap? Not this time around necessarily for Scump.
Here's the thing. At the moment, with the way Scump is playing, I think he'd win the gunfight, but he needs to win that gunfight clean and get out.
No info.
Being patient. Overwatch for Illy. Hydra gets another one. It's a 4 versus 2.
That was big that happened because the grenade goes over. Doesn't get the information for NYSL. They will have it now, of course. 2 versus 4 for Scump and Illy to try and find. It's back to back. Let's just try and lock it down, boys.
Here comes New York. They don't know where they are. They're going to figure this out eventually. Crimsix is going to be on the god tank. Nobody's checking the bomb, and Scump eventually checks it. They don't know where they are. Jumping in. Illy gets another one. The back-to-back is working for OpTic. They're now trying to find them. Paulehx is by Illy. Unbelievable. Crimsix has got one, though. And Scump versus Crim. They're looking for each other desperately. Back and forth, and it has to be Crim to chow. And Scump wins the gunfight at 2 versus 4 for OpTic.
A gigantic round for the green wall. And Scump gets a hold of his 7th kill in a row. 9-2 out of the King. And that setup, you look at it and you're just like, well, this probably will not work. The fact that they just went back to back, it's like, right, okay, you cover that door, I'll cover this door, and it worked. Helps when Illy's winning gunfights like that in Kitchen, though, it has to be said. But OpTic Texas running away with this search and destroy. New York do not have an answer right now.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Back-to-back setup in a room, and New York cannot figure it out. Scump's bringing this in already. You can already see New York are scrambling. They are desperately trying to get safe. And Scump finds Hydra. First blood there for OpTic.
And that's the thing, because that glide bomb's called in, well, it means that everybody has to back off if you're the side of NYSL. But Paul, as soon as that's down, sprinting forward. My presence finds a 2nd as well. Phenomenally well done. And now it's a 2 versus 2. This is a round where OpTic have invested that glide bomb. You'd like to think it results in a round win, but right now it's 50-50. Bomb down over towards B. Kismet and Crimsix get away as well. OpTic with the retake once more.
Really trying to see if anybody sticks their neck out here. Being very, very cautious. He's going to know where Kismet is. Crimsix gone for the chat on the outside.
Oh
and Illy is
my
just going to
God.
shut him down.
Oh, they know where Kismet is. They get the read perfectly. They must have called it on the site, expected the tunnel push. And Kismet continues to not be able to find anything on the map at the moment. Illy opens it up. I mean, those shots towards the back once more. That's 2 rounds in a row. He has found crucial gunfights that honestly has no right winning. Phenomenal stuff out of Illy. The catalyst for OpTic to win a couple of rounds here. And can they keep this up? They are in such a good spot.
They are playing New York off of the map at the moment. Statistically, we kind of favoured New York coming into this, but no longer. Aggression here actually coming out. Hydra making a move.
Trying to change it up. Hydra might get caught here by Scump, though.
Another huge first blood for Scump, but it will be traded out eventually. And Kismet will gun down Scump. 3 versus 2, but let's face it, it has gone wrong before. Dashy all alone. Crim's going to see him, and doesn't matter. It doesn't need the reinforcement in the end. New York do get one on the board, Ton, but just one.
Yeah, a little bit of a switch up there. You can tell it's kind of the same as what was happening in the previous game we were casting today. One squad kind of getting bodied a little bit here and there. It's very much the send it down the map and see what happens. You go for the trades. They work out just about in your favor. Hydra stays along and alive, I should say, long enough during that gunfight against Scumpy for the rest of his team to then follow on suit and push up the map. And from there now out, it's just bodies, it's just more force in that scenario. 5-2 now. And then maybe find something here. Dashy and Scump over towards A. NYSL hitting this quickly. Dashy ready. Dashy out as well.
Oh, Dashy almost caught a few more bullets in the side here, but look at the aggression coming down river from OpTic. Shotzzy's going to go first. iLLey's going to go second. Paulehx has to just backpedal. Outnumbered heavily. Crimsix has to turn around as well, and OpTic can put the squeeze on now to New York.
New York have to choose a direction to fight out of and just go for it. Just see if you can find some sort of map control once again, because right now you have nothing. Crimsix searching in the bushes, can't quite find anything. Shotzzy slowly on his way around. Shotzzy with the kill. OpTic in the ascendancy here, 4v2.
It's looking all but wrapped up for them. There is just nowhere they can go on this map now that doesn't have somebody from OpTic waiting. And there's Shotzzy, and Shotzzy's gonna find him. Doesn't matter, iLLey gets him in the end, and now Hydra has to pull off a 1 versus 4. Technically, he finds the first, but it's traded. And OpTic Gaming with a dominant performance on the Bakaj S&D are back at 1-1 in this series.
A really, really dominant performance. Honestly, I feel like they started to run away with it. As soon as that 2v4 happens, NYSL maybe just crumbled that little bit. But it's a round that you absolutely cannot let happen either. Yes, okay, the bomb's down, but a back-to-back like that, it's maybe just a little bit obscure enough to put you off that you wouldn't expect it. But again, iLLey wins a couple of crucial gunfights. Scump will get the plaudits though. 11-5 from him, rightfully so. He will receive those plaudits. That glide bomb comes in, helps him win another round, and it just, the snowball effect that Search and Destroy sometimes can be. Scump with 11-5, 6-2 OpTic, 1-1 in this series. Nicely set up for a potential other 3 maps. A double bill in coming up next as well, Bricely. And this, as said, set up so nicely.
It really has. Going into this one, I really don't know what's going to happen. We did think that Bakaj was going to be New York's. It turns out to all belong to OpTic, and I don't really know. We'll have to find out. I am excited to see where this series leads, and I'm sure so are you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break at the Call of Duty League.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live with a barnstormer of a game, New York Subliners versus OpTic Texas. And so far, this hasn't disappointed. And speaking of not disappointing, it's time for our Scuff play of the game. And it's got to be aBeZy and Scump in that 2 versus 4. It's kind of crazy how this one played out, Tom.
Wild. I mean, sometimes when you see this, it's like SAS kind of stuff, isn't it? It's like, okay, backs to the walls, don't watch your entrances, and it's Scump who finds the first one. Hydra has to challenge. aBeZy's there for the trade. Okay, job done in that initial, but that gunfight is what does the business. We were just chatting about it there throughout the break that we just had. Paulehx with 11 and 6 for the L for his team, put on the most damage in the lobby. I wouldn't have minded a little bit more damage out of him there to make that round a little bit more entertaining for the side of NYSL. But that's a 3-1 down for NYSL. You bring that back to 3 versus 3-2, which you really should have. It's a different story, but OpTic play it superbly. aBeZy with the 2 kills, Scump to close it out. Very well done.
Here's another thing that I didn't realize the first time round watching that clip. A lot of pressure on Scump. Only had 10 bullets left in. If Crimsix had maybe thrown one more shoulder, he probably wouldn't have been able to get that kill. But yeah, Scump didn't reload, held the irons like a pro, and eventually just shut down Crimsix before he could do any more damage. But those 2 maps are done and dusted. It is all even now in this series as we head over to the control tunnel.
NYSL, it's not a regularly played map from them here. Only the 3rd time that we would have seen it in action in the CDL for them. As mentioned, it's not one that isn't necessarily banned so much. It's their 2nd favorite ban. It doesn't come through as much as you would expect with a team who has not played it so many times. It's just not been picked. So let's see what that game is like. On the opposite side, though, OpTic, very, very solid when it does come down to Bill in control. And they take a lead in the series here with it.
Well, a little bit of attention for both teams after the first 2 maps, and already it is kicking off towards A. OpTic, sorry, going towards B. I thought they switched around a while ago. That first tick isn't going to be in though, and OpTic may be looking to make a push here.
And I kind of understand what OpTic were doing there. They left 2 players over towards the train side. They make the push over towards B. Expect maybe a little bit more of a commitment from NYSL to either flank or over towards B, so they leave themselves a couple of players over there. Ultimately, it is good in the end. Leave them with a little bit of control over towards Ticket, and they may well threaten over towards A.
Gotta be careful.
That's what they're doing. Yeah,
gunning,
that's big.
Gunning.
That's massive.
Kismet just getting the contest in, and that is so important as he is going to find 2. That is unbelievable. Shotzzy staying alive, eventually taken down. Scump almost with the magic there, Ton.
And as said, they just kind of play for that control around Ticket. They find Scump in a really good position, but the rest of the team just not there to help things out either way. Nothing really happens over towards A. Nothing really lost or gained for either side. Just a couple of lives here and there. Now B progress is going to start coming in for the side of OpTic Texas. A little bit of fire control on top of that as well. Momentarily, a Scump is then taken down. But B should go over towards OpTic now and concentrate all their efforts over towards A.
Just ignoring the player top 3. Trying to push this one out, and he's looking for Dashy. Doesn't find him in the end, and Dashy's playing this position. I really like this because they have a little bit of control towards A if they need to swing over. You can see New York have kind of pushed into B, and OpTic might have an opportunity depending on how they think this is going to go.
I have to be careful here, though, Bryce. I mean, you either stick or you twist now. You've lost Shotzzy over towards B as well. 23 seconds remaining. You need to at least come out with B here, you would like to think. NYSL have committed towards this defensive side. 15 seconds. OpTic have got to do something.
They're stacking. OpTic have put bodies here. They're ready to just make sure that clock gets reset to 1 minute. I'm looking for the player, and Kismet is going to see him, but that is just too much cover. And OpTic commit. They take their time. They're patient. They get into it. 1 minute 10 still left on the clock, and everything to play for.
What's the play here now for OpTic on the attack? As NYSL flood themselves over towards A. Letting the control a Ticket momentarily. aBeZy is now going to find a kill on the pole. Crimsix from behind. Staying alive as best as he can, but there you go. There's the rear side completely cleared out, but Paul finds a kill on the Shotzzy. He was trying to flank. Of course he was. Still a lot of work to do here for OpTic, and because it took so long to get a hold of B, not a lot of time to do so.
They're still getting the kills through, and OpTic is struggling to really get pushed forward. What we're going to see now is OpTic spawn up towards the back. I suspect they're going to play around Shotzzy here. Shotzzy may be the main man for OpTic. He has to find something on this flank. Unfortunately, Kismet has called it perfectly. 23 seconds left to go, and OpTic, well, they're up a creek, sorry, without one.
It's kind of an easy read, though, from the side of NYSL when you have players push that far up duck, that far up ticket. The obvious push is coming from Fire. Scump Code, though, just trying to slip the net here. A couple of gunfights go their way. Can they get themselves inside? 3 seconds. Kismet is going to get traded. The dream is potentially on. Scumpy finds another. They're in with bodies. 2.7 seconds. Really, they cannot die.
Just in a complete new octave. Somehow Scump is almost staying alive. They've got players in there at the moment, and that nade will come through. It will not be the dream. It will not be the highlight reel. Scump almost made it happen. And I hit a voice so high, you think something else was happening. That was kind of ridiculous. The worst part is, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen OpTic do something like that.
Yeah, the clutch factor was very much there in the search and destroy. I think that would have maybe taken it to a different level. They managed that one. But that's the thing with this map. There is always a threat. You cannot switch up for a second. All of a sudden, a couple of players get a couple of kills each, and it's a very, very different round anyway. NYSL looking like they are going to hit over towards just the middle of the map. Maybe put the feelers out, see what you can find. And a couple of kills over towards A is the answer to that. Hydra with all 3. Can he find the 4th as well? He's broken it on his own. Dashy gets evaporated, and NYSL are in.
Trying to stay alive now. Already sees that nade just running towards him. Plays his life. Has to get back out. Reinforcements flying in for New York. The door has been opened by the French phenom. And Paulehx gets 2 as well. And he's looking for Scump. Scump stays alive. Slowly but surely it's ticking through. Looking for it. He's going to go down. Dashy is going to be able to get that trade coming through, though. Still numbers for New York. Illy going to do this one. Somebody has to jump in to stop it from New York eventually. They know Shotzzy's flanking, and it's contested. It is contested. 1, 2 for Crim. Looks for the 3rd. It's not going to be, and that is going to be so devastating. Paulehx, though, is going to be in, and Shotzzy has to dive back for it, and it's Paulehx. Oh, my goodness. They weren't responding. 1 player left for New York has just taken it away.
That's massive for the side of New York. Shotzzy tries to extend out, which is the right thing to do, but because it's so close, I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing. You've got to kind of clear it off. And now NYSL have the somewhat relatively easy job of capturing a hold at B, especially when 3 players have been dropped. And this might be the attacking round that New York need.
Second tick going through. Paulehx will be playing spoiler here at Fire Tank. They're going to know it, though. It's a very common position.
Done.
Scump going through, and that is ticked. 2-0 to the Subliners. That was fast, and OpTic going to be kicking themselves. They had a 2v1 there in the end, and Dashy got shut down. And Shotzzy, he hit the sprint back as fast as he can. 1 gunfight, and B was done.
So many big players out from the New York boys there. Hydra with the follow to break it open. The highlight reel will be far too long towards the end of the year from this man. Kismet now didn't have a great search and destroy. Looking to make up for it here. 15 and 8. Not going to make it 16 as OpTic looks to get mid-map control. This time around, though, Crimsix is there to answer the question. A couple of players from OpTic are going to slip on through, but NYSL in a bit of a better position to defend this.
Neil's got to be a bit careful here because you can already see Shotzzy is trying to get these players off the back. OpTic looking to get B. They're in a great position for it as well.
Hydra on the flank.
Yeah, but they need players to make kills regardless, and Dashy has made another one, and Kismet get that one back here. Kismet gets 2. It's just Illy. He's waiting for reinforcements to actually goes the way of the New York Subliners just because they are closer.
Huge.
And Kismet just single-handedly saved that with a 2-piece.
Yeah, those first 2 kills from Kismet, absolutely massive. 17 and 10 out of him now. Curious if OpTic maybe just turn their attention over towards B. Secure that in, maybe rue that mistake in the previous round. Not enough time to really formulate much over towards the A side. It's a bit of a B commitment here. Dashy still lingering over towards Ticket to stop the overextension coming in. Hydra not quite spotting the top head of Scump there, because now B will start to get locked in by the side of OpTic Texas. But damage was done over towards it. That's a tick locked in. Might make things that little bit easier for OpTic as they head on over.
Okay, so we're now pushing out towards Ticket. The one thing you will keep an eye on here is they are going to be watching for this flank for the majority of the game. New York going to wait for their players off of the respawn. One of them will probably hang back and just check that nobody's pushing through Fire. No, but they're not. They're not expecting the flank coming straight through. They're actually going to have a little bit of a challenge over towards B.
Yeah, that was some good kills actually come through from iLLeY. If NYSL could overextend through the trains, then it's a difficult situation, but they actually might overextend over towards B because of Shotzzy on his own. Is he going to get a hold of it before New York can get in? Yes, he is. So either way, he's going to be trains control there for the side of Subliners. Crimsix all the way pushed up. It's going to force OpTic to spawn out further towards the dock side. And potentially have to wrap through fire. Gunfight's now starting to be won over towards trains, though. So maybe OpTic can go the typical route through ticket to try and get a hold of it. But New York, good position at the moment. Live's pretty even. It's anyone's game.
This next set of trades is crucial. If it goes towards OpTic, they're going to punch straight through. Unfortunately, it does not. New York end up grabbing two. And Dashy trying to stay alive. This is an incredible, ambitious chow, by the way. And Hydra is eventually going to go down. Shotzzy has decided to hit the flank. They are looking for him. Paulehx knows where he is. He's going to be calling it out to his teammate. Hydra ready for it as well. Sun going through. Hydra wins the gunfight. I feel like at this stage, somebody's just read the Shotzzy handbook. They're always waiting for it.
Hard push here for OpTic now. And YSL starting to turtle just that little bit. At least going to find the gunfight into Kismet. Is that going to be the catalyst to let them through the front door? It's a hell of a gunfight win on to Crimsix, who goes down as well. And all of a sudden, OpTic have a route on through. It's Hydra near the point to try and slow OpTic down. Can he do so?
Oh my
Absolutely
goodness,
not.
called it. That's a VOD review. And this is it. OpTic are in. New York are not. iLLeY's playing spoiler. He almost finds two, but not quite. OpTic still don't have it. Kismet gets another one here. And surely it's not going to be stolen from the hands of OpTic again. Paulehx finds him and Shotzzy trying to do all of the work he can and eventually will go down.
They played them out.
OpTic gets stopped one more time. I thought they had that in the bag.
They've got maybe one tiny small opportunity to get themselves through here. And that might be through iLLeY with 5 seconds to go. I just don't think that OpTic are close enough to get a touch. Shotzzy may have found a route in, but it is not going to be enough. They have only played it twice this season, but that's 3 rounds back to back to back for NYSL to put themselves back in control in this series.
Very confident from New York in the end. They just seemed the more composed team. There were some big plays from them well on the defense. OpTic had flashes of being able to take that away from them. But New York stood tall, and I think Kismet was probably their most influential player from New York. And you can see it as well. The statistics back up what I was thinking. 24 and 15. But what it doesn't show you is how important some of those kills actually were.
Yeah, him and Paulehx definitely the ones who are making those influential moments. You think back to Hydra as well, having his 4-piece towards the beginning of that attacking round where they eventually did get a hold of it. That moment where they had actually Paulehx inside the point to find that final kill into Shotzzy. It's small moments here or there that are costing OpTic Texas in that particular control on Berlin. Couple of different gunfights here and there, and maybe it's a little bit different. There's a couple of moments where they did threaten, of course, over towards this A side OpTic, but not quite able to secure it. I think you're right though, Kismet was really the man of the moment, wasn't it? Multiple kills inside the points just to slow them down. Fantastic work out of him and the Subliners to go back up. And honestly, I was looking at the beginning of the series, we were talking about this map. The records would just have suggested that OpTic, the more well-versed team, didn't seem to matter. That 4th kill from Hydra, absolutely disgusting. And that's what set up the initial attack over towards it. And Paulehx, he's the one that solidified it.
That was insane, by the way.
The Hydra 4th kill's nuts.
Thought they had that locked in. Dashy was laying down a bit. Shotzzy pushed out Ticket. And there was just a gap, just the tiniest of margins for somebody to slip through. 2 kills was all it took.
And I think, you know, do OpTic look back at that? I don't know your personal opinion. Is that a mistake from them? Have they overextended too much without thinking about that 4th player? Hindsight is a wonderful thing, of course, in this situation when we're reviewing it, but at what stage do OpTic then have to say to themselves to be clear the point? So he's always going to be that player that pushes forward.
It's interesting because it's a very unique situation because you're thinking about going, oh yeah, maybe we should look for that last player. The difference in that scenario is just going to be how far that tick already was pushed up. Right? Dashy's clearing it, that's why he's laying down. And Shotzzy, right, because he couldn't play around. If that was a fresh site, for instance, Shotzzy would have played that differently. He would not have come sprinting back through the doorway as fast as he could and trying to take the gunfight. He would have probably gone a different route. He would have laid it up for his teammates, waited for the reinforcements to come in, and been able to pick his battle. But he couldn't do that, and Kismet just knew where he had to come from.
Yeah. Brilliantly well player from Kismet, though. I think he must have seen him just slightly cross back as he was trying to jump in and just solidify it for his team. But whatever happened in that game, that was a fantastic performance from NYSL. Influential kills across the board. Put themselves up now, heading into a Berlin hardpoint. I mean, looking at it towards the end of the series here, it's a Tuscan Search and Destroy. If we do go to map number 5, which for me at this moment in time, that's OpTic got a 4-game win streak on that map. They've got to be feeling good about it. But bearing in mind, I mean, we talk about sometimes the statistics are only subjective to a certain point. They haven't necessarily went the direction that we thought they would. It looked good for NYSL on the Bacage Search and Destroy. It looked great for OpTic, of course, on the Berlin control. It's completely flipped in that direction. So at this stage, what do we really know? Berlin hardpoint, though, it should be a very interesting one. OpTic have struggled a little bit. Well, again, it's a similar story. If they can get the wrap round, if they can get that rotation and lock in the hill, their holds are good, but it's their breaks that have been a problem on this map. Let's see what they can do here against NYSL, but I wonder where the headspace will be at after that one. As we talked about it in the overarching story of this, New York need this win. OpTic don't really need it. It's getting nearly back into it. Yes, you absolutely want to win every single game here. So where's the mentality at for the side of both these squads?
Well, I mean, Illy looks like he's on that Ben Bance meditation time. Full regain coming in as the teams look to lock in. And maybe only a hint of a smirk on the face of the New York Subliners. Still very much kind of a passionate conversation going in there in the end. You see OpTic locking in. They are looking for this one. They know that they are trying to get ready for the next step in their journey this year. Whereas for New York, it's not so much as a step forward as a climbing out of a hole. But this does tell a little bit of a story. Break percentage higher for New York, but Texas tend to hold better.
And holding is very important on this map. We know it. Comes down to P1 and P3. That's where you make your money when it comes down to Berlin hardpoint. Paulehx, though, with the AR is going to be a problem. The side of OpTic Texas, and looking at that, the AR's not quite there. They're going to have to be. When we head into map number 4, they're down in the series. They'll want to send it to a map number 5, where really the advantage should belong to them. But can they get there? That is the question.
Oh, here comes the push. New York on the slightly preferred side for this one. Already going straight into it. Scump and Shotzzy. Shotzzy just smashes through the door and Scump goes for the pre-aim and now looking for it. Eventually will be cut down by Crimsix, and Crimsix gets 2 as well. Dashy goes for it and Crimsix gets 3. Locks it down for New York. And Paulehx takes him out of the start.
Poor Crimp. Just trying to get the highlight reel going up against Scump. We know we want to see it. Kismet and Kodo just trying to lock this down after taking down Crimp, who's trying to extend out. We love to see it, but OpTic there now are going to find a break on through. New York on the back foot just a little bit after a good stop. The rotation.
And after all of that work by Crimsix, obviously that will now go even as we go into P2. New York are here first. And OpTic are on their way. Dashy only making that first kill. The squeeze coming through into New York. You know they're going to be under an awful lot of pressure. And, well, that's broken.
It's broken completely. An original kill that Dashy finds over towards the dock. Gives OpTic the spawn over towards P3. They want to keep a hold of that as long as they possibly can here as Subliners trying to find a break back through. Hydra, Crimsix. Combining well. Crimsix with another on the elite. The break will come through. The spawns will flip. 35 seconds till we head over towards P3. Subliners in the better position.
Wow. This is back and forth again between these two teams, and on board with Kismet as he tries to make that rotation happen through P1. OpTic are arriving in numbers for this one. Paulehx on an island. Can he make the difference here?
Has he slipped in now?
No, they know he's out here. You can see that's why no OpTic members are chanting out the back. They know somebody's going to be out.
Shotzzy thing is from the front as well.
Yeah, Paulehx is alone. They may look to pinch him here. Actually re-pinch towards the back. Simp goes out for the first. Dashy's there as well, and Dashy will rip his head off.
Lovely angle from Dashy. Now he will extend out, wants to get control of that, but because Kismet pushes up so quickly, Dashy doesn't get himself into that spot, and all of a sudden NYSL have the spawns, and they have control of the point. Just like that. It's a slight misplay from the side of OpTic not to push all the way through. I don't think Dashy could even get across there, and all of a sudden it's NYSL locking things down. 30 seconds remaining here for Subliners. This is a great time.
Ends up working out for them, and probably just the fact that Paulehx was behind that hill for so long meant OpTic took their eye off the ball a little bit. They are now in the lead. You can already see players starting to stream over towards it. OpTic have given this one up. Kismet gets another one. And now OpTic desperately trying to throw up the battle line, trying to prevent it, and there will be an automatic trade. Paulehx towards the front against Shotzzy, and OpTic will now have control of this from the beginning.
That would have been a big gunfight for Shotzzy to win that. That gets traded all of a sudden. The streamline of Subliners players starts coming on through. What would be an open front door. Now Subliners have to take their time here as OpTic have the chance to dig their heels in. Scump will find the first, traded away. Still coming in through Ticket here. No control really for the side of NYSL. OpTic just about locking this down. This is good time for them as well.
Oh, Paulehx somehow manages to just break through there in the end, and now New York's main objective is to try to keep anybody off of that point. Oh my goodness, Hydra just rips him to sunder. Crimsix playing this very, very cautiously. Knows where Scump is and completely melts him off the map and takes the second one on the Hilly. Crim is showing up, and New York, oh my goodness, Shotzzy gets 3 and taken out by Dashy. This game is insane.
Nobody
Either of these teams.
I mean, neither team's getting control here, Bryce. It has to be said, OpTic have kind of reduced that gap just a little bit.
This is kind of insane card at the moment. Neither team really able to lock it in. We keep seeing big plays from both sides. And just when you think one team has wrested away control, taken momentum one way, all of a sudden it gets broken down. Well, let's just try and stay alive here. OpTic heavily stacked through P2.
Pushing through now. Let's give a hold of that fire side, but have them potentially given it up there. You can see immediately Shotzzy backing up. He wants that control, and yes, NYSL have given up that side of the map a little bit too easily for my liking, but 35 seconds remaining on this hill. Gonna have to fight back through. 2 kills to kick things off is definitely gonna help things now, but Shotzzy staying alive.
Oh, New York just having a little bit of a soak here in the hill. Shotzzy going round, and that pistol is gorgeous. Eventually Hydra will take him down. The key thing here for OpTic is going to be P1. They've set up for it. They've sacrificed all the time on P5. They must not get broken.
NYSL, for all that, they hadn't really put a foot wrong throughout. Give up control of the fireside spawns just a little bit too easily, but Paulehx now pushing around from behind. That might open up the gates. Not quite. Scump there with the 2. Spawns still in for the side of OpTic. This is a really good time. 45 seconds remaining on this hill. They could soak up every single point here, Brycey, and find themselves in the lead. They very well could do.
Pushing through Ticket is a nightmare with players in it from the enemy team. Paulehx is going to find one, but it's still a long, long journey all the way through, and Shotzzy is waiting to make that P5 flank.
Oh my god.
He's eventually going to get it. Perfect timing for Shotzzy. Takes down Kismet. And there's nothing here for New York. Nothing but sadness.
One more kill for the glide bomb for Scump. It's not the most effective thing when it does come down to Berlin, and well, he isn't going to get a chance to prove me otherwise. Shotzzy and co now rotating over. That is a wonderful hold over towards P1. And again, I just feel like New York give that up far too easily. Got over aggressive over towards P5 in that previous rotation and completely give it up. Now they may well be punished for it. OpTic find themselves in the lead. And YSL do have numbers over towards P2 though.
Well, OpTic eventually get broken out of this one. 53 seconds left, though. They are going to try. Put a little bit of pressure on. Hydra's going to be left alone. He's going to be doing the dance around P2, waiting for reinforcements. Nobody here to help him yet. Finds Scump. Eventually does get the first one, but he is still alone. The kills for his teammates have not come through as Hydra tries to do it by himself.
He's doing a great job of doing so as well. Here comes Kismet. Dashy trades that one out, but Hydra's still alive and kicking. Surely not. Oh my goodness, imagine. Scump will find the kill. Rotation belongs to the side of OpTic, and when they have found their way there, they have been successful. It was a little bit of a misstep the previous time. I don't think they'll allow it to happen this time. Dashy is there. Dashy gets the spawns for his team, but Dashy is still the only one there.
Yes, and that's a long way out for New York. You can already see Hydra is going to be trying to hold down fire. It's not going to work. Scump guns him out. And potentially a big hold here for OpTic. They've lost 2 kills already. The pinch can come through. Oh, they're looking for it. They're looking for the kills off the spawn. They find Shotzzy. They find Illy. They find Scump. And it's only going to be Dashy left for this. And he goes down as well. And it's a huge break coming in from New York.
Oh, you could see it coming a mile off there from New York. Everything fell into their lap. The gunfights needed to be won. They, of course, do so. But now if they maybe overextended, Crimsix, Paulehx fall pretty much immediately now. If you're Hydra and Kismet, you need to lock this down. The kill a piece. Here comes the rest of New York off the respawn as well. 30 seconds remaining on this hill, which will be huge time for the side of NYSL. It will put them pretty much on 200 points. OpTic 40 or so behind.
Actually going to go for the chow. It's not going to work out in the end. Scump eventually does manage to get one, but Shotzzy's not able to get a trade. But the big news is this. OpTic are set up towards train. They are dug in deep. A full 60 brings them screaming back into contention.
It's hard to get a full 60 over here. But the battle lines are being drawn quite far up the map, but OpTic back up, turtle up just a little bit. Elliot will be holding the flag. The rest of the team need to lock this down through ticket. But Kismet and Co have already found a little bit of room here. A little bit of purchase. They're on top of them already. And NYSL may well collapse here. It's only Scump who can find two, gets traded out, and just like that, they're broken.
And it falls on the Kismet to hold this open for his teammates.
Perfect time.
He's in a good position. Almost fine shots. He has to stop shooting. Eventually does get it down though. And they are on this. And OpTic have to make the move. OpTic now spawning outside ticket. Eventually going to realize Crimsix is ready for it. Here comes Shotzzy. Here comes Kismet again. And Scum long range. Shotzzy going to be close. They are trying to kick them out of this one. Bearing in mind how far OpTic are now behind.
We need every single point here, Bryce. New York are just a little bit too close to my liking. Scump and Shotzzy will combine though. Once again, it feels like the last couple of hills has kind of been a feeble hold from OpTic. They've set themselves up in position. We talked about their hold percentage is so good on this map. We haven't seen too much evidence of it though. New York have broke through far too easily on a couple of occasions. But they made mistakes of their own. It's allowed OpTic to still be in this game. They're still around a full 60 behind. Can they get some decent time here on P5 and flip them over towards P1 once more?
Looking for it, Ellie. Going to try and make a bit of a move with a bit of fire control. Neither team really going to commit onto this P5 without control now. Eventually, Shotzzy decides to jump on. He's Crim, and Crim wins the gunfight. At the moment, New York are not really interested in soaking up this time. They are interested in killing and holding P1.
P1 spawn's still there for the side of NYSL. We're transitioning in 16 or so seconds. It's a hell of a gunfight for Elite to win. Paulehx and Co just trying to spread out. Stretching their presence across the map. Paul and Co will find a couple of kills. That's a locked-in rotation over towards P1. They're going to be about 25 away by the time we get there, Bryce. Can they lock it in?
Well, here comes the fight. Kismet already makes one. The rest of OpTic pushing through ticket. Shotzzy finds one P5. Dashy and Scump ready to make an entrance. Looking for this one now desperately. Hydra already takes down one. Dashy finds a return. Shotzzy here now backing them up. He finds a second one himself. And they have managed to break through, but Hydra's there. Dashy gets it. It's now Dashy versus Kismet. And this is a huge gunfight. Kismet has won it with another two-piece on P1.
Scump's got to go. He's all on his own. It's 12 points remaining for the side of Subliners here. Shotzzy will find a kill. The rest of the team going to start filtering through in just a second. 5 seconds remaining. You got to go if you're OpTic. It's not going to happen. They lock it in, the glide bomb's in, the win is in, the miracle run continues for Subliners.
Somebody get the glass slipper out, because at the moment New York are going to the ball. 4-0 so far in the qualifiers. And that dream is alive for OpTic. A bitter defeat against a bitter rival. But still a long way to go for this roster. And oh my goodness.
Brilliant performance from NYSL. And looking at the kills to that, it doesn't necessarily tell that story in a massive way, but it just felt like there was so many times that OpTic were in a great position, specifically in P3. They had the rotation twice. They did not get many points from it. No, the rotations were good, their holds were just not.
Yeah, and that's going to be the worst thing about it. Like, you're playing fundamentally correct. Right, you're getting the rotation, you're locking it in, and then you're just getting broken and you're not getting the points.
Yeah, I mean, the first time around on P3 is a little bit tough. It's hard to kind of judge where they are going to spawn. Still, the spawn's there because of how far pushed up Subliners were down that dock side. And Dashy maybe just not quite over enough. Again, that's a hard one to judge, and it's maybe a hard one to bear. But there was a few breaks that came on through from New York that it just felt a bit easy, didn't it? It felt on occasion they were finding kills very simply, and then 3 more would follow. It just felt like OpTic, once one domino fell, the rest followed very quickly. New York, though, their breaking there was sensational. And considering heading into this, We said that OpTic were the team struggling to break. New York certainly were not.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting game to break down, especially considering before this we were talking about benchmarking OpTic. And that's a little bit of a downturn for them maybe, but still some way to go. It's always going to be a kind of a contentious one, this, because obviously OpTic, they just had Illy come back. And while they had them a long time ago, there is practice, there is chemistry, there is muscle memory, and all these things will come with time, with reps, with getting their map pool where they want it to be. I think Rambo talked about it a little while ago. They're working on their map pool, but it's still not a pretty picture.
It isn't. It really isn't, especially in some of the losses and how they came through. Of course, that control, you look at it, 3-0 as well. A couple of moments here or there that could have maybe went your way. Not a brilliant performance of map number 1, but full credit towards the New York side. The job was given to them, what they needed to do, and they are going every single step of the way and taking off every single box that they need to try and get themselves to champs. Honestly, it feels like they're going to do it. I know there's still a long way to go, but there's that feeling. They just keep winning series. They keep doing it.
Yeah. They just got to win some of the major, which has been their big stumbling block this year. But enough of us. We are going to hand it over to the desk, and I'm hoping a Crimterview.
I think we're going to get one. I think we might get one.
I like it, man. And by the way, Ten, you're absolutely right. New York going undefeated right now, heading up to their own major to make it to champs, is by far the best storyline that we have this year in the CDL. And when it comes to NYSL, listen, in life, there's a few things guaranteed. You got death, taxes, and then you have
NYSL winning their hard points.
There we go.
I mean, it's true. These guys have just been unbelievable. Everybody across the board. The breaks coming in. You heard Ton sort of just talking about like the P3 breaks that New York had both times on OpTic Texas, and how OpTic Texas, like, they're playing fundamentally the right way. We talked about it in the post-match analysis after the Minnesota game on how they're making the rotations, they're losing the gunfights, but it's deeper than that. Like, we saw them set up on that P3, and instead of pushing out and trying to clear out the back spawns, they just kind of like turtle up inside of the hill there. They let a player stay alive too long in the back, and then when New York gets one kill anywhere on the map, and I think the killer was Shotzzy, who was actually pushed up trying to play like that extra layer. They kill him, and then they die trying to push it, but they spawn in the back because there's one player just lurking back there the entire time. So it's like these small little scenarios that OpTic Texas is throwing away, but I feel like this is something that they were doing great in the beginning of the season. It's just going to take a couple matches like this. So they play a really strong hardpoint team where they just kind of kicks them in the butt a little bit. And they're like, okay, we got to focus up and like try to, you know, stop what these guys are doing when they're playing for spawns like that.
You're right. Hey, but you know what? Learn bad habits from playing with subs. It's going to go away eventually. Well, hopefully so for OpTic Texas, right? But for us, we have Game Fuel Victory Spotlight.
Oh, he's actually ready already.
With the what
the king is dead. He's dead.
Crim, listen. First of all, you look spectacular right now.
You look. That's actually a vibe.
Where'd you get that from? Party USA?
This is me in gunfights versus Dashy. Everyone else on OpTic, you know, taking my soul.
All right, Crim, listen, dude, you've been on a mission. You guys are undefeated. You're trying to go flawless. But this is a weird situation for you to be in, right? Like, you've been at every champs.
Yes.
You've won a ton of championships. How has this time been for you when, like, possibly might not make it to champs?
Repeat the last part of that question. I'm sorry. I had my incredible teammates that, you know, carry me daily. They were talking, so.
Like, how's it been on you mentally as a player that you might not make it to champs? How has that changed your approach or fire towards Call of Duty?
Well, you know what I'm gonna have to say to that? False, bitch. Because this shit, we're making it, all right? It does not matter, okay? If we win Major 4, if we, sorry, I'm excited, all right?
Go ahead, I love this. I want to hear
No, I can tell by your face that you're offended.
No,
I sincerely apologize. Okay, he's good. Yeah, no, but honestly, our goal isn't to, you know, outplace other teams. It's not to get top 8. You know, I told the team, I was like, guys, shift your focus. Who cares about champs? You know, sorry, CDL, right? We're going for the 2 wins. No other team has won 2 events this whole year.
That's
Who's
true.
done it?
You trying to be the back-to-back right now?
FaZe has gotten second a whole bunch. By the way, thanks for throwing yesterday, guys. Really appreciate it.
Hey, yo, Crim.
That really wasn't very green wall of you, you know?
I feel it. Hey, yo, Crim, I just got to say outright, you look like a thick Dr. Disrespect. But, yo, question for you, man. Next, you're going against... I'm sorry. Next, you're going against...
That's fair.
You're going against the LA Thieves next. My question to you is, What's the game plan? What's the philosophy? What are we expecting in this matchup, baby?
The same as usual. I'm trying to think of something to, you know, be funny about. Maybe I'll give Nadeshot a call. You know, maybe I'll get, you know, I think Spencer plays golf with him.
He does,
you know? I might have to be like, Spencer, I need you on your A game today, pal. I need you.
Crim, listen. All right, so it's your home major next. You're gonna be in New York, right? Playing in front of the fans. I don't remember ever having a New York Call of Duty event. So, what do you gotta say to these New York fans? Like, what do you want them to be screaming in that crowd? Because it's been a while since you've been a crowd favorite.
We need some good chants too.
Listen, man, I'm going crazy. All right, I'm bringing this back to like 2008 hype. All right.
Hey.
You remember Snoopy?
Yes, I do. Remember iBad? There we
I'm
go.
going to that level. Extreme gamer, all right? At Major 4, if you're not chanting, if you're not yelling, if you're not screaming, this guy's gonna give you a tap on the shoulder. Get the fuck out, all right? Get out of here.
All right, and on that note, Crim, get that. Thank you for the interview. We'll see you later.
Peace out. We'll talk to you later. Man, so New York, they're on the tear. They're winning, and you got Crimsix.
I love what he's talking about. You know, he's being funny and you know, cracking jokes about the mentality with the team. But it's good what he's able to instill into these guys. Like, you know, forget, you know, all the outside pressure. Like, just focus on getting W's and winning back-to-back. Nobody's done it yet, or winning 2 events. Nobody's done it yet this year. He's talking about how they won the Pro-Am, and they have a real opportunity to win their home major, which would be magnificent for these guys, right? So, big opportunity ahead of them.
That storyline would just make this year just on another level. But also we have a game field tactical, and yo, it's the OpTic 2v4.
This was crazy. This was crazy.
Fire.
Oh no, it's not the OpTic 2v4. Well, that was a crazy round too, but this was also a good one out of the LA Thieves. We talked about this one earlier. They get the kill, they make the mid-round adjustment. And you know, talking to Envoy in that interview, really impressive. He's talking about how they were working on their adjustments and trying to slow it down in these S&D rounds, and that really came to fruition today in their search and destroy versus Paris.
Right, I'm sorry about that. I got excited. But yeah, Paris 2v4. But hey, you gave him some, right? There you have it. But still though, LA Thieves, they're going against NY next. You know, kind of a good, preview for the next matchup as well. Yo, if LA brings it, New York brings it, that's going to be just a game for the ages. I can't wait. But Nameless, man, we have the Aim Lab best shots. Now, this week, we've got some little cheeky plays, man.
We've had some nice shots. Let's see what we got in here. We got TJHaly here first up with the sniper. Meat kills Mack in the heady there. What a series this was, by the way. Boston coming out with the fire. Seeing TJ get some snipes, this makes me feel good.
Right, and seeing Tees pop off like this is what we need. But yo, Mr. Underrated this year, by the way. Paul, let's see what shots he got. Damn, nice little haircut. Sit down, boy. Paul was laying it on him, man.
Yeah, he's just got such a crispy shot. I actually love him with the sniper. He's taking a little bit of an off angle right there, getting a kill up top. Yeah, Paul was balling out, and man, Seattle's getting cooked in this highlight page. Our Major 3 champions need him to bounce back.
How many plays does he have? 0 sniping again, though. That's always good to see.
Yes, Hero's got to be like, he's like a brick wall to play against. He's got to be so annoying. You know where he's going to be at, like the general vicinity, and he's just picking you off left and right, playing slow. But also, if you need some new settings or you want to up your game, you can check out the Pro Player settings. Fine-tune your game with Pro Player settings at callofdutyleague.com/en-us/player settings. Go down below, copy and paste that, check it out.
Yeah, by the way, seeing RC at the top of that list actually makes me happy. Fun fact, he was the first ever pro that followed me.
Oh, there we go.
I was actually casting over Simp at like an MES LAN like 5 years ago.
Wait a second, I followed you for years, bro.
No, not before Arcitys, though. Yeah, but you're second, that's all right. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and talk about the day. Nameless, man, we had some crazy games. New York crossed the threshold of 100 points now. They're at 110. But you got to really think about where they start at. That was insane. But top 8, insane. LAG, LAT holding it down, 7th and 8th spots right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about these points and how next week's just going to be wild. Like, this is the make it or break it week. But a lot of these teams, they turned up. And, you know, just talking about New York, these guys are undefeated so far in the Stage 4 qualifiers. And they are still 25 points out of that spot in the top 8. That is wild. So they still need to make a run at the major.
Pending results from the next major is going to be insane because of the simple fact that
stakes are so
like teams like Toronto could still lose their spot. I know we're watching replays right now, but that's crazy. The New York run, though, has been phenomenal. Let's go ahead and take a look at their schedule very soon as well. Coming up next, they're facing off against LA Thieves to close out the stage. 4 wins, man.
Look at this schedule,
is
Belly.
strong.
Look at how impressive this schedule is.
Dude.
I mean, you really couldn't make a harder schedule. They played 40 Mutineers off a roster change. That team has looked pretty decent so far. They beat them. They play LAG, who now we know is actually the real deal. Beat them. They beat your champions. They beat OpTic Texas with Illy back, and now they have the LA Thieves. If they win that match, they're truly going to be one of the favorites, if not the favorite, going into the next event.
My favorite going to the last one. And if you guys didn't know just how bad NYSL was before they made the changes, look at the placements that they have so far. And here in stage 4, they have been killing it. Second in Search and Destroy, second in Hardpoint. Who's first in Hardpoint?
Listen,
I don't care what the stats say. This is the best Hardpoint team in the game.
Yeah, it's probably London. I mean,
wait, did you say Florida? Producers? Oh, Florida. Hey, shout out to Danny, the producers. Florida.
London, New York, they've all just playing great in that game mode. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, big time. But Florida as well, watching what they've been doing ever since the team changes came through. I'm really liking Major Maniacs edition, but with 2 real on the roster, Florida is starting to lose a lot of games now, and this is starting to be really scary. The question is, can they get 2 real on par with the game plan?
It's scary, man. They're looking like one of the teams that's going to get bumped out. I mean, we liked what we saw, with them going up against the Minnesota Røkkr, but, when they played the London Royal Ravens, they got cooked in one of the more clinical hardpoint performances that we've seen. And I mean, you're looking at that second, I'd be willing to bet that London is #1 team in hardpoint throughout this stage. Mutineers got cooked in that last match, point blank period. When we check out their schedule, they're really going to need some big wins because they do need those points.
Let's go and take a look at the stats from the 2 latest pickers for this team as well. And
Too Real, man. He's got to step it up. I told you, he was playing scared in their last series.
Too Real, listen, man, I'm going to keep it real with you, dog. You're on a really good team right now. Play loose, play comfortable. I want to see you thrive. This is a phenomenal team, and what Major's doing for this team, you see it in Search and Destroy, a 1.22 KD. If Too Real can pick it up and give us just a fraction of what we saw with Vivid, that'd be beautiful. But to see on Florida's next game, let's throw it up on the screen right now. And okay,
they
Paris,
need to win both.
This is it.
They need to win both of these games. They got to get a winner's bracket spot. They need the points.
It's the script that
they need to make it easier on themselves. Florida typically plays better on land. Awakening and Skies are better in that setting. If they can get themselves a winner's bracket spot, give themselves a buff, they can get them through those games. And now with Major Maniac, the new Search and Destroy power they have on the squad, I could see them making a run at champs if they catch some, or at the Major if they catch some momentum, but they got to start in winners.
Now, a team that I really want to see pick it up now is going to be the Minnesota Røkkr as well. With the phenomenal run last stage, this stage, they've been pretty upset with a couple of their series so far. We got to say, when it comes to the squad, you can never count them down, Nameless. How many times we watch these hard points and Search and Destroys and just their series as a whole and say, yo, this team, they always find a way to stay in it.
They've just been like, they were so good online, and then something like since the Major just got broken down. They lost those 2 Search and Destroys to the LA Thieves. They have not been the same since they've come back, and they're another team that's on that bubble. Like, how insane would it be if the Minnesota Røkkr are not at champs?
They don't make it.
That's really what we're looking at possibly right now. They have Seattle Surge left, right? And if they lose that, and then even if they beat Legion, they likely start in the losers bracket, which is just terrible.
That's rough. You don't want to go to this next event in the loser side of the bracket. Minnesota Røkkr don't make it. I'm gonna be completely honest, man. I just might cry. Like, this team, they made changes, they've thrived, and it's been great. But also, a team that's been thriving. We got the LA Thieves, baby. Let's throw them up on the screen. We just interviewed them. We just saw them win. This has been the most confusing team to cover all year long because we were questioning how bad or how good is this team, and hey, they put us on land, and we'll show you just how good we are. The question is, are they going to be able to top the likes of the upper echelon amount of teams in the league? We'll find out when we get to that point, but right now, the wins are all that matters for LA as they are smack dab on the bubble in 7th place.
I gotta be honest, like, they're the team that's in the bubble that I'm just not too worried about.
They scare me.
I'm confident in them on land. I feel like under pressure they play really well, and they're just working on their Search and Destroy. I mean, it's been up and down. I think that match versus FaZe was just like, they just got pummeled. Like, literally, like he said, they just got outclassed in the game mode. But, aside from that, they've had some good performances there. The Major, their Search was solid. Versus Paris today, their Search was solid. So I'm not too worried about LA Thieves. At the same time, like you see in that lower third, they're only 5 points above 8th place, so can't really afford to lose to any of the other bubble teams they have.
All right, let's take a look at these opponents. We know that they are playing against the New York Subliners
like that Mutineers
for
game.
their last game, but Florida as well. Florida's gonna be really, that's a trap game in my eyes. You really don't know what to expect with this one.
Yeah, I mean, that is a must-win game because you got to get to that 3W mark in order to make it into winners, more than likely, or avoid a tiebreaker scenario. But let's check out their stats for this week. This team turned up in the Paris Legion game. And you can see right here, like in stage 1, how good they were at hardpoint. Still, they fell off stage 2 and 3, but stage 4, they're back to hardpoint power, and then the control win percentage. These guys are #1. For some reason, people keep testing them on Vutu.
You know, and winning control in a dominant sense like that is really good for them. It's been saving them. We see how poor their search and destroys have been, and just being overall good in respawns is the way to go. But also, when it comes to the Los Angeles Guerrillas and their direction right now, Nameless, I'm gonna need your help, man. This is a rough one. This team, I feel like they're going to surprise us in the most unexpected way ever this stage.
Well, I mean, they come out and they beat the Atlanta FaZe in an extremely impressive win. And you can see here at the very end, like, Slasher makes a couple big plays. Hook as well. Slasher had a crazy series. And today they also had a good series against Boston. Like, they played really close maps. Those are, you know, two teams that are generally the same, just made a roster change. And looking at LAG, though, they're still on that bubble as well. So a lot of work needs to be done. But for them, yeah, the respawn's looking clean, Belly. And I did not think they were going to figure it out this fast. Like, you got to keep in mind, they made a 2-person change, and they've been flip-flopping their roster over the last couple of months, honestly, throughout the stage. So it's hard to sort of find your rhythm and figure out your game plan and find your identity in such a short span of time. But I feel like they did it coming into this week. So I'm expecting them to be even better and expand upon the development that we saw this week going into next week. But that has to result in W's.
And speaking of W's, let's look at their schedule as they face off against them.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like
Royal
losers bracket.
Ravens.
Yeah, it's looking like losers bracket for this team.
But still, 10 points from a win against London, I will take it any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would be a huge match for them, not only for confidence purposes, but for that extra 10-point buff. And also, this is a team that's not afraid of losers bracket. We've seen losers bracket runs before, all these guys. I mean, Slasher's been a part of the more impressive losers bracket runs in Call of Duty history. So definitely possible.
Exactly. All right. Too Fast, Too Fierce are coming right at you, baby. The Boston Breach. What more can we say about the speed of this team? Not even with the subs, but with the ARs as well. I love Zinni, a.k.a. Methodz, but when it comes to this team right now, they're looking good. I like them. They're looking solid.
I'm going to apologize to the Boston Breach. I did not think that this change would work, but we talk about identity. They found it as well in a tough game, a trap game, a bubble game. They come out with the victory. They beat the major champions in the Seattle Surge. This Boston team has been frying. Nero has been the MVP of this squad, absolutely taking over games.
Lights
and then
out.
also, mind you, they have the hardest schedule of all the teams, pound for pound. We went over it. We hammered that home to start last week in the pre-show, and they have made the most of it. They beat OpTic Texas, they beat Seattle Surge, now they've beaten LAG. They're looking at going 4-1, like, and landing themselves a spot in the winners bracket. Like, they have done so well. They have exceeded expectations. I cannot wait to see what this team does at the major, because this looked like the best iteration of the Boston Breach that we've seen, despite what people had to say about it, myself included.
I love it, man. And when it comes to the duo that we keep talking about, they're like the Hardy Boys. They just keep putting everybody through the table, and look at them right there. The stats are there, and the W's come along with them. When it comes to control, though, Nero had an insane stat line, way over 2.0 KD. I think it was like a 2.55.
Yeah, 2.13 in that.
No. But the last two combined, though, he was insane. I'm talking about, what, 30 and 30? Woo! These guys are a problem in Boston. They're in a good spot. Their last game of the stage.
Extremely winnable. Extremely winnable.
I feel like this is in Boston's favor.
It's 100% is in Boston's favor. And, you know, talking about Toronto a little bit, what is going on in that camp, man? They were on the upswing, and they just seem to fall off, though.
Toronto just seems to be a team that continues to tease us. And, you know, even though I might like that, it's like, yo, show us your true potential for a moment there. Toronto had an insane run. You guys remember? Insight walking down with the crowd, giving fives. They're yelling, they're hyped, they're winning. Everybody loves it. And then all of a sudden, kind of like the spark kind of fizzles out, and Toronto Ultra, they're just not as good as we last saw them, but the work is still there, though. The players are still there, and they can still dominate if they want to. The question is, I want to ask them, when are you going to start doing it, man? This Toronto team I'm loving, but I still want to see more.
Yeah, I mean, let's check out Toronto's schedule. I mean, these guys, I think they're sitting at 150 points. They got that loss to the London Royal Ravens. They followed up with a loss to Atlanta FaZe, and now they play a bubble team in the Boston Breach, who I believe they're tied in points. If not, it's just a 10-point difference. They're right next to each other on the leaderboard. If they lose that to Breach, I think they get toppled by them and fall further down. It's looking really scary, because if they land themselves a spot in losers bracket, they get bumped out by one of these other teams in LB. Like, That is terrible. They could get knocked out of top 8. Toronto Ultra, legit, and they could not make it to champs. And I did not think we'd be talking like this after what we saw at the major. They were playing great. The search and story hasn't been the same, and they reverted back to their hardpoint woes.
Yeah.
Something's going wrong in that camp.
I'm not confident in them anymore right now. So, hey, hopefully Toronto Ultra, they pull up and say, hey, Belly, hey, shut your mouth with the real deal. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. This week is over with. Today's been a beautiful Sunday, a fast one as well. We're going to shut down this desk. Once again, my name is Belly. I'm hosting the whole thing. We got Nameless, my trusty analyst, Ali. Get better soon. We'll see you next week, all right? But for all of you at home, I want to thank you all for tuning in because guess what? The Call of Duty League is nothing without you, okay? You guys are amazing. And because of so, we're giving you amazing matches today. The race for points have just been fantastic so far. And teams are gunning out of control. The upsets are beautiful. But check this out. Coming up next week is going to be our last week and before Major 4. And we're going to see if teams like NYSL can continue that undefeated streak. We'll catch you next week for the last online qualifier for the CDL Major 4. We'll catch you there.